DashCon is approaching. And I knew that as the official knight of DashCon, I was going to need a coat of arms, and I was going to need to be able to wear it as a giant cape. And you too can own it and wear it as a giant cape and upstage me at DashCon if you care to meet my noodle, or just hang it in your house because it's beautiful, or get it on a t-shirt, a hoodie, a poster, a more reasonably sized flag. Show your support for the House of Strange and the DashCon monarchy against the usurper Robespierre. You can find a link in the description down below to my fourth wall shop. Kiss kiss. So a few weeks ago, I received a Tumblr ask from someone confessing to me that she was behind some very popular Tumblr posts and that these posts were lies. She said that she had just discovered my videos, she was watching some of my Tumblr fake story videos and living in fear that I was about to read one of her posts any minute now, but I didn't. Since my stepdad cheated on my mom and he's being an ass, I put a shit ton of that tasteless powder laxative in all of his diet shake mixes so he won't notice, but he will shit himself and not be able to figure out why. Update, he shit himself at Walmart, and I haven't seen my mom laugh and smile that much for months. You're a hero. So this guy I sit next to in class is deaf, but he has hearing aids, and every time he wants someone to stop talking to him, he just casually takes out his hearing aids, and this is a level of sass I will never have. I said I have seen all of these posts over the years, kinda surprised the laxative one never made it into any of my fake story videos. Thank you for your confession, child. Shortly after that, I received another ask, which I don't think I remembered to respond to, and by now it's like 300 messages deep and I'll never see it again. But it was someone confessing to the fact that they used to run like an academia aesthetic SAT prep blog, but they were like a British middle schooler role-playing. They had absolutely no reason, nothing to do with the SATs. Why? For what reason? It doesn't make any sense. Hungry for more, I then posted, Tumblr confession is open, with a badly photoshopped image of my profile picture on a stock photo of a priest. This is a website full of sinners, sickos, and homos, so tell me, what sins of the past still haunt you? Did you do Hamilton Discourse? Become the most popular Jonas Brothers RPF writer on AO3 when you were 13? Did you make a fake post on Tumblr about owning the homophobes? Many such cases. Did you spend 2 years role-playing as a middle-aged mom who writes letters to serial killers in the true crime community before eventually deleting the 10,000 follower blog in shame? Did you do Hamilton Discourse? Father Strange is here to offer a comforting ear and absolve you of your guilt. You may now unburden yourself anonymously in my inbox. I got so many submissions that I physically could not read them all, and I spent hours just rotting in my bed reading my Tumblr inbox. I have a few main takeaways after the overall experience. Firstly, what the hell was going on Amino? Don't actually answer that question. I don't want to know. I am so grateful I was too old for that thing. The fandom with the highest number of regretful participants is like by far Hitalia, although Undertale was up there as well. Most of your confessions just boil down to like holds flashlight under chin scary style. I used to write bad reader insert fanfiction. That's not that weird. You are henceforth absolved. You know, it's not even a sin. You're not absolved. It's not even a sin. It's not that weird. It's fine. Some of you, on the other hand, are real freaks. And we are going to get into those confessions momentarily. When Otherkin Discourse was a bigger thing on Tumblr, I made a fake blog pretending to be a daisy plantkin, where I roleplayed as a daisy. I made posts about being attracted to plants, asking for help. Daisykin100-blog if this made you curious. I am nothing if not diligent. Is it okay to be attracted to plants? It's not like I want to do anything weird with them. I just was sitting by a tree today and I could hear it speaking to me, and suddenly I got the idea that I could spend the rest of my life with a tree like this. The extent of what I would do with this tree is just some simple caressing, and like kissing, humans do not appeal to me at all. I am too scared to contact any help blogs, so if anyone has any input, that would be great. Thanks. Plants are sentient. We know far more than you ever will. We also survive better than any animal species. We can just regrow. We literally give you the air you breathe. So there. Learn to be more tolerant next time. Ugh, this is a horrible parody of an Otherkin Discourse blog. Awful confession, thank you. When I was 11 or so, I got into a fight in the live chat embedded in a Doctor Who pirating site about whether Jesus was God. The chat name I chose at the time was Doctor Hooves. Imagine fighting about Christian theology with Dr. Hooves. I was in love with my straight best friend. Eventually, I confessed my undying love for her and she rejected me. Also, I confessed by singing Satisfied Hamilton with changed lyrics that I changed myself. Oh god, it was bad. Nowadays, I realize how nice she was for not making fun of me for it. This is painful to remember. Oof. Bone chilling. Oh my god. I just remembered the whole concept of this video. You can tell I got my brain on backwards today because, now I'm ready to absolve some sins. Oh, my David Carp, I am heartily sorry for having offended thee, and I detest all of my sins because of thy just punishments, but most of all because they offend thee, and my Tungler daddy, who art all good and deserving of all my love, I firmly resolve, with the help of thy grace, to sin no more, and to avoid the near occasions of sin. Amen. Amen. So when I was like 12, I was posting my art on Instagram but wasn't getting any clout. So I decided to make an alternate account to trace my own art in order to become popular and get support since my art was quote-unquote being stolen. These are the fake traced artworks. Here's the originals. Andy Blake who, this is some serious internet mastermind shit. When I was 13, I wrote fanfiction where my self-insert was the daughter of Loki from the Marvel movies. It was mostly bad in the ways you would expect. However, I couldn't shake the notion that Loki wasn't the sort of guy to want a daughter, so I was keen to come up with a good explanation for my character's existence. There were many sensible ways I could have dealt with this. Alas, the only resolution for this plot discrepancy I could think of was to write a scene in my fic where Loki declared himself to be anti-abortion. As a very misguided teenager, I submitted photos of myself to Onision's forum to be judged in one of his videos. Well, I mean, so did I. I did it for a bit for a video, but... My confession is that in middle school, I would trace BuzzFeed Unsolved fan art from Tumblr and show it to my friends at school, trace on paper, and then I still feel really horrible about it to this day because I never told one of my friends it was traced. And then she died. Then she died the following year. She died thinking I had actual artistic talent. Sorry, Queen. When I was a baby, 13 years old, I was very active on Wattpad. I had written a Neville Longbottom ex-original character, Magenta Black Daughter of Sirius Black fanfic that I intended to write following my original character's 7 years at Hogwarts. This work had tens of thousands of views, and I was regularly getting comments. Eventually, I got bored and didn't want to write it anymore, so I killed off my original character and said, "The end." I got so many hate comments that I ended up just deleting the fic altogether, and I don't have many memories of using Wattpad after that. I accidentally committed employment fraud for my Hetalia roleplay. Alright, you got me with that. I was obsessed with Canada from Hetalia in middle school. Okay, the only thing I understand about Hetalia is that it's an anime, and the characters are named after countries, or they're like personifications of countries, and the fandom likes to ship them. I was obsessed with Canada from Hetalia in middle school, and I created a fake Canadian persona who lived in Whistler, Canada. I got my Canadian original character a library card there, made a Facebook profile, took online Canadian citizenship courses under their name, and attended town halls virtually with their fake email. I got so active in the town halls about public transit that they emailed me and offered me a position as the public transit clerk for the city. I got spooked and nuked the identity except for my membership with the Stitch and Bitch group at the library, which I eventually stopped attending Zooms for. Sorry to the Whistler, Canada City Council. I hope you put the bus stops where I recommended, because I studied a lot of traffic data for that shit. Canada Hetalia is still my phone lock screen, and I don't regret my identity fraud. I just wish I had committed harder. I have never been to Canada. I hope that one's true. That one's like so good that I'm a little suspicious of it. But I used to be a hardcore conservative when I was 13 and had a pro-life Pinterest board. I thought if I was conservative, my father would like me. Back in 2014, I wrote scripts for 2 separate Homestuck audio erotica blogs. Normal and Rule 63 edition. It was a bunch of Tumblr voice actors pretending to suck and fuck as aged up characters. Ew, dude. Wait. What is Rule 63 again? Rule 63 is an internet meme that states, for every character there is a gender-swapped version of that character. Okay, got it. So, gender-swapped amateur audio Homestuck porn, you're not getting into heaven. In the height of the Hamilton fandom, I was 8 or so, and I read Lamb's Lawrence Hamilton fanfic on Wattpad and commented, "This is so horrible." And I felt guilty about it since, especially because they deleted their account shortly after. My confession is that I just love to troll people. I don't even care if I agree with who I'm trolling on a fundamental level. I just want to rage bait them sometimes. Find someone who replies to anons, send some juicy bait, and wait. And I treat it like live theater, get the popcorn, open the window, and happily read. Then I log off and forget all about it. Life is good. Sometimes you see certain asks and you just know that people like this exist, but to see it spelled out so sociopathically chills me. Not really a sin, but definitely cringe. In middle school, we had an assignment to make a roller coaster for a marble, and it had to have theme. I give you the Tumblr. That is... It says the Tumblr. Oh my god, there's Misha Apocalypse faces on it. Is that more Misha's? No, that's Shia LaBeouf. The end of the roller coaster was a little hut covered in supernatural gifs. They had to be stills because we printed them out. I used to use character AI back in the day. I once had a whole long argument with a fucking Wilbur Soot AI because for some reason it decided to be homophobic and I was trying to make yaoi with it. Definitely a sin. Recite 7 Hail David Carps. Father Strange, I must confess to being involved in Hitalia fandom. I recently got a notification that someone replied to a YouTube comment I left. Turns out the comment was from like 2016 on a Nightcore version of Viva La Vida that had Hitalia characters on it, and I had written an impassioned paragraph decrying all fanfiction shipping America and England as gross and weird, and how clearly England and France were a much better ship, except nobody had asked my opinion. This was a peaceful Nightcore comment section. Anyway, I'm glad someone replied, because the comment was quickly decimated, and now the only people who know of my sins are you and God. Thank you for trusting me with your sins, child. When I was a kid, I roofied my older sister with a stimulant from my ADHD meds so that we could stay up and watch Death Note. I was 7 and I've never told a soul since. I wrote a 120,000 word Hitalia fic and then quoted it and discussed it in my college application essay. I got into an Ivy League school with that essay to this day. I don't know why. I guess nobody bothered to check that you were referencing your own Hitalia fanfiction instead of an actual book. I joined cadets when I was 14, the army but for kids, because I wanted it to be like Attack on Titan. We'd be cleaning toilets or something and I'd be humming the opening music to myself. When I was in middle school, I friended the local hot motorcycle driving bad boy high schooler on Facebook. I did this solely to gain access to his photos, which I downloaded and used to catfish people on Tumblr. He found it, made a post about it on Facebook, so I unfriended him immediately and spent 2 months thinking he would track me down. All to catfish other 12-year-old girls. That's crazy. You know what? I Father Strange, I support women's wrongs. I support 12-year-old lesbian wrongs. So in probably 2016-17, there was this incident on Quotev that I'm pretty sure only I remember at this point, where a bunch of Harry Potter actor catfishing accounts popped up. We're talking the big 3, Bonnie Wright, Tom Felton, but also actors like Extra who screamed during Battle of Hogwarts, probably to make the whole operation seem more legit. Why would that make it seem more legit? Anyways, it took me an embarrassingly long time. We're talking multiple weeks to realize that actual Daniel Radcliffe was not wasting his time on Quotev.com in between filming scenes for a cursed child movie that was famously not in production. Wasn't too big of a letdown since they all seemed like kind of annoying people, but a little embarrassing that I'd been fooled. I was obsessed with Hamilton when it came out on Disney Plus and spent all winter watching it obsessively. I tried to get into plants in the spring to clear my mind, but my fixations tend to overlap. I printed out pictures of the actors in costume from the Hamilton play and put them in the little pots with the plants. I thought it was cute, so I posted it online. Tumblr did not think it was cute. I got roasted so bad. I just started blocking people instantly. No mercy. I tried to hide things and limit reach, but it breached containment quickly. They all agreed that I personally owed BIPOC people $20, and I needed to post my Cash App so that people could request it from me. At one point, 12 hours after my demise, so someone apparently checked my account and realized that I was a simple, misguided queer in over my head in a new fandom. I started getting DMs from people who said they thought everyone was overreacting, and I didn't do anything wrong, but I should probably get out of town for a while. So, for what? I'm unclear about what the offense is here. They put pictures of Hamilton actors in plant pots? Is there something I am not getting? Is there something that about, like, am I not understand? Like, why is that? You know what? It was Hamilton fandom. It was Hamilton fandom. It was Hamilton fandom. Many, many years ago, I was a very uncool kid. There were several in our friend group of 2 online 12 and 13-year-olds who shipped 2 of our male English teachers together. Because we were not the most foresightful children, there was a Tumblr blog where one in the group wrote fanfiction of the teachers. At one point, I drew the teachers holding hands and submitted it to the blog from my main blog and never thought anything of it. Anyway, I think it's easy to work out that it didn't take long for other people from the school to hear about the blog, which then led to both teachers also seeing it, and a bunch of us got into such huge trouble we were pulled out of class by school admin individually. They had printouts of my blog's art submissions and my blog. Because I was not a smart child, my name was on my main, so they easily tied me to it. When I was around 12 or 13, I was involved in online anime roleplay chat rooms. This was before Discord. I had built up a very edgy persona and was mostly false and lied about being 16, as you do. I told the group that I had a large collection of throwing stars and knives of various sorts to seem cool. After knowing these people online for several months, just under a year I think, I had a falling out with one of them. Honestly, I had been kind of bored with this group for a while, but I didn't know how to leave without seeming rude, since we were all talking basically every day. Anyway, rather than address this like a normal person, I addressed it like an adolescent and decided the only thing I could do was fake my own death. So I posed as my own mother in the chat room to announce that I had killed myself, that this chat room was left open on my computer, and asking for any kind of information about why I would do this. I made sure to ignore any common chat room typing conventions, so that it wouldn't be too obviously fake. I don't know if anyone really believed it, but there were a few who brought up how I would talk about my also fake collection of knives and how I seemed generally unstable. That part was not fake, and seemed genuinely upset. I logged out of the account and never opened or messaged any of those people ever again. I roleplayed as Draco Malfoy for my online friend and got blocked for not being sexy enough. Leather pants revoked. Not sexy enough. I used to draw fan art of my boyfriend with my favorite horror podcast characters. I did not show him. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. In 5th grade, I was so obsessed with Hetalia. Unforgivable. That I took moving to another state/new school as a chance to pretend being Russian. Because Russia was my favorite Hetalia character. Before long, the lie spiraled completely out of control. Even the teachers believed me. By the way, the lies were so ridiculous that no rational adult should have believed them. I became known as the foreign exchange student. The only way I was able to escape from my lie was by moving states, except now I'm back and I'm terrified to leave my house. Because #just small town things. I'm 20 years old and forced to live a life of solitude all because 11-year-old me was horny for Russia. OMFG, it feels so good to tell this to someone. This is the purpose of Tumblr confession, my child. You are absolved. Tumblr confession. When I was 13, one of the users I followed got an anonymous ask that graphically detailed that user getting eaten alive by Jake Homestuck. She answered it with a GIF and no text. I sent her a follow-up ask like, wow, your anons are pretty weird, or something like that. She responded publicly, saying that Homestuck Vor is her kink, and I triggered her by kink shaming her. I was so afraid of getting canceled that I changed my URL because I thought it would be harder to find me, not realizing my URL would have changed on the ask. LMAO. LMAO. When I was a tween, I attempted to convince anyone that would listen that I was a vampire. To justify how I could walk in the sun, not require human blood, and my general humanness, I wrote a 37-page guide to speculative vampire biology and modern evolution, including but not limited to fang size and function, the siring process, sunlight sensitivity over time, anticoagulant saliva, unique metabolites for digesting blood. Anytime someone pointed out that I couldn't perform any of these functions, I would claim to be sick sick or experiencing stage fright. Why did I do this, you ask? I had a dream one night about a cute girl turning me into a vampire, and I wanted it to be real so badly I gaslit myself into thinking it was for several months. When I was 12, I found a religious Minecraft YouTuber's home address and then included the street they lived on in a car accident chapter of a Wattpad fanfiction in which your name is hit by a car, and they take her inside to recover because she can't afford American hospital bills. I found the address by walking around Google Street View for days. Very not okay. I'll do my Hail Marys now. Yeah, that's not good. This is on Twitter, not Tumblr, but I was heavily into the Dancing with the Stars fandom on there. The craziest thing I probably did was making a roleplay account for Alfonso Ribeiro. 2 of the dancers on the show got married IRL and Alfonso attended, so I was making fake reports of what went down at the wedding. I didn't know who the groom's closest friends were, but I knew he loved dogs, so I said all the dancers' dogs were his groomsmen, and then other Dancing with the Stars accounts on Instagram actually believed it and posted it like it was news. I feel like people are gonna come away from this video just never trusting what anyone says on the internet again. When I was 14 to 16, about 12 or so years ago, I ran an amateur suicide hotline that ran on Tumblr, Kik, and Facebook. I had, and still have, horrible insomnia, so I would stay awake, often pulling all-nighters where I would DM and often call or have people call me who were experiencing a crisis. I did end up helping a large amount of people. I once talked a 28-year-old into disarming and locking away a loaded gun he had in hand. I would often sit on the phone with these individuals for hours on end. The strangest part? I have no real reason why I did any of that except boredom and sleep deprivation. I remember sitting in class, texting under my desk people who were in the middle of having mental breakdowns. I have never told anyone this before, except my partner who just read this, and I kind of forgot that it all happened. Please absolve me of my sins. I had absolutely no business doing all that. If this somehow makes it into the video, remember to eat something, go on a walk, stay hydrated, and call a friend. In my warrior cat's hyperfixation days, cough cough, I was 9, I thought I was a cat. Well, I didn't actually think I was a cat, but I wanted to think I was a cat, and I acted like a cat, and I had a whole list of cat tasks I had to complete before I could become a real cat. I ran around on all fours, groomed my friends, family, and cat. Just licking your cat. Now here is the cardinal sin. I got my other warrior cats obsessed friends to roleplay with me at school and convinced them to lick from this disgusting dirty puddle I dubbed the moon pool and eat various plants around the garden. I don't know how none of us ever got sick, but honestly, those little pink berries were worth it. I think you might have a future as a cult leader. Have you considered this? One time when I was a teenager, I made a Quora account, remember that? And pretended to be Finland from Hitalia, like human alter ego, Tino. I even listed a university that I supposedly graduated from with a master's in psychology. Some lady posted a question about her son confessing his feelings of romantic and sexual attraction to her, his stepmom. She was asking for advice on how to confront him about it because she wasn't interested in perpetuating that and wanted to get him proper help. I gave her advice and spoke to her over Quora for hours. Hours, father. Eventually, she thanked me and said that I was incredibly good at giving advice and that she'd update me when she had the conversation with him. I never heard from her again and stopped masquerading as Tino after that. When I was around 13, 14, I made a Tumblr account to follow Wiccan/pagan blogs. I noticed that some people were doing virtual tarot readings and deity communication and figured that I could do that as well. The main readings I would do were deity readings where I told people which deities were interested in communicating with them. After a while, I started getting tired of actually writing them, so I made a big Google Doc full of copy-paste paragraphs that I could cobble together and send instead. I was also contacted by someone who I'm pretty sure was suffering from some kind of psychosis, as they felt like they were connected to characters from BlazBlue. They would have me talk to the characters in their own fantasy realm and get responses for their inquiries. After a while, it started getting concerning, and I decided to stop responding to their requests. Anyway, that's how I scammed a ton of people out of $6,000 on Tumblr as a dumb 14-year-old. You could have gone down in history like sixpence if only they had found out. Glee. When asked what their worst sin is, one Tumblr user simply stated, Glee. Definitely a sin. One of the worst, arguably as bad as Hitalia. This isn't my sin, but I will confess it because it caused me great suffering. One time, I was in an original character roleplay, and someone was playing both a Taylor Swift face claim and a Harry Styles face claim. I believe face claim is like when you're playing an original character that looks like whatever celebrity or random picture of a model from Pinterest you have or whatever. They call it face claim. Taylor Swift face claim and Harry Styles face claim are married. The Taylor Swift face claim was supposed to be a big name actress, and the Harry Styles was a soldier who had become a prisoner of war. So the Taylor Swift negotiated with the terrorists over Twitter for his release. One time I had a crush on someone I was friends with on Tumblr.com, and she and I were talking normally when I finally confessed that I liked her. She rejected me, so I started making posts about how drunk I was, and to ignore anything I say. She then messaged me again saying, "What's going on? You were fine a few minutes ago," and I immediately abandoned that blog and started a completely new one and didn't follow anyone I did on my original account, so it couldn't be connected back to me. Weirdly, I didn't delete her off of any of my other social media accounts, and now she's married with kids. I learned to write business emails from an Alexander Hamilton Factkin blog. Say what you will about the concept of reincarnation, but that guy gave legitimately good advice on passive-aggressive bureaucracy. Before I was on Tumblr, when I only knew it through Pinterest, my mom was pretty strict on making sure I didn't join social media too young. I made a list of things that happened in life that I wanted to make into Tumblr posts because 85% of the posts I saw on Pinterest were Tumblr fake stories. I, being 12, completely believed them and thought, wow, that's so funny and cool. This story from my life isn't as interesting, but I should still post it when I'm allowed to. Genuinely, same. I was actually on Tumblr, but like I just lurked. No, I shan't say. Okay, but I was a lurker. I shan't say. I made a really big social transgression in the YouTube comments when I was, I want to say like 11 or 12, resulted in my YouTube history at the time being on a projector screen in front of my class. That's all. Even in online spaces that I enjoyed a lot, I would never write comments. Like I would like and reblog things, but I would never like write anything of my own because it was scary. So even though I had a Tumblr around those ages, I still had like a notebook filled with stuff that was very much read like Tumblr posts. And my motivations for doing it might have been weird, even weirder than this. Like I was on Tumblr. My parents didn't know what Tumblr was and therefore I was on it. I just decided that I wasn't allowed to make my own posts because of the incident. I cried at work because I couldn't go to DashCon too. Oh. Getting into reading fanfic was actually good for me because it made me stop jacking off to the Sims woohoo animation under the family laptop in the living room. Oh, you're so fucked. Oh, that's a bad one. As a repressed Christian youth, capitalized, as it should be, I was horrified at how morally bankrupt the other youths were these days. I hand drew a comic that I posted on Facebook with a guy on a computer next to a pile of Call of Duty games with the verse, "Thou shalt not kill," overlaid, and the caption, "Virtually breaking a commandment is virtually the same." I have since scrubbed this from the internet and changed my ways, but I still feel I need absolution before making the holy pilgrimage to DashCon 2 this year. You are absolved, my child. Father Strange, all my Tumblr ads are ground beef for some reason. I don't know what it wants from me. Help. The beef. The beef calls to you. You definitely committed some kind of a sin to deserve this. Sorry if you do not enjoy. Feel free to explode me with your mind. No. No mind exploding going on. I love that you chose this photo. I look like I'm just absolutely disgusted with this crying Victorian woman. I've actually never done anything bad on the internet because I am pure of heart and soul. When I was 12, I had a crush on this boy in my school, but I was too scared to do anything real about it. So instead, I made a fake account on Kik and claimed I was my own cousin and flirted with him that way. My fake cousin was named Azul and was from Scotland and had natural green eyes. I also claimed I was a published author at 13 and my favorite show was Glee, the boys' favorite show, which I had never seen at this point. He bought it and messaged me years later as an adult asking me how Azul was doing. Didn't have the heart to tell him I catfished him. That is crazy. Okay, so I think that's probably like enough internet. That's not even true though. I'm gonna be scrolling Tumblr in the dark of night to soothe myself to sleep tonight. I have a disease. I will never get off this stupid website. It's all because of the incident. Unironically though, we are all sinners and sickos and homos together on Tumblr, and that is why I love it. Thank you to everyone who submitted stories. Even if I didn't see yours or read yours, I appreciate you bearing your soul and your Hitalia past to me. And I will see you in another video very soon, my friends.
Okay, if you get this in, everybody's gonna buy your merch.
The festival.
We all know what it's about. It's about the shirt.
The festival.
It's gotta be the shirt, man.
You missed.
It's gotta be the shirt, man.
You missed though. I don't know if you heard me.
It's gotta be the shirt, man.
All right.
There's poop in my pants.
The festival.
Gang, do you ever think about Jake Paul? Do you ever miss the good old days when he was just rug pulling his fans and trying to be a rapper instead of dick riding the president? Hey! How are ya? And welcome back to another YouTube video. My name's Jacob Andrew Sharp, and gang, we've got a bit of a history doozy for you. And today's nuggets are so grossly nostalgic, it's gonna make you go, was it ever that good? Was anything ever that good? Does my love for the past destroy my current reality and my future? Because I can't let go of things that weren't actually as good as I remember? Which makes me realize that the only thing I'm really chasing is my Bacne-filled youth. You guys ever look at your adolescent Bacne through rose-tinted glasses? And I want to be clear, I'm 31. I have Bacne now, but at least back then, my Bacne wasn't covered in hair. As an elder millennial who's recently been introduced to the new age of content houses, I keep asking myself, were content houses ever good? Now, when we think of houses, we probably think of something like this, or even something like this. But then we have to ask ourselves, what if houses made videos? When we think of content houses, we probably think of Jake Paul and Team 10, Our Second Life, or even The Hype House. And a lot of these content houses consisted of creators, influencers, living in a shared space and collaborating on content. And it might seem hard to believe, but back then, life was simpler. You know, back in my day, all of these influencers and creators, they didn't have to worry about managing their finances. They didn't even have to worry about what they were gonna post. Because back in those days, a predatory adult did it for them. Thank God there was never any counts of sexual assault in these content houses or any culty vibes. Maybe this was always bad. Jacob, whoa. Dude, you're just focusing on the scandal and the controversy. Let's try to focus on something a little less divisive and a little less polarizing. You know, what about the actual content? Sure, production was messy and ethical lines were blurred worse than my millennial vision while I edit this video, but let's not focus on the process and let's focus on the product.
Y'all can't handle this. Y'all don't know what's about to happen, baby. Team 10.
Guys, we're so close! Ah!
I hit it raw, she see me in public like, what's up, free?
I put dry ice in here.
Okay, maybe it really was that bad. So then how did we get here? So our story begins all the way back in 2008, when two YouTube juggernauts decided to create a space for creators to collaborate in Venice Beach, California. And those two creators were YouTube pioneer Philip DeFranco and double knee proposal Shane Dawson. And I'm sure there's a lot more I could say about Shane Dawson, but I don't really have the time, and I already had cancer once. But those two technically created the first ever content house called The Station, which included some of YouTube's biggest channels like Shay Carl, iJustine, React, and so many more. And the station quickly became one of the most watched web series on YouTube, and it very quickly joined forces with the collaborative channel known as Maker Studios. Now, while the station was very short-lived, and it served more as a collaborative office/channel as opposed to the traditional content houses that we know today. And the station focused on a lot of short-form sketches that considered to be more low-hanging fruit. Fruit so low that you gotta get on both knees to get it.
And your mom gave me my first blowjob when I was 13 and she swallowed.
Then, after being acquired by Maker Studios and later Disney, the station disbanded due to solo endeavors, lack of ad revenue and legitimacy, and financial scandals. And after that, we didn't see many collaborative content spaces until the early 2010s when we got houses like The Creature House and Our Second Life. And these content houses were pretty tame with minimal controversies. And Connor Franta from Our Second Life actually became basically the internet's sweetheart. And now getting to the good stuff. Dude, we gotta talk about Team 10. I remember the good old days when Team 10 was just a group of influencers and a younger brother with a dream. A dream of being a rapper, a boxer, and a cryptocurrency rug puller. Life was so simple back then. Jake Paul was just underpaying his staff and saying slurs, and this was way before he was supporting a political pedophile. Sorry, that's probably redundant. I can just say politician. And I think that the Jake Paul narrative has somewhat influenced a lot of the apathetic youth that we see today. I feel like there's gonna be like internet scripture written all about the pre-Jake Paul era and the post-Jake Paul era. Dude, for like millions of years, no one went front mullet. And now every dude looks like steel wool on a stick. And I'm not mad because I'm bald. I'm embarrassed because I never did hair good either. But I feel like Team 10 and Jake Paul influenced so much of the content houses today.
I get to do what I want, where I want, with who I want, and make a lot of money doing it. And so, I wanted you guys to be able to do it too. Developing something I call Edfluence. Edfluence is a course that you guys can take right now online, how to do social media.
This is the Mercer Affiliate House. My highest profit day is 4 bands. Let's fucking go. Everyone here obviously prints, but we're all here to get better and learn from each other's mistakes. This is the Mercer Affiliate House. If you want to be a part of it, comment below or DM me.
Your chest, your back.
Team 10 walked so Hype House could run into the ground on Netflix. But the Hype House did feature some of the biggest TikTok stars and resulted in an actual Netflix TV series. And the Hype House is definitely the most successful content house of all time. But even with all that success, they never seemed to fully develop skills for adult life. You know, things like don't bring flamethrowers into the house.
Hi, Daniel Fitzgerald here, Danny Hollywood Homes. Please watch the video of the Hype House destroying my home.
And due to backlash for property damage, lawsuits, and diss tracks from Huddy, the Hype House inevitably collapsed.
I think today we're gonna be using a flamethrower to scare that shit out of the Hype House. Bryce.
I thought maybe I can make the bubblies. You know this stuff's really bad for you, right? Is that why I'm getting so dizzy?
Literally just got to the Hype House. They tell me that like there's these kids with fireworks.
Be quick and being careful because on our lease it says specifically we are not allowed to light fireworks.
You need to move. You fucking bitch, you were killed off! That was so fucking good!
Now, financial illegitimacy and controversy seems to be par for the curse. Does seem to be par for the course for a lot of these content houses, like the wannabe frat house and Hype House rival Sway House.
Yeah, get off of the balcony.
Oh, brother.
Now this house really makes my cancer-filled blood boil. It's the part of the back rooms where they all gang up on you and try to pee on you. Now the Sway House was involved in drug charges and legal issues with breaking COVID restrictions. And Sway House poster boy and local kitchen sponge, Bryce Hall, also gained backlash for his support of Donald Trump.
Youch!
Kind of a Jake Paul 2.0. So yeah, this has always been bad. And they get worse. We also have houses like 7M, which has been accused of being a cult in the Netflix docu-series Dancing for the Devil, which exposes 7M and Robert Shin for the brainwashing and predatory behavior against young women. And there is even the kid-fluencing side of content houses. The biggest example is Piper Raquel, who experienced numerous accounts of abuse in the content houses controlled by her own mom. It's truly devastating how many of these content houses really dealt with such predatory behavior. Like, dude, how did we let kid-fluencing happen? If the title is that lazy of wordplay, we should have known it was predatory. Dude, there should have been a federal law in place for immediate jail as soon as we heard that word. But to be fair, the Vine scripture does say, where there is a group of young people trying to indulge in pure, jovial creativity, there will always be a pesky adult creeping in the background, trying to make some money. MagCon 0117. And even after all of these controversies and scandals, it seems like some people can't get the idea in their head that content houses suck. Our next example actually proved that the pesky adult creeping in the background can actually just be the platform you're performing for, like TikTok Shop.
My name is Mercer Caden, and this is the TikTok Shop Affiliate House. We're at the Mercer Miami Content House. This is the Mercer Affiliate House. My name is Mercer Caden, and this is the TikTok Shop Affiliate House.
So this is the Mercer TikTok Shop Affiliate House. It's a modern content house that is ran by Mercer Caden, who is a TikTok Shop affiliate. And where Mercer's videos typically lack in shirts, they make up for in brand recognition.
I don't know why anyone's not talking about these new Shameless flavors. Finally switched to Samsung. Along with a nice phone, I got a nice speaker. I mean, a lot of people always ask me about my bicep. I know you're thinking, why is it shaped like deodorant? It's because Dr. Squish is doing an insane deodorant deal. Do you think it's gay if men do skincare?
I think even the Marvel Cinematic Universe would find this amount of product placement a bit much. But being a TikTok Shop affiliate has given Mercer the tools to develop the first TikTok Shop affiliate house. Because he knows how much we all love TikTok Shop.
So Dominique got on here and said that she felt like TikTok Shop was ruining TikTok, and I 1000% agree.
This is a genuine question. Is there a way to filter out TikTok Shop when you search something? It actually makes me so pissed off when I go to look up something and all of them are TikTok Shop ads.
TikTok Shop's the worst piece of dog shit that's ever been introduced to this app.
Why is everything an ad? Why is everything an ad? Why is everything an ad on this app?
And as a Canadian, I don't know what a TikTok Shop is because we don't have internet yet. But I know that we've all been wondering, what if TikTok Shop was a house that made videos with only guys? Now, the way the Mercer house works is Mercer will rent an expensive mansion somewhere in the States, and he will invite young people there.
It's Jamin, I'm 18.
And after Mercer has lured those young men to this house, he teaches them how to make videos with their shirts off. But it's okay, because it's corporate. Sounds like a pretty good Netflix documentary to me.
Can I get a couple words of advice to any affiliates that could be interested in a house like this?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think it's huge to step out of your comfort zone, meet a lot of like-minded people, you know, meet maybe people in your hometown.
Yeah, I think there's so much power in like the collective. Like you can actually time travel. I don't know if you know.
But this content house feels like a new type of predatory. Now, I think one of my favorite of the Mercer Affiliate House videos isn't any of the actual brand content. It's the videos where they're talking about the videos they're gonna make. Just talking about the content they specialize in.
Any kind of affiliates are welcome here. Actually, what kind of style videos do you do?
Mostly top of funnel.
Mostly top of funnel, middle of funnel, clothes, and gym content.
Top of funnel, baby.
Top of funnel.
Top of funnel with a lot of gym content.
Top of funnel, goalie, as well as supplement.
Anything that makes me a fuck ton of cash.
Top of funnel, home stuff mostly, and goalie.
Top of the funnel, middle of funnel. Bottom of the funnel with based.
I actually have some top funnel content right here for you. To me, what they're saying literally sounds like what Charlie Brown hears when adults are talking. And that's not because I'm bald, it's also because I'm old. Like, I know right now I'm just talking to a camera in a room, and this will just end up in a saturated algorithm on YouTube, but this type of work sounds made up. You do AI and TikTok Shop content? Dude, what's next? Are you gonna start an OnlyFans where you just blow the corporate elite? When they said eat the rich, they didn't mean gargle their balls. The Mercer Affiliate House content gives me the same feeling I feel when I see a group of high school boys walking towards me. I cross the street and I avoid eye contact so they don't make fun of me. I get fucking scared. Hey guys, it's Editing Jacob. I'm just wrapping everything up here, but it's getting to the point in the video where I'm starting to think that I'm just really shitting on content houses without ever being in one. So maybe it's time I start my own. What's up, gang? It's your boy Jacob, and welcome back to The Bald Affiliate House, the only content house where every creator is bald. And we only have 2 rules here at the Bald Affiliate House: make money and no hair. I don't want to see any wigs. I don't want to see any hair on your head.
And it's okay. You can join the Bald Affiliate House, but if you show up with anything but skin on the top of your head, we'll be shaving your head in the town square, and then you have to watch Begonia on my phone. We make all sorts of bald content. We specialize in things like
Cancer, male pattern baldness.
Think you're ready to quit this hair-having corporate pig lifestyle? Shoot me a DM. Join the Bald Affiliate House. Start living like a bald guy. I don't know any other bald guys. Welcome to the Mercer Affiliate House. All these guys do different styles of content. Hey bro, what kind of style of content do you do?
My name's David. I do fully AI style content. I find the best AI styles and I start printing fucking cash.
I do AI content and I print. Great, so you're the one, huh? So you're the one who's been tricking my parents on Facebook Reels? Thanks for filling up my parents' day. No, it means a lot to me. I love getting your videos in my family group chat just so I have to confront my parents on their media literacy. And I know I'm being a bit of a hypocrite as a comedian YouTuber with a comedy diploma, but it does feel a little contradicting as a TikTok Shop affiliate, because these are the same people who talk about their 5 to 9 before their 9 to 5 grind set. These are the same guys in the generation that is constantly complaining about traditional values.
It takes one person individually 3 months in order to accomplish a goal. Like, what could 10 people who are all sharing information and having 10 different boots on the ground, like, what is that gonna do?
But maybe it's because I just don't really get it. I don't know what it's like to have my boots on the ground like that. You know, day in, day out, asking the computer to make me videos. Computer, make me video that makes me millions of dollars. But that's the traditional values we're looking for these days, guys. AI content from the comfort of the TikTok clubhouse.
This is Nicole. She is Stretchy Malachi. This is where all the guys study. We kind of have some master classes in here. Wow. This is kind of where we game plan, have our daily recap. And what we do is we actually run up videos here. We just get 150, 300 videos for that brand done in 5 days.
And how much total sales do you think you've done since you started the houses?
We've done at least $1 million GMV, just from like videos produced at the house.
$1 million in sales just from the house?
Yes.
Influence.
Guys, we all know you have to spend money to make me money. But whatever happened to a fucking job? We let the culture accept this lifestyle of work every second possible to maximize your self-worth, but that's only measured through your financial worth. And then once you've proved yourself financially worthy, you can go tell everyone how you maximize your own worth, but only for a profit. The internet is a massive breeding ground for MLMs and Ponzi schemes, and everyone keeps falling for it. The whole get-rich-quick scheme is not new. People have been falling for pyramid schemes for a very long time. You know, back in the day, maybe your mom went door-to-door selling Avon products because they heard about it at their book club. Nowadays, the only difference is that you can do the exact same thing just in a mansion with a bunch of 20-year-old guys. But here's the thing, I don't really blame them. You know, if this is the generation that grew up watching content houses, how can we be upset? You can't get upset at a generation for the tools they were given and the time they grew up in. You know, this is a generation that grew up watching strictly YouTube. You know, I'm part of that generation. I'm part of a generation that's actually influenced by influencers. But there's even newer generations that don't even have nostalgia for a time without internet. They didn't watch the internet grow. They were put right in the middle of it. There's young people out there who grew up with the Vlog Squad and didn't find it annoying. I feel like this is why the most sought after jobs for the past decade is either influencer or creator. But it's because becoming an internet personality can be lucrative, it can be self-affirming, and it's more accessible than ever. I mean, who wouldn't want to subject their friends and family to real life danger if it meant lining their pockets with a bit of extra cash? Right, David? But then also I have to remember that I don't want to be this older generation that shits on the new one. I was the generation generation that invented planking. And now we have kids. Maybe this younger generation is a little soft. Like, I just don't remember growing up worried about my sleep score or my side hustle. I mean, I've had a job since I was 13 years old, but I never thought about making income as like something to boast about. I feel like a lot of the young people today aren't really given a chance to make mistakes, which will in turn stunt their growth. Don't waste all your money on 1,000 beers. Grow up and go get an STI. Okay, maybe not that one. You know, back in my day, we didn't have the 5 to 9 before 9 to 5. We would scroll through Instagram, we would scroll through Twitter, and we would get to the fucking end. That was the best. You would get to the end, and you would go, okay, that's yesterday's pictures now. And then we would go experiment with drugs and binge drink at some millennial boutique taco restaurant. And sure, you can make fun of our denim aprons all you want, but at least we could make fucking eye contact. But even having these criticisms, I know it's not their fault. No one was asked to be born. But now that you're here, you're being asked to navigate the life we're living. And that seems unfair. I remember being labeled the me generation. And I guess when I say go make mistakes and go learn how to be an adult, maybe the Mercer Affiliate House is that mistake. I don't want to bookend this video with, oh, bad thing bad. You know, as easily as we can blame an apathetic youth, we can also easily blame the adults that created this world. Behind every iPad kid is an unaware adult scrolling Facebook Marketplace. We can also blame the lack of restrictions, the lack of boundaries, and the inability of the adults who were meant to hold pace and create a safe environment for the youth to grow up in. You know, generation after generation, the youth is always blamed, and hopefully the youth can prove us wrong again. I mean, I am a little nervous thinking about the generation that's growing up with AI Fruit Love Island. What I can say is that the majority of content houses have given us something to laugh at or something to criticize through things like major controversy. You know, content houses have also offered us up some big musicians like Addison Rae or Alex Warren. You know, whether or not you think they're good musicians, that's your own opinion. You know, to see people who started as content creators making major moves into artistic endeavors is really impressive and kind of out of the ordinary. You know, it's really cool to see the children of the internet grow up into actual influential artists. You know, we're so quick to judge the path of the journey and whether or not it burns to affirm our judgments, or if that path results in greatness, we then turn and just say it was unearned or it feels synthetic. I think no matter what, we're so quick to judge the path of how someone gets to their own fame or artistry as opposed to judging what the actual content or product feels like. You know, it's easy to make fun of someone who has a non-traditional path. That's only because it feels unfamiliar, so then we in turn feel scared and insecure. We have YouTubers disrupting the box office with wildly unique movies. It's crazy to see major movie studios taking a chance on YouTubers. To me, that is such a win that should be celebrated by non-traditional media. But even still, we're so quick to say, no, I don't believe they directed that. Someone else must have done that. But at the same time, I don't think Mercer Caden and Kane Parsons are the same thing. What we can do is we can support the youth and we can guide them through the thing that we're also trying to navigate. Striving for fame and influence over anything is gross. But how can we judge them when we gave them the stage to perform on? So maybe two things are true at the same time. Fame, influence, and money are not everything. But we also have to let the youth grow and make mistakes and evolve in their environment. Public opinion is more divided than ever, and comment sections are filled with our Jabba the Hutt looking uncles who are just arguing with bots about politics. It fucking sucks. At the end of the day, don't let public opinion destroy narrative. Let's try to work to give the youth a more constructive and cohesive avenue to live and thrive in the modern world. Alrighty guys, that's the end of the video. I hope you guys enjoyed. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my YouTube channel so I can keep selling nice products on TikTok. Alrighty guys, I'm gonna go dive into my own nostalgia and I'm gonna go watch an old Logan Paul video. Oh, in this one he goes to Japan. I wonder how that turns out. Okay, bye! that makes sense.
Only fake stories, I mean completely true stories from here on out. Once, while I was sitting waiting for my car to pick me up from school, I was working on some fanfic, and this bully named Plebus saw that I was typing and went, haha, dweeb, what are you texting your mom? Hello friends, and welcome back to another video. Today, we partake of the noble tradition of lying on the internet. A rare disorder that gives you purple eyes and no body hair. A special way to cut chocolate that hacks reality. Conservative fathers, so moved by the homoerotic relationship between Sherlock Holmes and John Watson that they stopped being bigots. Going to Starbucks just to order a warm milk and having new slurs invented for you. Tumblr has tried over the years to convince us that many things are possible. And I would argue, in doing so, created a distinct art form. The Tumblr fake story. My problem is that while I love Tumblr fake stories, I kind of ran out of old, famous Tumblr fake stories to read on the internet years ago. Such is the problem with having a YouTube channel that is heavily reliant on Tumblr content. And you know, the Muppet Joker was giving us some good stuff for a while there, but I killed him, so we go onwards. Today we're gonna see what you guys have got. And yes, if you've been around for a while, you may recall that I did this 3 years ago. I did this almost this exact video concept 3 years ago, but it was a lot of fun and I've been wanting to do it again ever since then. So I said to my Tumblr followers, write me some new Tumblr fake stories. Get freaky with it. I need some new ones. So listen up, Tumblr-piz. I'm gonna learn you a thing. And we're going to study the art of the Tumblr fake story today. Let's just jump into it, shall we? Oh my, is Philip DeFranco still alive? I'm gonna write a Tumblr fake story about how Philip DeFranco has died at the age of 91. Okay, ghosts are real. I once got electrocuted from touching a broken power strip and I could see my body collapsed on the floor holding my phone. So I possessed the phone to try and call for help but couldn't figure out how because the wires were confusing, so I just went back into my body and that worked. Sometimes I still have dreams about being inside technology though, and I think that's why I want to fuck robots. Just robots though, I'm asexual. On my first day of high school, a girl came up to me who was dressed super basic and I thought she would bully me, but she actually started crying and thanked me for making her feel like she could express herself. I was dressed super alternative, black and purple hair with an MCR shirt, and she explained she loved dressing like that but feared other people's opinions. That was 2 years ago. We're dating now. Smiley face. Classic. Simple. Classic. Tumblr fake story original flavor. Is there a time constraint to this? Because I might need to forge some documents. No! Don't do that! We have this person ready to like 5,000% commit to the bit, and then the person directly under is like, got punched by a fish. Hashtag fish punched. Hashtag punched me, it hurt. Goddamn aquatic vertebrates. Prepared to put in the most effort and like the absolute least effort. You know the Tubby Custard machine? I fucked it. I was at Hot Topic the other day and I saw these two older women browsing the graphic tees. When I got a little closer to them, I noticed one of them had a tattoo of a rose piercing her skin, leaving drops of blood, with a man's profile and some words etched darkly across the stem. Those words being the name, Severus Snape. Could it be? Yes, it was Rose and Tanya, two of the most famous Snape wives. As a fan of internet history, I had to say hi to these two legends. I expressed my adoration for their work as live journalists, at which they cringed. Tanya told me that since the Snape wives imploded, she and Rose had separately done some soul searching. Both of them realized they'd been pretty trad-wifey and icky to some of their fellow wives. Thus, they reformed themselves into dark feminist goths and became friends again. By this point, a crowd had formed as most of the shoppers were captivated by their story. Discovering the true power of friendship opened up their hearts to Snape once again. Tanya and Rose remarried him on the astral plane. However, they were concerned about the strain it would put on their respective marriages with their mortal husbands. Severus was so pleased with their concern for inclusivity that he invited their husbands to join the polycule. George and Kevin are now the first Snape husbands. Everyone in the store clapped for them. So anyway, Rose, Tanya, and I bought matching black and purple corsets and split a giant soft pretzel from Auntie Anne's. It was the best day. Hashtag fake story. Shh, it's true in my heart. Actually, someone did slide into my Tumblr messages once and be like, hey, I found out a family friend of mine was like in the Snape wives, and I was like, she what? But apparently this person was a very minor Snape wife who wasn't mentioned in my video. At least I don't think. She wasn't one of the main ones. That's what we know. I'm pretty sure I responded to that ask like, you better not be fucking Tumblr fake storying me right now. This better be true. And I think it was. I think that one was a true True story about I found the Snape wives in real life in 2025. This one was also true though. One time I met a guy from Grindr and his whole bedroom was themed after SpongeBob. Like every single surface was SpongeBob themed. Posters covering the walls, figurines on every shelf, and his desk, his blanket/pillow casings were SpongeBob ones. It was surreal. And on top of it, his boxers were also SpongeBob ones. He still fucked me, but to be honest, it was hard to enjoy with hundreds of SpongeBobs staring at me from every angle. Normally, I'm quite the exhibitionist, but not when it's the funny cartoon sponge. So I briefly flatlined. I got better. But while I was dead, I saw Charon. I didn't know what to say, but he was wearing lace-up Doc Martens, so I said, "I like your shoelaces." And then he said, "Thanks, I stole them from the president." And then I woke up. I think he sent me back because he respects Tumblerinas. So they found out after I was born that an extra foot was growing in my stomach. The doctors really wanted to remove it, but my mom was really against it because it was how God made me or something. My dad was too scared to intervene, like the coward he is. So that was the end of that. It hasn't caused me any problems. In fact, from an early age, I learned how to stomp my extra foot against the lining of my stomach to help better digest my food. The only downsides are that I've learned that my restless leg syndrome affects my stomach foot too, because it has a little bit of an ankle. So people are like, "Oh wow, your baby's really kicking," and I'm like, no. It's my extra foot. And every few weeks I gotta reach down my throat and cut my toenails, otherwise the feeling is just the worst. Hashtag his name is Benjamin. Oh my god, that's the name of someone I know's horrible ex. Ugh. Benjamin, you stomach foot of a man. I work at a fruit fly lab as a tech. When I started this job, I had no regular income and was struggling with making ends meet. Everything I had to eat was some old moldy crackers and some suspicious looking cheese I found on a bench at the park. I was so hungry on my first day of work that when they took out the fly food to teach me how to change their living mediums, the smell of the cornmeal made me salivate. Not being able to control myself, when nobody was looking, I took a bite from the cornmeal. It was so good. It was so nutritious. I couldn't help myself. I ate all the fruit fly food, all of it. When my superior came back, there was no food left for the flies. She was so confused. She asked me, where did the medians went? And for the life of me, Father Strange, don't break the fourth wall, I couldn't tell her, so I said, I don't know. Some guy came here and took it. To which she replied, damn it, John, and left again to yell with a random man in the corridor. He was fired. I got the job and went home and prayed to the Lord for forgiveness and promised never to speak of it again. Still sometimes take a little sip from the tubes. Best work snack ever. This sounds fake as fuck, but it's actually legit real. When my gran was born in the 1930s, her dad, who was famously an asshole and wanted a boy, put male on her birth certificate when she was born, just to be a dick. Anyway, that's how my gran was a perisex, assigned male at birth cis woman. She also smoked like a chimney her whole life. She started at the age of 8, and I honestly never saw her drink any liquid but Coca-Cola. She asked her young grandkids to refer to her in public as the wicked bitch of the West. She had 6 rescued dogs that she did not seek out on purpose, lived on Social Security, and slept with a 9mm pistol under her pillow. She finally died at the age of 84 of dementia because death was too much of a wuss to take her head on. God, I wish literally any of that was actually fake. Rest in piss, you old bitch. No! We want fake stories only. Fake stories. Okay, unless that's part of the... no, I believe this woman was real. We let a true one slip through the cracks. Fuck. Only fake stories, I mean completely true stories from here on out. Once, while I was sitting waiting for my car to pick me up from school, I was working on some fanfic, and this bully named Plebus saw that I was typing and went, haha dweeb, what are you texting your mom? And I rolled my eyes and just ignored him. But this time he kept trying to push my buttons. What, do you not have any friends? Plebus has so many more friends. I was about on my last straw, so I responded, I'm actually writing a story for your information. And then he laughed again and snatched my phone out of my hand and read the entire chapter I was writing out loud. This fic happened to be a really sad and angsty story, and by the end, he was tearing up. And when he stopped, everyone clapped, and my English teacher was listening too and was crying. Just then, my mom pulled up, and I took back my phone and walked back to my car, leaving everyone crying, lol. Never mess with fanfic writers. I'm vegan, and my evil uncle made me eat human flesh like a real cannibal. Story time! So my cousin's still in the freezer because my aunt's a freak about it, I don't know. She's into taxidermy and she's not handling the death well, whatevs. My point, my uncle technically has access to human flesh. Not that I had thought about it that way, because what the fuck, Dave? I went over there for lunch because my mom's always making me. My aunt cries a lot since my cousin died, and she thinks aunt needs company. Like, yeah, Mom, I'm sure seeing the kid who survived the accident when her kid didn't is so great for her grief migraines. Bitch, I think that's why my uncle hates me so much. But also, he was evil before Benny died, threw darts at my cat, is racist about French Canadians, named his third kid Horseradish, we call her Ray. My aunt was whacked out by morphine or heroin or something, so uncle did the birth certificate. She was so mad, but apparently it's too much work to change, so fuck him. Anyways, he swore up and down that it was mushroom meat, and it was in a sandwich with mayonnaise, the vegan kind, fucking duh, and lettuce, and one singular tomato slice. So it wasn't the only taste or anything. Afterwards, he goes, "Ha! I knew you were a fake vegan." Me, the fuck? Evil uncle, that was meat! Meat in your mouth and gullet and stomach! I start gagging, obviously. Some poor pig or cow or goat with big, pretty, all-pupil doe eyes died for this awful, evil, wicked prank. I ran out of the house and across the street to my commune, and I got my dad and all of his totally progressive biker friends to beat my uncle so bad he ended up in my aunt's freezer too. Karma, bitch. Anyway, that was super fucked up, but it's almost better that way if you really think about it. Like, eating Benny didn't contribute to factory farming. Small mercies, eh? Almost forgot. He told me the sandwich was Benny by showing me the missing liver, and it was so gross. Aunt was probably so pissed. What? Back during my days at Creative Uniqueness and Natural Talent, a RuPaul-themed union advocacy group down in my birthlands of Memphis, there were a lot of kooky people that came through. I remember the first day that I joined up, a woman wearing a black leather dog face covered in punk spikes who went by the name Mad Bitch gave me a tour of the place. Given the area we were operating in, we knew that the forces of the enemy would be watching and listening. That's why we were never allowed conversation within view of any window. In fact, by the time I left Creative Uniqueness and Natural Talent, a RuPaul-themed union advocacy group down in my birthlands of Memphis, we had smashed out all of the windows and brick and mortared up every window in the old building. Mad Bitch showed me a lot of stuff during my first few weeks, before she had to go to Nashville to treat her early-stage rabies. She taught me which pipes you could drink from, and which ones were lead pipes. She said only she was allowed to drink the lead water. Joke's on her, I found the asbestos hole and never shared. Anyways, Creative Uniqueness and Natural Talent, a RuPaul-themed union advocacy group down in my birthlands of Memphis' first big move after I joined was to protest outside a local farm that had sold out to Walmart, so the enemy could begin pumping their filth and rot into our neighborhoods. Our operations were planned by some old guy named Gregory. He served in Desert Storm and liked to call everything he did an operation, so we'd go on food acquisition operations, funding operations, Wendy's pick-two meal deal operations. I remember he was forced to leave because he started getting really into metaphysics and esoterica. He told me he learned the secrets of omniscience from Arby himself out in the back of the half-built Arby's that was killed midway through development because the franchise didn't bother to consult the town zoning boards and was building it in the armpit of an urban freeway overpass. Gregory also learned to send people to the moose dimension after a drug binge out in the back of Denny's at 6 in the evening. Me personally, I think he'd just been watching the Invader Zim VHS tapes in the basement while he was pre-gaming his Denny's binge. I had to drive the Creative Uniqueness and Natural Talent, a RuPaul-themed union advocacy group down in my birthplace of Memphis. It gets harder every time. It gets harder to read it every time. I had to drive the Creative Uniqueness and Natural Talent, a RuPaul-themed union advocacy group down in my birthlands of Memphis team van to pick him up before the cops came. He ended up getting caught by the VA and hauled off to a care facility in Oklahoma. I know he's a Mormon life coach now, still calls everything an operation though. Operation Christly Mission, etc. Last thing I remember was the time our leader, an absolute glorious woman who preferred to be called a transvestite. She was like 60-something years old and said it was a badge of honor for her to wear the scars borne by the whips of bigots to show them in no uncertain terms that not only was she out, but she was proud and never going to submit. Karen brought me and a couple of the Creative Uniqueness and Natural Talent, a RuPaul-themed union advocacy group down in my birthlands of Memphis, people out to some land developer who she'd catfished on a phone sex hotline. We ended up beating the fucking brakes off of him and left his ass looking like a union-mandated 7 a.m. 2,000-calorie chopped cheese. He ended up joining up because I guess he fell in love with Karen after she hit him with the Super Smash Bros. Bowser butt bomb attack. I gave it that name after seeing her use it for the first time asserting dominance over Mad Bitch. Anyways, Karen died of a heart attack, then everyone went their separate ways after that. I still keep in touch with Gregory via Operation United States Postal Service, but I haven't heard anything about Mad Bitch since the rabies arc. Let me know if you'd like to hear more about Creativity, Uniqueness, and Natural Talent, a RuPaul-themed union advocacy group down in my birthlands of Memphis. No, I don't want to know anything else. I want to hear nothing about this ever again. I wish I didn't know about this completely true story. So, I'm allergic to strawberries, right? Like, highly allergic. But one day in high school, this feminine guy had a strawberry drink, and some other kids were making fun of him for it. Being 6'2" at 16 years old and on the football team, I go over to his desk and grab the drink. I chug the rest of it. I turn to the bullies and say, "We're all going to the hospital," and then beat the shit out of them. Like 10 minutes after I drink it and have beaten them all up, I start having severe reactions, and you guessed it, taken to the hospital. Anyway, that's how I met my husband of 12 years. A 100% true story from when I was in high school, circa 2008. So there was this boy in my biology class who was telling us about how his older brother who was in college told him that the newest craze in street drugs was, I shit you not, Doritos dust. Like the actual dust and crumbs from the bottom of a chip bag. We told him he was full of shit, and that his brother was definitely just fucking with him. But he insisted that Dorito dust would get you high. Fast forward to lunch, dude apparently bought a bag of Doritos from the vending machine in the cafeteria and decided to test his hypothesis. Lines it up on the lunch table and snorts it. Oh my god, new cursed Tumblr recipe to try in a video. He immediately starts freaking out, acting high and crying that his heart was gonna beat out of his chest. Next thing we know, he drops dead. He actually lived, but not until after a long ICU stay, some newly diagnosed cardiac issues, and becoming a legend in my high school. So, moral of the story, don't snort Doritos, kids. Just found out that chimpanzees have recently been noted by researchers to be developing their own spoken language, possibly similar to early humans. My cousin, who is a primate researcher and recently took a trip to Uganda to analyze this, said that this extends as far as giving complicated orders, noting irregularities in food, and even correcting each other for bad behavior. Apparently, this extends to their interactions with humans, as acts of homophobia have been noted to cause aggression, bordering on actual yelling from the chimps. It's crazy how literal primates are more progressive than some people in the modern world. Oh my god, okay, this would have got some people on old Tumblr. It's the little tidbit that, like, the chimps are calling out homophobia at the end. That's a really special, genius little tidbit there that I think actually would have got some people back in the day. When my sister and I were really little, my mom would joke about how if we misbehaved, she would send us to live with the attic child. In the family lore, he was my parents' first kid who was so shitty they put him in the attic permanently as a punishment. She'd point at the trapdoor in my sister's closet and say, "See, if you're not good, you'll end up there." But it was never in a way that was that serious. We would joke about him causing various problems around the house as the years went on, you know, normal family in-jokes. Last year, in preparation to sell the house, my parents had it professionally evaluated. The guy went up to the attic and found a complete human skeleton. We did not put it there. We are the only people who have ever owned this house. So yeah, that's how I found out my cousin, who lived with us after getting kicked out from my uncle's place, was in a body trafficking ring. Cool! OMG, okay, Tumbly Pose. Let me do you a heckin' learn about the time this teenage cretin picked a fight with me in public. Allow me to set the stage. There I was, minding my own business in the dairy aisle of my local Kroger, like Tesco, but for muggles. Just trying to stock up on Burt's Every Flavor probiotic yogurt when, to my shock and discomfort, a rapscallion no older than 16 or 17 dressed in Aeropostale pushed past me with her cart, bumping into me, causing me to stumble and scatter my yummy little yo plates across the aisle. "Watch where you're going, you old hag," the rude child sneered, her mom too busy on her phone to even notice the assault I was just subjected to. Though taken aback, I kept my cool. "Old hag? I am but 37 years old, likely only as old as your mother there," I reported, stopping her in her tracks. "Would you treat your mother so uncouthly?" Though she appeared stunned at first, her eyes widened at seeing the black Snape and Harry? The black snary tee I was wearing before grinning devilishly, the youth spat. "Ew, gross. A snary shipper? That's practically incest, you know. Drary is much more popular. Get over it, you gross hag." She then turned to her mother whining, "Mom, this old lady's being a weird to me. Make her stop." The little brat. Her mom, oblivious to what the diminutive Dementor had said, put down her phone just long enough to whip around to me and say, "Excuse me, get away from my daughter. I ought to call the police." Before she could go further, an employee came running over to us telling her, "Ma'am, please calm down. I was stocking shelves when I noticed the exchange, and it seemed that your daughter had instigated it." She was incensed at this, yelling, "My precious daughter would never lie like that. I demand to speak to your manager." At this, the employee seemed to grin, keeping cool in his own right and clearly knowing he had the upper hand. He tapped his name tag, which said his name, and below it, "Manager." Speaking as if he had been waiting his whole life for this, he smirked, saying, "Ma'am, I am the manager. And if you continue to harass our customers, I may ask you to leave. At this, the woman was aghast, sputtering for a moment before she could regroup and counterattack. Other shoppers who had noticed the kerfuffle approached us, saying, "It's true. That kid started it. I saw the whole thing, and you should be ashamed of your daughter's behavior." After a minute of this, the woman and her daughter stormed off, leaving their cart behind. The manager, giving me an apologetic smile, said, "I'm sorry about all that. Here, the yogurt you dropped," placing my Burt's into my cart. He got a little closer to me and whispered, "I couldn't let a fellow snary shipper get accosted like that." No, I'm sorry, he whispered, "I couldn't let a fellow snary shipper get accosted like that." He pulled open the top of his vest to reveal his own snary shirt. "By the way," he continued, "we've been looking for a way to advertise our store's unique yogurt flavor, Harry Berry, local to this area. It's not lucrative, but would you consider being our local spokesperson? We could use someone upstanding like you to promote our brand, and besides, it comes with a year's supply. What do you say?" I replied, "I appreciate your offer, good sir, but I am afraid that all of my free time must be devoted to spreading the good word." I gave him a wink, if you catch my drift. He smiled understandingly. "Well, ma'am, at least let me give you this," and handed me a 50% Yoplait coupon, which I readily accepted. And this is what happens, dear readers, when you stand up for what's right and true. There are more of us out there than you think. Keep fighting the good fight against the dreary naysayers out there. Wow, that is so inspiring. Reminds me of the time my uncle who worked for Nintendo asked me why I wore a dog collar at dinner with extended family. I panicked and said it was because I was a good boy for the Lord, TM. Turned out that the grandparents told the pastor before service next Sunday, who was inspired by my devotion and asked the congregation to applaud me. Everybody clapped. I mercifully died soon after from choking on a stale donut hole that had been forgotten under a pew. I tried to swallow without chewing since that's not allowed in our sect. Modifying your food is a sin, obvi. Saw the pearly gates for a split second before EMS revived me. St. Peter was also wearing a dog collar. I'm no longer Christian, as I know I can't compete with that. Once I was excommunicated, my parents sold me to Insane Clown Posse as their indentured Fago servant. It's been a while since I was able to feel the sun on my skin without grease paint in the way, as a Juggalo initiate, but at least I know I'm safe as long as I keep the soda in stock. Make sure to let YouTubers in the area know there's gangs of clowns competing for who hits the most civilians with pies. I wouldn't want my favorite vegan antique restoration channel to be delayed from slapstick-related injuries. Okay, so you won't believe this, but I swear it's true. I have this really deep connection to bees since I was a child, and I think I can sometimes communicate with them. So this one time I was at a coffee shop, and the guy in the line in front of me looks super gay and stuff, you know, all colored hair, lots of piercings, and this older man comes up to him and says some stuff about the good old days when you could beat up punks like him without consequences. I got really angry at this, but was too shy to step in. Some bees in the area must have felt this, because the next thing I know, there is a swarm of bees coming after this man and chasing him out of the shop. The guy in front of me cheers and turns to me as if he knew it was my doing and thanks me. Everyone in the coffee shop clapped. OMG tumbly poos, I need to tell y'all a thing. So, I was sitting at the lunch table with my friends, judging the peasants from the other tables, when I got a text from an unknown number. Unknown number. Misha, I have feelings for you. I know that you feel shame. I was just too blind to see it. I love you. Please text me back. J.A. At this point, I was freaking the heck out, and my friends were all gathered around my phone. I texted back, OMG, is this Jensen Ackles? Unknown number. No. Why would you think that? LOL? Me. You totally heckin' are. You and Misha are really in love? Unknown number. Okay, it's true. But you can't tell anyone. What can I do to buy your silence? Me. Send me the original finale of season 15 and I won't tell anyone. Unknown number. Okay, fine. You promise you won't post it online on Tumblr? At this point, me and my friends were squeeing that Jensen remembers all of us on Tumblr. Me. I promise. A few minutes later, a video file was sent, and everyone at the lunch table gasped. Dean and Castiel confessed their love for each other before a 15-minute uninterrupted sex scene between the two of them played out. It was so hot, but I can't share it or I'll probably get sued, LOL. Anyway, they had gay missionary sex without making eye contact once. A meteor sent from God Supernatural, because he's homophobic, killed both of them instantly, and they went to super hell together. It was so romantic. I was crying by the end. It was clearly the true ending to the show. And I knew I had to share it with you, even if it meant breaking my promise to Jensen. I don't even care if the CW firebombs my house for this. The truth needs to be told. I don't know, OP, but we must go to the same school, because the other day I definitely heard one of the cringe table kids scream super loud in the caf about a text from the sky. I just brushed it off until they pulled out their Chromebook to watch what absolutely sounded like porn of him. OMG, you guys will never believe what just happened to me, but I swear, it's real. No need to be defensive, I believe you. So I was minding my own business, taking a walk to Tim Hortons, the really inaccessible one by the University of Toronto. I'm from Toronto, if you couldn't tell. With my mom, when I saw strange eons in the distance. About to walk down the stairs to go to the Tim Hortons. I don't know, I'm starting to doubt that this is true. Sorry, I just don't know if that would happen. What if it's just someone who looks like Strange? No. I've watched enough about DashCon 2 to know what she looks like. Now, my mom is really strict, no nonsense, only watches documentaries kind of mom. She's always in her office at her computer and reading philosophy and science and stuff. I've never even told her I have a Tumblr before, but I have to talk to Strange about what happened at DashCon. So I say, OMG mom, I think that's Strange Eons. And my mom goes, where? I point down the stairs and suddenly she starts running, faster than I have ever seen her move in my life, and she leaps down the entire flight of stairs at once, landing in a perfect roll, yelling, Strange, I demand a rematch! And Strange immediately runs to the Tim Hortons escape, so my mom runs after her, and I run after the two of them. When the door opens, I see one of the Tim Hortons employees give my mom, who has jumped on the counter, a broom, and Strange has grabbed a chair and is holding it in front of her ready to fight. Strange, who are you? What are you even talking about? My mom, do you not recognize me without my mopping mask on? I'm not making this up. The entire Tim Hortons gasps. Strange, no, I cannot beat you again. I barely beat you the first time. My mom, aka the Muppet Joker? Ha! Just as I thought, you're too cowardly to face me. You are less than a man and a Muppet. I win by default. And then everyone except Strange starts clapping and cheering. Everyone crowded my mom to ask for autographs, asking how she survived when there was a funeral and everything. We both got super overwhelmed, so she grabbed me and sprinted out of the building faster than anyone in there could keep up. So my mom is apparently the Muppet Joker, and she has Tumblr. She answered all my questions, but she told me I would get grounded if I told anyone, so I can't tell you guys anything. But I know. Oh my god, you will never believe the day I had today. So I work at a combination KFC, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and suddenly this couple walked in that I swear I saw before. Their outfits were wild. She had on an Onyx miniskirt with hell written in crimson letters on the back, scarlet leggings, charcoal thigh-high boots, and a jet corset. Her skin was eggshell, and her hair was long and midnight, with the tips dyed a deep lavender. He was in a three-piece suit, all deep ink in color with similar alabaster skin and barely colored hair, slick back. Hi, can we have 2 fiery steak burritos and 2 cups of blood to drink? She sighed. I paused. Did you say blood? I gasped in shock. Yes, make them larges. She blinked. She tossed her hair back and laughed gothly, exposing pearl fangs. Suddenly, my manager Brittany came from behind me. You! She screamed, her platinum hair standing on end. I thought I told you never to come here again! The woman blinked in a mad way and got in Brittany's face. You don't tell me what to do, she roared before extending her middle finger up. A ball of emerald energy came from it and shot Brittany. Brittany deflected the blast, leaving a smoking crater on the side of the wall. I banish you! I watched the women have a wizard duel right in front of me while going back and making their order of fiery steak burritos. I looked back at her boyfriend, who grimaced sexily. Grimaced sexily at me. I finished up the order and brought it to the front, just in time for Brittany to shoot an aqua-colored bolt of lightning straight at the woman's chest. No! She screamed, cursing Brittany. Hey, Brittany, do we have any blood? Brittany looked at me confused. Oh, you're new, I forgot, she sighed. Give them 2 red Fantas. The woman still screamed from the corner of the restaurant. That will be $12.67, I sighed. The man in the licorice-colored suit pulled out a $20 bill. I got his change, and he collected his girlfriend off the floor. I watched them with my orbs go to their car, an all-Venta dark Ferrari with a license plate that said 666. They drove away, as I was ordered by my manager to help clean up from their wizard battle. And that's how I finished my first week working at a fast food restaurant. Oh my god, that was her. That was 36-year-old Ebony. How old would Ebony be by now? How old is Ebony Darkness Dementia Rate? Okay, calculator. My Immortal came out in 2006, and she's 17. So she's born in 1989. So in 2025, 36-year-old Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven White. Oh my god. I stole a ferret. Now you might say, why would you steal a ferret? Yeah, I might ask that. There's 2 pet stores down the street, and both sell nice, affordable ferrets. And I would have gotten one from a more reasonable seller, except Pet Store A had one employee I hated. This particular employee had done no slight to me besides rudely disliking my sunglasses, which I didn't like them either, but you can't insult such a daring chartreuse sunglass, even if they are ugly. Anyway, this was enough to make it impossible for me to purchase my ferret. Pet Store B was regular chain pet store. Unfortunately, due to my traumatic backstory, once taken to a pet intelligence store and watched my mother bought fish after fish with no hopes of being able to fit them in our family fish tank. There were no bowls in my house without a goldfish or two. And the betas. Why didn't she know they couldn't share a space? I don't know. But what I do know is that I couldn't drink water from anything but my hands for weeks. If you opened a cupboard, you would just see blank-eyed, angry fish staring at you from the cup you wanted to grab. Anyways, so can't go to Pet Store B. You might ask, why not go to another pet store? Perhaps one more than 5 minutes from your child at home, or go to a breeder, or... These are rude questions. Suffice to say, none of these options were an option. Cut to me, after weeks of fruitless searching, finally happening on an innocent backyard ferret. Now, I don't know much about ferrets, but I liked the cut of this one's jib. Also the extra toe on the back left foot. Anyway, I saw her and knew it was meant to be. My attack was planned, premeditated. I circled around the house 5 times a day for 3 days, took a break for 2 days, and then repeat. Now the fine ferret owners had unfortunately noticed my presence. I made up some lie about easily getting lost and being very bad at reading maps and my GPS being very faulty. I even think they believed it the first time. By the end of the month, I could see whatever belief they might have had in my story had faded, just as much as the siding on their house had. They had placed barbed wire along the fence, had at least 2 security cameras guarding the house, and had gotten a dog. They thought I was gonna rob them, which, yes, I was, but still, you shouldn't make assumptions. But they had made one fatal flaw, you see. These people owned a large piece of property, almost a farm if a farm sucked and only yielded mosquitoes. There were multiple fenced sections, far from where any house security cameras could see, and the barbed wire surrounded their car lot. The ferret was mine for the taking. So while these people viciously guarded anything they thought could be of value, they lost the one thing they held most dear, or should have, their ferret. So anyway, it's been a few years since the ferret died, and it was the best pipe cleaner I've ever had. Might have to go get a new one. Okay, get this. When I was 14 years old, I was really poor and lived in the tornado rubble in our city, and I was bullied heavily in class. Sometimes the kids would pour soup and milk and ice cream all over my head because I was so lactose intolerant and would break out into hives and twitch on the floor every time, and they thought it was really funny. When I told my mom, when she wasn't working her 100-hour work week, she told me they actually probably hated me because I wasted my forest green eyes, pale yet perfectly flushed skin, and voice of 1,000 in-tune angels on being a bisexual quirky emo boy. Anyway, one day I had enough because they put cheese sticks up my nose and washed my eyes with milk and actually dunked me in a vat of heavy cream, and they almost killed me. They left me with a permanent scar spanning from the top left side of my face to the bottom right side, and turned my hair permanently white and silky smooth. Smoother than it was before. It was pretty smooth. I felt like my whole life was over, and I went to my broken-ass shed and found an old sickle and found my bullies, and I actually kidnapped them and killed them and dumped them into our local milk factory, and I ran away into the woods since my mom didn't even love me anyway. Eventually, when I tried to fall asleep on the forest floor, I heard a voice from behind me say, "What do you think you're doing trying to sleep on the forest floor, you weirdo?" And I turned around and saw the most beautiful boy I've ever laid eyes on. He has pure white skin, long jet black hair, burned eyelids, and carved out bloody smile, and introduced himself as Jeff. Apparently, there was a big mansion for people like me in the woods. Oh my god, it's a creepypasta! Where the broken, the beaten, and even the damned could rest their uneasy heads and live among those who understood their pain and anger towards society. Needless to say, I followed him. It's owned by this tall man with no face, and we just call him Slendy, since it makes him so mad, lol. Now me and Jeff are partners in crime and kill our enemies together, and even his dog kills with us too. And we are so in love, and I live with more people who are freaks just like me. Hashtag like 70% of this is accurate to real life. Hashtag actually all of it is I still live here. Hashtag Yowie. This one is special because it wasn't written for this video, for my post that I made. Someone slid into the comments and was like, oh, hey, I wrote this post recently, linked me to it. So this Tumblr fake story was made, not for me, but purely for the sport of it a couple of months ago. And I actually saw this on my dash. I think it got relatively popular. How many notes does this have? Without further ado, the Puzzle Club story. Day 1 at the Communal Puzzle Club. I see a puzzle with a sign next to it that says, "Please help with our communal puzzle." And I say to myself, don't mind if I do, and did the whole thing. Day 2 at the Communal Puzzle Club. I get gently reprimanded for not sharing the puzzle experience with the others. In my defense, I thought they all needed help they couldn't get. Day 3 at the Communal Puzzle Club. We start a new puzzle, and I put one of the pieces in my pocket and save it for later so I can be the one who puts in the last piece. Day 4 at the Communal Puzzle Club. The puzzle is almost complete, so I reach into my pocket and realize I left the piece in my other pants, which are currently in the washing machine. I feign ignorance. Day 5 at the Communal Puzzle Club. The others are suspicious, but they have no proof. They check my pockets before I leave, but little do they know that this time I ate the pieces. Day 6 at the Communal Puzzle Club. I put an entire bottle of Miralax in my coffee to get the pieces out of my digestive system, but they are far too dissolved to be usable. My stomach is in so much pain and I can't stop shitting. But I rinse off what's left of the pieces and make it to Puzzle Club anyway, only to find out they don't meet on Mondays. I am inconsolable. Day 7. At the Communal Puzzle Club. I realize those puzzles are incriminating evidence, so I slip them into someone else's pockets. Should be good as long as they don't find residual traces of my DNA. Day 8. At the Communal Puzzle Club. There is an odd feeling in my gut. I feel as if something has been awoken in me. Day 9. At the Communal Puzzle Club. I am in such deep focus that the others are starting to fear me. Either that, or they are cowering away from the communal puzzle out of sheer respect for my skills. Day 10 at the Communal Puzzle Club. I am getting better and better. I can now do several puzzles in one day. The others are discussing what to do about me in hushed tones. Little do they know my laser focus allows me to hear everything they say. They aren't a threat. Day 11 at the Communal Puzzle Club. The club manager unlocked the door, but already I am inside. I've been here all night doing puzzles in the dark. They threaten to ban me from the club, so in response I pick a 500-piece puzzle at random and complete it in under 45 minutes, just to show them who the real authority is. Day 12 at the Communal Puzzle Club. I have been officially banned from the Communal Puzzle Club. In a fit of rage, I grab as many pieces as I can and eat them. Make sure to thoroughly chew and swallow every single one. If I can't do them, no one can. Day 13 at the Communal Puzzle Club. It's Monday again. The club doesn't meet today. It's the perfect opportunity to break in and do as many puzzles as my heart desires without any of the club's petty drama to distract me. Day 14 at the Communal Puzzle Club. I am in jail. Because the club manager snitched to the cops like the pathetic weakling they are. This is the worst night of my entire life, and there aren't any puzzles here. Day 15 at the Communal Puzzle Club. The judge let me off with a restraining order, since I didn't actually steal anything. I show back up to Communal Puzzle Club, just to make a show of ripping the order to shreds. No piece of paper will dictate my life. Only jigsaw cut cardboard has that power. Nothing else. Day 16 at the Communal Puzzle Club. Everyone is so quiet today when I walk in. I eat some pieces in a show of force, just to remind everyone who's in charge. I comment that they taste somewhat like striking. They say it's just because Ravensburger has a new method of chemically processing their pieces. Sounds plausible. 30 minutes later, I am convulsing violently, but I beg them not to call the ambulance until I finish the puzzle I was working on. But the bastards don't listen, and I'm shipped off to the hospital kicking and screaming. Day 17 at the Communal Puzzle Club. I spent the night in the hospital. A detective comes in and says they're investigating the manager of the Communal Puzzle Club for attempted murder and asks what I know. I tell him honestly that I ain't no snitch and spit in his face. He says they have more than enough evidence to prosecute regardless. Day 18 at the Communal Puzzle Club. The club manager is on trial for attempted murder, and I am called as a witness. I tell the judge I ain't no snitch and spit in his face. I am held in contempt of the court. Day 19 at the Communal Puzzle Club. The defense makes a plea of justifiable self-defense, citing the restraining order that isn't even 1 week old. Somehow the judge buys that flimsy defense. I mean, this is the same judge who didn't even recognize me from that same case, despite being the same judge. I think the poor old man has dementia, so I make a motion for a mistrial. It gets shot down because the system is corrupt. Day 20 at the Communal Puzzle Club. The judge says I should get jail time, but he decided I should be in a mental facility instead. I don't know why he would think that. I've been nothing but sane my entire life. God forbid a woman have hobbies. Day 1 in the psych ward. They have puzzles in here. This is amazing. Day 2 in the psych ward. All the puzzles are missing a few pieces. This is unacceptable. I'm going to go insane. Day 3 in the psych ward. I have been informed that they do not use the word insane in here, so I take back my previous statement. Day 4 in the psych ward. I need to find those missing pieces. I need to find them. I need to find them. I have been questioning everybody, the nurses, the doctors, all of the patients, all of the miscellaneous hospital staff, but nobody knows anything. This is hopeless. I will never be able to overcome this trauma. My life is over. Day 5 in the psych ward. It's so boring in here. Without complete puzzles. There's nothing to do except watch TV, but the only channel they get is the local news. I begrudgingly watch out of nothing, but all-encompassing anyway. But one of the stories is about the Communal Puzzle Club, and suddenly I'm overcome with nostalgia. Turns out there was a series of alleged poisonings attributed to that location. Strychnine was found in 3 people so far, one of whom was myself, but the others didn't survive. This confirms my suspicion that I am in fact the chosen one. Day 6. In the psych ward. With a renewed sense of purpose, I will attempt to convince the doctors of my quote-unquote sanity. But I also came to the realization that they don't care about sanity, they only care about sedation. They want to suppress my passion, eradicate my truth, condition me to fall in line with the rest of the sane people. With that knowledge, I was able to tell them everything they wanted to hear. I acted polite, pretended I was cured. I even feigned complete disinterest in puzzles. It made my stomach boil, but I did it. I convinced them, and just like that, I was free. Day 28 at the Communal Puzzle Club. I don't know why everyone was so surprised to see me again. It's only natural that I'd come finish what I started. Day 29 at the Communal Puzzle Club. The Communal Puzzle Club has been disbanded since the club manager has been arrested, and the whole place is swarming with cops. I watched as they hauled off a bunch of expensive-looking printers and like a bajillion reams of paper and loaded them onto a big police truck. Apparently, the Communal Puzzle Club was just a front for document forgery and counterfeit cash, and I had been inadvertently sabotaging them this entire time, which is sad, because I support both of those things. But it also explains why they meet 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and why they had their own building despite being a no-profit model, and why I was the only one who seemed to actually care about puzzles. Everyone else was too busy making fake passports to care. In hindsight, I always knew they were all a bunch of casuals, but I didn't mind because they had some excellent puzzles. I asked one of the officers if I could at least have the puzzles, but they said they were already taken and locked away in the evidence room. The thought sickens me. All those puzzles, gathering dust, never to be assembled again. Or maybe the pigs just took them for themselves, so they could have all the puzzles they want, while the rest of us ordinary law-abiding citizens have nothing to do except die of boredom. The moral of the story is that we can never have nice things because of the fucking pigs. Fuck the police. All right, my students, I think that is enough of the Tumblr fake stories for today. If you hunger and thirst for more, I suppose you can always brave going on tumblr.com yourself, but I think that's as many as I have time, possibly more than I even have time for in this video. How long will this video be? Let's find out. It's hard to stop once I start going because I'm like, but what if there's a better one? What if I haven't read all of the good ones? But at some point I need to cut myself off, even though there were so many responses. Big thank you to everyone who took the time to provide me with some lovely entertainment this week, and by extension provide all of you with some lovely entertainment this week. And thank you for watching this video. That's all. That's the video. Good night. Makes pretty good money doing that. However, like Grover, he's a pretty thrifty guy. He's got this whole blog dedicated to saving money. He doesn't seem to have updated it since 2013, but it's still linked in his Something Awful profile. On that money-saving blog, he explains that I will often go out of my way for a good money-making opportunity if I see one. I can attribute my home and many other luxury items I own to the simple fact that I am willing to take a risk if I think it will come with a reward. My track record is nearly flawless, though my risks are generally not too great, and almost all of my methods can be reproduced with a little legwork and time. One of those methods is DIY home renovation. Beatmaster J often frequented design and DIY related threads on Something Awful, and he's like obsessed with curating this image of wealth and a classiness for himself. Unfortunately for him, he has just the most god-awful taste. In fact, last year Beatmaster J revealed that he is now a Cybertruck owner, which is just... it's just, like, you're gonna see, this could not possibly be more fitting. This man is like the human embodiment of a Cybertruck. 10 minutes into this video, you're gonna miss Grover so bad. He says that he wants his house to look like, quote-unquote, a modern Vegas hotel room. By the time he starts working on the bathroom that would become known as Doom Bathroom, he's already renovated his bedroom himself. And as much as this does make me want to throw up, it does not prepare you for Doom Bathroom. I'm willing to accept that I hate his bedroom just because whatever, that's me. I'm allergic to colors. My taste is creepy antiques and books everywhere. We know this. I hate the bedroom. Okay, maybe that's just a me problem. But the Doom Bathroom is different. This bathroom would strike fear into the hearts of internet users everywhere. Also, throughout this video, you may notice that some of the screenshots of Beatmaster J's posts look a little bit different, and that is because literally while I was editing this video, literally within the past, like, week or two, This man got permabanned from Something Awful for threatening to dox people for making fun of the Doom bathroom. So that's a thing. And one final thing before we proceed. If you're not familiar with the Something Awful forums, I have an important vocabulary word for you moving forward. Goon. Goons. I don't like the way you rowdy youths have been using that word lately, by the way. A goon is supposed to mean like a freaky little henchman, a nasty little dude, a greasy little goon, okay? This is why Something Awful users refer to themselves and each other as goons. A goon is a Something Awful user. Write that down. Okay, now we can go. March 2017, Beatmaster J began posting about the remodel of his bathroom. I still have a few months to go before I finish, but I'll post updates as they come. A lot of things are still being decided as I go, and I have a very time-consuming full-time job that I also have to attend to. But I hope to make some stable progress each week. Fortunately, it's been planned out in such a way that I will still be able to fully use my bathroom during construction, and I have no wife to nag me about finishing. Here are some before pics. Here's where you think to yourself, there's nothing wrong with it. Why would you remodel it? Here's a rough SketchUp design of what the completed bathroom will resemble. And here's the fun progress pics. Keep in mind, for the most part, I'm doing it all myself with the help of a friend here and there, with the exception of tile installation and the shower pan install. Breaking apart 2 inches of mortar to get rid of this tub surround. Talk about a pain in the ass. A scene from an Aleppo war-torn home. Oh wait, it's my bathroom after demolishing the tub surround. Framing out a new shower wall. Had to remove an exterior window. At this point, comments are skeptical but curious. Beatmaster J installs countertops and vanities, runs into some minor issues like the doors he bought for the cabinets being too big, the drain holes in the countertops being too small. He installs the sinks. The vanity drain isn't to code. Remember how Grover was obsessed with doing everything to code and like going into it he didn't know anything about the codes, but he bought himself the giant manual of all of the residential building codes and he always had inspectors in there. He was obsessed with the codes, learning the codes. Yeah, this guy is not, he's not like that. This guy makes Grover look very competent. Today, I ripped out the subfloor where my tub is going to be installed, since I'll be dropping the floor a few inches to make a tub pit. This nice big safety hazard of a pit will probably be here for at least a week or two. Got the plumbing installed for the new tub, also chopped about 2 inches off the top of the I-beams. I know. Those are engineered I-beams that you cut the top off. Yes, which I'm sure is not to code, but it's the only way I can accomplish what I'm trying to do. They will be getting new tops before I reinstall the subfloor. Besides the obvious you probably shouldn't have done that, let me know if you have any suggestions on how to improve the structural rigidity of said I-beams before I close the floor back up. Damn, when I used to run electrical, I was only allowed to drill the middle 1/3 of these engineered beams. You've removed all of the compressive strength of the joist in an area of heavy loading. The beams that Beatmaster J cut into for the sake of sinking his tub into the floor. They're called I-joists. I don't really know very much about construction, so I had to Google that. Wikipedia tells me the advantage of I-joists is that they are less likely to bow, crown, twist, cup, check, or split as would a piece of dimensional lumber. Basically, they're stronger than a regular piece of wood because of the way that they're put together. And by cutting the tops off of them, he's completely compromised that strength. And then on top of that, quite literally on top of that weak part of the floor, he plans to put hundreds of pounds of bathtub. So I'm sure you can imagine the problem. Holy fucking shit, we have a new Grover. You aren't supposed to cut the flanges on engineered beams. You just made your project a lot bigger. Those beams will need to be replaced. Beatmaster J attempts to appease the goons by posting his new plan for reinforcing the beams. Have you talked to an engineer about this? Dude, I really think you need to consult someone before moving forward on this. Okay, you guys scared me sufficiently enough that I reached out to some engineers. I spoke with one and he gave me some suggestions on how to accomplish what I wanted to do. Might involve some contractors, but it's probably the right thing to do, so for now this will be on hold until I can get some contractors over. I would definitely consider myself more of a designer than an engineer. I'll admit there wasn't enough thought put into that particular piece of the puzzle, but I'm also not convinced that there isn't a relatively safe way to re-strengthen those joists to an acceptable level. But before you go on about not believing that I don't know anything about joists and should go stand under my inevitably collapsing bathtub until the date of my most certain doom, rest assured that I am seeking proper help. I think much in the way an immune system with absolutely nothing to do sometimes just ends up attacking itself, the suburban homeowner with a perfectly nice house with nothing that needs remodeling or fixing can go a bit nuts and just start attacking itself, to to the point it begins to gnaw away the load-bearing elements of the building. It's like an autoimmune disorder, except with amateur builders. This may come as a shock, but I'm not actually a licensed contractor, just a lowly, ambitious DIYer. Mistakes will be made. Fortunately, I can afford my mistakes. If you're okay with builder-grade bathrooms, then more power to you, but I like a different level of house. On the bright note, I haven't done anything that will need to be undone to accomplish my goal. What I did still would have been done by a contractor in the process of adding new beams. The only thing that changed is my path towards completion. We all have expensive lessons in life, but I'm a quick learner. I've gotten far in life by doing things myself and learning from my mistakes. I'm sure people are going to continue to give me shit because it makes them feel better about themselves. But at the end of the day, I still get to feel better about myself for getting up and doing something most people don't have the balls to do themselves, mistakes or otherwise. Then surely with your financial largesse, it would have made sense to hire out a contractor. Surely if he's more of a designer, then a good contractor would be able to execute that design better than he would, but Beatmaster J disagrees. He doesn't trust contractors. Just in general. He doesn't like them, he doesn't trust them, he thinks that they're all lazy and unhelpful. He says that he called 7 different contractors in one day to try and get someone to come over and fix the tub, but none of them would come over immediately and do it for him. I'm shocked a trained and skilled craftsman didn't come over the same day to fix a DIYer's major fuckfest. You're still a dope for slicing up the structural integrity of your house, LOL. Signed, a licensed engineer. You're the kind of engineer I don't want to hire, but feel free to prove me wrong and actually be helpful at some point. Signed, an ambitious DIYer. I'm just upset he tore up a bathroom that is way better than my bathroom. Was. Y'all finished kicking OP, I want to see him fix this. Seriously, you have to have pretty thick skin to post shit on this site. Gonna try and call a few more contractors tomorrow and see if I can set up some appointments. Wish me luck. I'm still trying to understand what the goal of that even was. I've purposely neglected to mention why I'm doing this, but it will be made apparent soon enough. But once you recognize the secret reason for cutting the floor joists, you will feel ashamed of your words and deeds. Did you get any permits to do this work? Isn't California crazy about getting permits for remodels? You'll never be able to sell this house if the stuff isn't up to code. It's my goal to do everything up to code, and once I get a contractor involved, it's likely there will be permits needed, possibly for other things, which I'll take care of if needed. That said, my last home had an extensive bathroom remodel without any permits, and there was no issues when it was sold. So the answer is no. The answer to did you get any permits for the answer is no. That's sales engineer for no. Your modification to the tub drain here weirds me out too. It looks like there was originally a vent pipe running inside the tub box that you cut, but looking at your modification, I'm not sure it'll work as an adequate vent anymore. You've already done a lot of work, I get that. You've done other DIY work, I get that. But you've made several modifications to the core of your house and sealed them up so they can't be inspected or repaired, which is a dangerous thing to do. And you've glossed over some pretty important modifications as well. Filling in a window isn't difficult, but it's easy to fuck up as well. We saw no pictures of the vapor barrier on your house being repaired or any insulation going in. You put in a non-load bearing wall for your shower, but have no way to check and see how well it's secured to the rafters, since you installed it over an existing drywall ceiling. No matter how good your work may look on the outside, it'll be worthless if it causes problems down the line, especially if the problems can be traced to modifications you made. Another user, by the username of Kid Sinister, is particularly dedicated to making fun of Beatmaster J. He finds his LinkedIn account and informs everyone in the thread that Beatmaster J has included self-taught DIY expert on his resume. That's not gonna go very well now, is it? For the record, he doesn't work in construction or anything remotely related. In fact, the only reason he does this DIY shit is because he's a major skinflint. Please stop doxing him or he won't come back. For real, do not take this away from me. Beatmaster J and his bathroom have made an enemy. Just think about his innocent wife and children, which he doesn't have, living in that death trap of a house. He's a dangerous, dangerous man who needs to be stopped. Kid Sinister digs through his post history, he finds the bedroom renovation, they get into a stupid extended argument about the wiring of the bedroom. But if you'd open your eyes a bit, you can quite clearly see in the very pic you quoted that there is an appliance cord connected to the junction box, right there just waiting to be plugged in. The plug and outlet are just as accessible as a refrigerator, but this still won't change your opinion. Nice try. There's no outlet in the picture. I assure you, my opinion of you is now mostly based on your calling people idiots when you're the fuckhead who lets his wife sleep in a room next to this one, when you're living in a major earthquake area. Also, I know how many bedrooms your house has. I'd be willing to bet that you have some kids too. If you were smart, you'd move them somewhere else for the time being, but no, you'd rather try and spin this into you not being a dumbass than protect your family. Why the fuck would I put an appliance cord in a junction box if I didn't have anything to plug it into? Seriously, you're just trolling for the sake of trolling. No amount of proof would sway your opinion. You probably think the earth is flat too, because you're an idiot. I like how you completely ignored your family's safety. I still don't think you've learned your lesson about this. I'm halfway thinking about reporting you to your city just to make sure you do. I feel like you shouldn't be doxing people and calling authorities because you just don't believe him when he was saying he's getting it fixed, dude. Now that I reported you to your city's building division who will make you actually follow through, I feel better already. It's really cute that you guys care more about lulz on the internet than actual human beings living in that house. Show me the form. So I think we got off on the wrong foot here. My thick skin is wearing thin, and I'm about ready to bail on this thread, which I'm sure would give you all plenty to talk about. I love sharing my projects with people, and with every project I learn an immense amount, this one included. But unfortunately, there is no good way to deal with the thread shitting that is occurring here. There are many approaches I could take. Should I apologize for being an amateur? Well, that would probably lead to more and more people telling me I'm in over my head. Should I ignore everyone and keep doing what I planned on doing my way? Well, that will probably just result in people calling me an idiot. Should I listen to the advice and continue to defend myself every day? Well, that doesn't seem to be working so far, because everyone is still calling me an idiot. I'm trying not to be an asshole to anyone, but a lot of people are being an asshole to me, which is forcing me to look like an asshole while defending myself. It's a bit of a catch-22. It should be very clear to everyone that I'm contacting contractors and engineers to find a solution to my current bathtub predicament. There is absolutely zero reason to continue to bash me about it until I move forward with my solutions. As I've said several times before, I am an ambitious DIYer. I call myself a DIY expert on LinkedIn, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially for a resume. There's not a lot I can do at this point to get anyone to respect me, and I'm not going to try to get people to do that, but I will continue to seek advice going forward and do things to the best of my ability. But if it's just going to turn into a huge dog pile on me, then there's no need for me to continue sharing. I know it's a lot to ask, but let's all try to be civil and constructive, and I'll try not to sound like I know everything, because I don't. I respect your candor. I call myself a DIY expert on LinkedIn, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially for a resume. You are not a DIY expert. You are very, very bad at DIY. This is okay. I am too. I don't know if you're in sales or business or something, but you don't need to be constantly promoting yourself to the point that you start to believe your own lies. Fake it till you make it, or at least until your house burns down from an electrical fire or the tub falls through the floor. This is what people are worried about and pissed off about, that you just can't not be in self-promotion mode over this. I am genuinely interested in why you decided to sink the bathtub into the floor, OP. Like, bathtubs are designed to sit at the height they are because that's what works. If they were more comfortable / effective 3 inches lower, then they would be made that way. I'm not going to make fun of you. Why did you want to lower the bathtub in the first place? My guess is that he was going to sit the tub inside a shower pan and then have a homebrew infinity edge tub based on this image. You're absolutely correct. That looks like it's supposed to be gravel down there. The tub will overflow into it and drain out underneath. If so, then the what I want to do part of the only way to accomplish what I want to do is to create a black mold farm under a water-stained sculpture. I think it may be an art piece about the intractable existentialism in the content of our modern socio-political global economy of consumerism or something. Beatmaster J, come back. Your tantalizing reveal hasn't been deflated. Tell us what your plan was going to be and how the only way to do it required sacrificing the structural integrity of your home. Beatmaster J seems to have disappeared under the pressure of all of the cyberbullying. Kid Sinister assures everyone that he saved all of the incriminating images in case Beatmaster J deletes the thread. He won't escape justice. Everybody calls Kid Sinister a weird freak. And tells him to stop doing this. You've never dealt with DIY types like this guy before, have you? The ones that are all gung-ho about tearing open walls and floors despite not really knowing what they're doing. He's not the first DIYer I've met like this, and he won't be the last. DIYers like him take personal affront to other people disapproving of their disasters, then go at them anyway. You're assuming that the engineers and contractors he talked to actually exist. All of his shenanigans would have been nipped in the bud if he had done a project of this scope slope properly and got approved plans and permits. Then he would have heard don't cut through your load-bearing floor and not get permits for it until he comes around and actually does it right. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with being an amateur DIYer. If you're not sure about a project, then post for help before you do anything dangerous. If you do mess up, actually take the advice and don't insist you're still right when God and everyone can see you messed up. I think this man's parents were killed by rogue DIYers or something. If he sees one Pinterest link, he's gonna fucking lose it. Kid Sinister, kindly fuck off, you creepy stalker. Who on earth archives someone's photos in a DIY thread? What is wrong with you? You've never seen someone delete everything incriminating after being caught before, have you? User was banned for this post. Kid Sinister is blamed for driving Beatmaster J off and making it so that no one will ever find out why the tub needed to be sunken. The goons are going through every stage of grief. He'll come back. Fucking goons ruin everything. I was genuinely interested to see how this mess was gonna be fixed. OP, for every mean troll, there are 50 goons raptly waiting for your next update. Don't go. Someone power tripped and now we all lose. The mystery of this tub will never be solved. I feel incomplete. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Heck of a ride. But look who returns. Well, with Kid Sinister gone, hopefully longer than a day, I can tell you that I don't miss him. I'm going to take the advice of some and not post for a while until I have something meaningful to post. I have contacted over 10 contractors, and as of yet, not a single one has come over. And to that note, not a single one has called me an idiot or said that it couldn't be fixed when I told them I cut my beams. So, between my job and finding a contractor, things are going to be slow for a while. On a side topic, I'm not a really private person. I'm fully aware of what can be found about me on Google. So if you need to know the details of my private life, like the concern for the safety of my non-existent wife and kids, or the number of bedrooms in my house, 5, just ask. Don't be creepy. Also, I'm enjoying the speculation about what my bathtub pit is for, so I'm not gonna ruin it. Continue talking amongst yourselves. They do continue talking amongst themselves. They make lots of helpful suggestions for the bathroom, some to do with fixing the structural integrity of the floor, some a little sillier than that. Bathroom could use a fire pit. To bidet or not to bidet? That is the question. Glass bottom infinity bidet with heated rain shower water spray. I'm gonna ask the obvious question here. Can your renovation lose the bathtub and you still be happy? It would basically be blasphemy to have a bathroom that large without a tub. I would shoot my resale value in the foot. Also, I like bathtubs, even though I never use them. So why does it need to be lowered? You keep teasing this without answering. Eventually, Beatmaster J hires a contractor whose vibe he likes. He found the one contractor he can get along with in California, apparently, and things are on track. Things are moving forward. Good update, OP. You had a pretty shaky middle to this thread, but hopefully you're on the right track. Still want to know what's up with that tub. The contractor gets back to him with a full plan of everything that needs to be done, and to quote, turns out that the cost of repairing the floor is $5,500. Most of his DIY work needs to be ripped out and redone by contractors to ever pass an inspection. The vanities that he put in at the beginning end up getting ripped back out. Some users are not impressed with this positive turn of events. They wanted him to fail for their amusement. This is bullshit. I was promised a goddamn Grover House. I just want to watch the world burn. I just want to watch Grover House burn. I'm assuming it already did. Nah, it melted. It sank into the septic tank swamp. Okay, so level with me. DIY is great, but sometimes it goes bad. Sometimes it goes bad enough you have to get pros to fix it. In the end, was it worth the DIY, even considering that? Are you getting the bathroom you wanted, roughly, in the end? Well, I certainly learned a lot. Without the challenge of the floor joists, my plan was to do everything except build the shower pan/hot map and do the tile work. Those items were always going to be contracted out, although likely to some cheaper Craigslist guys. If I could do it again myself, I probably would. I enjoy DIY and learning things about this stuff, and sometimes you have to make some mistakes to get things right. The bathroom will still be completed exactly as intended. I was adamant about that with the contractor, so they understand that I will be heavily involved in the design of things, which has only changed slightly from the 3D mock-up. The reason I decided to contract most of it was because knowing an inspection would be required for the floor joists meant many other items would be triggered for inspection as well at the same time. So basically, his DIY work was never gonna pass inspection and he knew it, so now it's all having to get redone because he ripped out his floor. awesome. Did that creepy dude really report you to the city, or was he full of shit? Pretty sure he was just blowing internet smoke. That being said, it takes a while to get inspectors over, so maybe there was some delays and he will be here soon. It is revealed that the quote from the contractor for finishing the bathroom is $23,000, and that's presumably not including all of the money that Beatmaster J spent on his DIY work before that. But this man, he just refuses to have regrets. Will I get the full cost of this bathroom back? Which will be quite a bit more than $23,000, by the way. Probably not. But will my home get more attention and more competition when I sell it? Probably. But it's a gamble. This is a much more expensive remodel than most people would probably do in this style of home. But it's what I want, and it's what will make me happy. And that's really what matters for now, since I have to live with it. You have a good attitude moving forward. It would drive me absolutely bonkers knowing that simply asking an internet forum about my plan ahead of time could have saved me something like $20,000. I couldn't handle it. So, OP, how did you earn all of this money that you seem intent on pissing away? Inheritance? I'm a sales engineer. I do pretty well. No inheritance. I only piss away my own money. When do we find out why the tub is sunken? Grand reveal at the end? It's purely aesthetic. The infinity tub sounds nice, but it's nothing that fancy. Come on, dude, you can do better. How about MC Escher tub? Also, why the fuck are you putting gravel around your tub other than to serve as an ideal environment for mold? To serve as an ideal environment for mold, which is the same reason I would imagine these people did it. And he links to a bunch of aesthetic reference photos for a tub surrounded by rocks or gravel. If I was buying a house with a bathroom like this, I'd ask for $40K knocked off the price for when I had to gut it and put in a usable, cleanable bathroom. Dimly lit red and black moldy bathroom dungeons are all the rage these days. Like, does OP understand those photos are just staged for design magazines and aren't at all intended to be functional bathrooms in some random suburban California house? Man, tough crowd. I didn't know you guys hated rocks so much. Put rocks in the other rooms too. Why not rocks around your fridge to collect food scraps and moisture? Make your washing machine look cool with sunken rocks. Surround your bed. Surround the toilet. Replace all flooring with loose rocks. Rock on, OP. Rock on. I study geology. Rocks rule. What kind of rocks are you gonna use? Please don't say granite. Go with something a little more unique. Olivine? Look at this rock hipster. I skipped all the interior design and just bathe in a fish pond in my neighbor's backyard. Saves me a shitload of money too. I did the opposite. My whole bathroom is stainless steel, walls, floor, ceiling, all stainless. All steam welded. When it comes time to clean, I seal up the room as the entrance door is a military surplus off a submarine. I set the wash cycle, and the open shower design allows a high pressure, high temperature spray to reach all corners of the room. Bleach is pumped in through the plumbing, and when it's finished, it all drains through my Asian floor toilet. Okay, if the rocks are necessary, I think I've got a mold-free solution. Lower the floor even more, then put in the rocks, then put in enough water to completely cover the rocks, and then add a pond filter to agitate and clean the water. No mold, maybe some algae, but I think the room is dark enough that with the one window walled up, that shouldn't be a problem. Then, since you've got the rocks and the water and the filter and everything, go ahead and add some fish. Put your tub in a koi pond. Encapsulate the rocks in clear epoxy. Encapsulate the whole bathroom in clear epoxy. Fill the pond around your tub with hermit crabs. Install a garburator in the tub. Mold for the mold god. OP, put sod under your tub. The way you can step on that nice soft grass after you shower, keep a lawnmower in your linen closet, or buy a sheep. Bonus, if you can get a dog, it can shit and piss on it. Then you won't have to get up in the middle of the night to let it out. Who cares about the dog? We all know OP's gonna piss on his tub lawn every time he's drunk. To try and appease the goons, who are, I wanted to say concerned, but mostly really excited for his mold farm, Beatmaster J decides to do a little experimentation. He gets some rocks, puts them in a bin, splashes them with some water, and leaves them in his bathroom to see if they grow mold. Did you bathe in the water first? No, but my hands were dirty and the water was transferred with them. Does that count? Those are the rocks. You couldn't get some shinier ones? Those are not the rocks. Those are just test rocks. I'd probably go with some smoother and more uniform river rocks, but it was just what they had available at Home Depot when I went. That's what we call a confounding factor. Gotta test the real rocks or the lab results are worthless. Worthless! Ah shit, you're performing the tests with builder grade rocks? Retail rocks. Those aren't bespoke hand-gathered riverbed rocks. Ah! Come on, OP, let's make it fair. You're gonna be getting into the tub over those rocks, too. So rub them with some dirty socks to get all the foot goodness into them. Wetting them was a nice touch, but make sure it's lukewarm water. Don't forget to sprinkle more on daily. And throw some plastic wrap over the top so it's nice and humid. I mean, if you're gonna do a test, you want worst case scenario, right? So sprinkle a few tablespoons of dirt from outside, not potting soil, onto them because things get dirty over time. Keep that humidity up and see what happens. Don't forget to give it plenty of sun. You won't actually be stepping on the rocks, so I can't concede to the dirty sock. I'll sprinkle additional water occasionally, but the number of times I used my old bathtub in the last 3 years can be counted on less than 2 hands. It can be counted on just, why would you say it? It can be counted on 1 hand. Can it be counted on 1.5 hands? I also won't be plastic wrapping. I'm leaving the rocks in the bathroom for a fair shot at realistic conditions, but I'm not going to sabotage my own experiment with your subterfuge. Wait, you compromise the structural integrity of your house for a bathtub you don't even plan to use. I'm not particularly fond of baths that don't involve random girls, but it is intended to be an albeit expensive focal point of the bathroom. From the very beginning, it was obvious that this was meant to be a sex bathroom. Well, damn, now that I know you're such a player, forget everything I said. You can't put a price tag on 3 sexual encounters a year. If it's mostly just for show, fill the tub with mercury. Hey, as fun as it is to make fun of you, and boy is it ever, can we at least try to talk you out of this? You're not adding value to your home, which is fine. I'm a big believer in treating houses like homes, not investments. Only you aren't going to use this tub, so you're getting nothing. Damaging your home for nothing. Lowering your resale value for nothing. Why? There is a good chance I would not have compromised my floor joists, knowing what I know now. But the damage has been done, and the cost to fix it essentially the same as to continue with my original plan. I may not use my tub much, but I also don't remodel things as a bachelor. My closet was designed with a woman in mind, despite not being married. Likewise, my bathroom is designed with a woman in mind. It will have a powder room that will be completely useless to me, but is the kind of thing a woman would look at and say, OMG, I want this. In the same vein, if a woman sees a nice, inviting-looking bathtub, they are going to swoon. And since women play an unfair role in the home-buying process, a woman who falls in love with my bathroom is going to help me sell my home someday. You may not like the design, but I assure you the finished product will exceed expectations. Shivers down my spine reading that one. You don't know many women, do you? Enough to know which parts of the bathroom they like. It's the toilet, right? Can we do like a bit of a waterfall? Maybe a nice big parrot? If only women didn't play an unfair role in the home buying process, all of this could have been avoided. All of it. Ugh, I'm so sick of women and their unfair roles. Apparently, you've never bought a house with a wife. Under most circumstances, the wife makes the final say on whether or not a couple buys a home. I've heard this from many real estate agents I've worked with in the past that assure me this is most often the case. I'm married and can tell you that you have a really depressing outlook on marriage. I guess that can explain why you're living the bachelor life after all. At least make your bathroom look like this. It's not like you have to worry about a woman seeing it anyway. I know what women want. My realtor explained it to me. I'm a woman. And while I don't speak for all women, nothing about that bathroom suits the way I'd want to use the space, even ignoring the aesthetic side of things. I like as much natural light as possible for putting on makeup and just waking myself up in the morning, and you boarded up a window. The dark gray stone and red paint are also going to soak up the artificial light and make the bathroom dank and cave-like. The tub is awkwardly placed and has nowhere but that tiny notch in the wall to store soaps, oils, grooming tools, or the book, wine, and music player I'd need to have a proper girly soak. Some girls are definitely a lot more wash and go than I am, but the fact that you're thinking of wooing a woman with a luxury bathroom makeover in the first place means you probably go for the traditional type of girl. Traditional girls tend to need bathroom storage and places to plug in their hot rollers. Some point out, semi-jokingly, that the women posting in the thread about how they don't like Beatmaster J's bathroom don't really count. Surely everyone posting on something awful is so much of a nasty goon that their gender doesn't matter. They're not real women, they're goons. Beatmaster J then unironically agrees that the women here couldn't possibly be representative of the general female population. Guys, is she a real woman if she knows how to post on the internet? I'm sorry if you don't agree with my superior philosophy on The home. You wouldn't get it because you're not a real woman. OP is building a nest to attract mates, not unlike several species of birds and fish. This is nature. This is evolution. I guess the shiny wet rocks will work if he's trying to attract a bowerbird, but the color scheme is all wrong. Shouldn't he go with blue and maybe some tasteful displays of feathers and plastic bits? Okay, I'm done. This is getting way too goony. Man, if goons find you this repulsive, imagine how women must see you. You killed him. You killed him dead with that one comment. Beatmaster J, post the mold! Have you wondered yet why his username is Beatmaster J? Have you wondered it? I mean, I get it if you haven't. Usernames are pretty nonsensical a lot of the time. But in this case, Beatmaster J has a website which has nothing to do with his day job as a sales engineer, but in fact, his side hustle as a DJ. People find this website, they begin posting pictures of him and making fun of his appearance. Someone says he has load-bearing sideburns. No, turn left, we don't need to dox him! We don't need to dox him again, you mean. You must have missed the first few pages of this thread where someone posted his LinkedIn and reported him to some housing safety commission. Is it really doxing to post pictures that someone has made publicly available and linked in their Something Awful profile? His Something Awful username is literally also his DJ name. Like, he's not hiding this. So it's not doxing exactly, but it is mean and scaring him away. There are important things at stake here. People are invested in the fate of this Tubbs. I don't give a fuck about OP's whack-ass DJ career. I want to know about how his only aesthetic reference points for luxury appear to be mid-priced hotel chains and the car stereo department at Best Buy. So you're saying this is a valid representation of OP's aesthetic? OP, post the mold. OP, please come back before we start to feed on our own kind. OP, please come back. I have suggestions. With Beatmaster J seemingly gone, people just start comparing their bathrooms amongst themselves, having a pleasant chat, talking about what different bathrooms are like in different parts of the world. Everybody laughs at the American suburbs with their uniquely massive bathrooms. I mean, yeah, that thing pre-renovation looks the size of my bedroom. And then, just as they least expect it, he returns. This is probably a mistake, but whatever. It seems we have all calmed down a bit, myself included. I'd like to say some things now, in a forum, on the internet. I said some things that sounded sexist. It was not my intention to sound that way. I do not consider myself to be sexist, and I'll refrain from claiming I know everything women want in life. I may not be married, and while my personal relationships are of little relevance, I'm not disconnected from the female sex. Although, as mentioned by someone else, this forum is hardly representative of the average female. That being said, I stand by my statement that women make home buying decisions, not unfairly, just factly. Factly. Bro, buddy, friend, you literally said unfairly. Many of you have expressed concern over my design, stating that it looks akin to a modern Vegas hotel bathroom. Truth be told, if you had asked me what I wanted my bathroom remodel to look like, I would have used the words modern Vegas hotel bathroom, so I believe I have achieved my goal. The design is not going to change. There will be ample storage, ample light, and possibly some rocks. I have designed many rooms and several projects in my previous and current home, and have received a lot of praise for those projects. I don't expect you all to like my design, and that's okay, because you don't have to live in it. But if you're going to tell me you think it looks like shit, please post pictures of your own bathroom, as some of you have done, so we can all ridicule you as well. Also, so I know whether you're qualified to diss my design. We all have different tastes. Let's be a little more open-minded. I understand I'm going to get made fun of. You should understand that everything is being handled appropriately. Please, don't spend all of your energy picking apart everything I say just so you can make another joke. I might say some dumb things. I might say some things that aren't dumb, but still get picked apart because I'm the whipping boy of this thread. Let's do our best to keep the trolling to a minimum, if that's even possible here. I've said I'm not a very private person and will answer most questions I'm asked, but that doesn't mean you need to go posting pictures you found of me on the internet, despite how publicly available they are. And what's with the job bashing? I mean, I assume no matter what job title I provided, I would have gotten, oh, that explains it. He's employed as X. No wonder he's such a fuck up. Are sales engineers really that notoriously bad? Really, it's my job to keep salespeople from saying things that aren't true and showing people how stuff works. It's not an easy job to get, and not one they hand to anyone with a high school diploma. I do actually have to know lots of stuff to do my job. Anyway, that's all I can think of for now. Please be nice to me. I'm not better than anyone here. I just like different things. Hey OP, one of the reasons we made fun of you is because you keep calling women females.
That's a really shitty dehumanizing thing to do. Women are people. When you say females, it reduces us to nothing but our gender. That's the way people talk about animals. It's insulting to do that to a human being, and it says a lot about who you are. Something Awful has this reputation for being kind of edgy and male-dominated, but honestly, I'm very pleasantly surprised by the goons' willingness to dunk on misogyny. They plead with him to accept that he is wrong, that women do not like his bathroom. Oh, bingus. That women do not like his bathroom, and that calling them females outs him as some, like, freaky incel type with bad opinions about women. He will not relent. Please don't drag me back into a sexist rant, but the whole picking apart what I said is exactly this. I hope it's clear to everyone that I'm being sincere and not trying to insult anyone. I think it's pretty clear. I'm not referring to animals when I say female. It's semantics. I was merely posting facts that women have a voice in the home buying process. But you're right. Let's drop it. Please. Don't fucking call women females, you fucking asshole. If your defense against being told your behavior is sexist is don't criticize me or I'll get even more sexist. You are fucking trash, and I hope your electrified bed frame burns your chin strap off. You are the worst kind of female. It's fucking semantics, get over it. Explains why at your late 30s you are single. It really doesn't actually. There are far better reasons. But bitching about minor details makes you a cranky nag. My message and intentions were clear. There is no need to rip it apart because someone feels violated over a subtly different word. Real question, has any man in this thread ever been upset by being called a male? If more than 3 people say yes, I'll stop saying female. I like how you are explicitly calling for 4 men to back up the woman's opinion before you'll take it seriously. Great way to back up your non-sexism. Literally all you have to say is, okay, I'll say women like a normal person. It's so easy, and yet you just can't do it. You have to show females how manly you are. Then they're overwhelmed with lust hormones and want to mate with you. That's just how it works! Having been once again bullied into leaving the thread, Beatmaster J DMs a moderator his passive-aggressive parting message to the thread. OP would like you to know that he's taking his ball and going home and never coming back or even lurking. Like, they said to let you know, so here we are. I guess they couldn't wait 6 hours to post it themselves. Congratulations, everyone. You ruined it by calling out his flagrant sexism and pig-headedness and abhorrent opinions. You really did it this time. That's okay. I'm sure he'll fit in much better on Reddit, where his fellow tasteless engineers will fawn over his impeccable design sensibilities and assure him that his bedroom and bathroom are certain to acquire him many females. I do not believe this result. His case of last word syndrome is too severe to simply leave. With him gone, people once again go back to just discussing their bathrooms amongst themselves, having a pleasant time. So I put in contemporary bathroom.jpg and these came up. I guess these are the styles to pick from these days. Beatmaster J's bathroom looks like shit compared to those. This one's cool, you can show your ding-dong off to the whole city every morning. It was sunrise when Dominic Sterling, billionaire financier and playboy, stepped into his shower. The clear glass of the shower stall appointed him a luxurious view of the city skyline, obscured only by the dick and ass prints he left on the glass each morning, perfect as the first frost and distinctly Dominic. Each smudged rendition of his most intimate region was a coup counted against the world, a mark of power. With an artist's careful hand, Dominic spreads his cheeks and backed towards the glass. Yes, this was a fine morning to be alive. Also, remember how in the Grover House video, because Grover House video is like required required reading before this one. So I'm assuming you've seen the Grover House video, but remember how in that one I was like, I can't find the vintage Grover House memes. I know they've got to be out there somewhere. I bet they're buried on something awful somewhere, but it's impossible to search. They're here. They've put Grover inside Beatmaster J's tub, also the damaged siding. We've got Grover Loss. I'm sure OP is still lurking here, and even though we're busting his balls, I'm sure that most of us, myself included, hope that he gets shit worked out properly. Don't take this personally, OP, but I had a flash of inspiration after work last night when I was showering in my builder-grade bathroom. Here is my latest creation, which I call The Sound of Building Science. Hello, bathroom, my old friend. I've come to alter you again. This builder-grade shit is just not for me. I need a ball in place where I can pee. And the vision that was formed inside my brain is so insane. It's just not sound. Building science. I cut through studs inside my walls. All those cuts, they were not small. I just felt like I had no choice when I cut the tops off my floor joists. When I posted pictures on the Something Awful boards, they came in hordes. It was not sound. Building science. And in this trying time for the thread, who returns but Kid Sinister? Goddamn, you all managed to scare the OP away without me just by calling him a misogynist. Well, it's load-bearing misogyny, you see. And so, eventually, the thread is closed. The goons accept that this story will never have an ending. At least not one that they know, because Beatmaster J and his bathroom are still out there somewhere. And legends say, if you put your ear to the Something Awful forums and you listen very closely, you can still hear him posting on DIY forums from time to time. Has anyone ever installed a sandbox in a bathroom? They're not letting him get away this time. How'd your bathroom turn out? If my thread hadn't turned into a complete shit show, you'd probably know, but it turned out great. Thanks for asking. How's your bathroom? It's wonderful. Thanks for asking. Man, I missed you guys. Call it semantics if you want, but I'd like to clear something up. Many of you are asking how the mistake was fixed, or some variant. The short version is there was no mistake to fix. That's right. Cutting the floor joists was part of the master plan all along. Now I will preface by saying that I was very naive in my understanding of joist physics and the potential dangers I imparted on my home by cutting them. Although much of the feedback from this forum was not constructive in the least, I won't deny that without the concern of many of you, my project might have had a much less safe ending for me or future home buyers. So for that, I thank you. That being said, unless my rudimentary understanding of science is completely flawed, if you want to put something in the ground, you have to dig a hole. My design called for a sunken bathtub, and that's what I got. Whether it was me or the contractor, those joists were getting cut regardless, so I really just saved them some time. You can all rest assured that my design was executed appropriately by a licensed contractor who worked with a structural engineer to develop a solution to fit my goal. The city inspector then came by and signed off on it. You're never gonna post pictures of the bathroom, are you? There isn't a lot of motivation to post pictures of something pretty much everyone universally agreed was a shit design. I'd only be asking for more ridicule, and I'm pretty sure I've had enough of that. I'm happy with how it turned out. That's all that matters, I think. February 27th, 2019, around 2 years after he started the original Doom bathroom thread. It happens. Now that you've all forgotten, I guess I can post these pics.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Jesus Christ! What females crave. Good job posting that. We were all curious. I had no idea about the history here. I thought, but never mind what I thought, I guess. I hope you and your bathroom are happy together. If that's real, that's terrible. This thread has been given a beautiful gift. I oofed. I just want to point out that I tracked down that hideous Baroque damask wallpaper to its manufacturer and A, it's glitter wallpaper. B, according to the manufacturer's site, he installed it upside down. What I'm saying is that this is basically something out of a Trump hotel. I made a conscious decision to install it in that direction because I personally think it looks better that way. That's the result of claiming you know what females want in a bathroom? It looks like it looks like when you turn a faucet handle, vroom noises should come out. But the goons want more. They're never satisfied. The way the bathroom is laid out, the toilet is in its own kind of small closet area with a door off to the side, and there's nothing in there but the toilet. So he didn't really think to photograph it. Nothing going on, nothing interesting going on in the toilet closet. So obviously, everyone starts demanding that he post his toilet pics right now. I will PM a toilet pic to anyone who posts a picture of their bathroom in this thread. You will not have permission to post my picture anywhere. He's got a master plan here though, which is that every time somebody posts their bathroom pic, he is going to shit on it. Extravagantly, the way people did to his bathroom. Black and white, how original. How do you get out of that shower without tripping and slamming your chin on the tile floor? Looks like a death trap waiting to happen. And what's going on with your floor anyway? I can't tell if that's balls of hair, broken tile, an ugly rug or what, but at least you got a nice little storage unit to sit over your toilet like a sore thumb. I guess you know what it's like to shower in a cave too. You have a toilet pic. Don't share it. Here's my bathtub for when I need to do girly things like relax in a tub that won't fall into my neighbors below. Yes, I do this once a week because it's nice to treat yourself. Seriously, how do you even fit in that? It looks about 8 inches deep. I can't imagine sitting in the fetal position, listening to the fine sounds of Kenny G while the top half of my body is freezing. Not to mention, I have to be careful not to move lest I knock over 10 bottles of toiletries. Sure love that fancy fiberglass tub surround though. Very classy. Also, you have a toilet pic. Don't share it. Man, you spent in excess of $30K for a bathroom that will prevent your house from ever selling. And you're gonna do this? I certainly don't see why my bathroom should be the only one to get any attention. This thread is for critiquing interior designs. That's all I'm doing. People start comparing the design of the bathroom to the game Doom, which is this 90s first-person shooter. Everything is very grim and dark, lots of red and black. The way the bathroom is tiled really does kind of mimic the old graphics. So naturally, someone had to go and make the bathroom into a Doom map. Specifically, Tumblr user Dieting Hippo made it in Doom. Everyone say thank you to that guy because, I mean, this kinda does fuck. But if you, dear viewer, want to commit to the meme harder than literally anyone else and have a spare $1 million lying around, I've great news. Because you can own the Doom bathroom. It's for sale right now. What destroys me the most is that the rest of the house looks so normal. This room is pretty sus. This one room is pretty sus. But mostly it's like these grays and blues and neutral tones. And it's fine. And then there's the fucking Doom bathroom. And just, why did one man need all of this space? Why is this living space for one man? Just coming from the perspective of someone who lives with my partner in a 1-bedroom condo, what the hell? There's even a 3D tour, and I'm very happy to say, after all of this time, we finally have a toilet reveal. Is it everything you dreamed of? The very expensive room where Beatmaster J poops. People have definitely been talking about it again because it's for sale now, which is probably why I've seen it before, but I think this is why it came to my attention again, and I thought, what a perfect sequel to the Grover House video. I think many of the people who posted in the original Something Awful thread were totally right that whoever buys this house next is going to rip out the Doom bathroom, especially looking at what an outlier it is next to the rest of the house. This may very well be the last images we see of the Doom bathroom. But maybe not. Maybe there are still more plot twists to come. We shall see. But for now, that is the entire story of the Doom bathroom. I hope you enjoyed it, my friends. Thank you so much for making it all the way to the end of this video, and I will see you in another one very soon.
are talking about any sort of DIY project gone wrong, especially home renovation. But the origins of the Grover House legend are not super well known anymore. Well, today, I have unearthed it for you, by which I mean I paid $20 for the Something Awful Forum archive account. And now I have it for you. This is the story of the great and terrible hubris of one Something Awful Forum user by the name of Grover, probably not his legal name. The year 2006. Grover is an electrical engineer working as a civilian contractor for the Navy. He has a wife and 2 young children with whom he lives in an area of Virginia known as, and I shit you not, the Great Dismal Swamp. By the time that Grover started the now infamous thread regarding his house, he already had a little bit of a reputation on the forums. He'd gotten into a little controversy with the US military fandom, gross, for often acting like he deserved the same status and respect as a member of the military despite being a civilian contractor, among other things. There is a surviving petition to remove Grover as moderator of the military sub-forum, which goes into it all. It's not discourse that I particularly give a shit about. However, it is a window into Grover's moderation style. Grover had zero tolerance for haters, skeptics, naysayers. Forum members report that he openly targeted people he personally didn't like. He couldn't take any sort of criticism or even harsh jokes directed at him. He ruled unfairly, and he did so with an iron fist. Grover is a man, okay, who knows what he's about. Grover is a man whose ideas are always good and correct, and oh boy, is Grover about to have an idea. The losers, the naysayers, will be triumphed over, and soon the swamp itself will be triumphed over. Grover is about to do something bold. Grover is about to spend 2 years of his life and all of his money renovating his house. Or extending his house, more accurately. The tale of Grover and his house, Grover House, is about to become one of the most beloved Something Awful forum threads of all time, partially due to the way he responds to criticism of it. December 30th, 2006. Grover posts the first installment of what he refers to as his house blog to the Something Awful forums. As you can see, this is Grover's house. He's posting about it on the forum to record his renovation for posterity, as well as to connect with other DIYers. Grover explains, "My wife and I are building an $85,000, 2,000 square foot addition onto our house. We're doing it completely by ourselves. Framing, sheathing, roofing, doors, windows, flooring, plumbing, electrical, house wrap, kitchen, stairs, tile, trim, everything but the concrete and siding." Grover's first couple of posts are spent recapping what he's already done. He actually started the renovation in December of 2005, so it's already been going on for a whole year by the time he's posting about it. He explains that he and his wife bought their house for $88,000 can you imagine, in 2001. It has since risen in value to around $140,000. It's 16,000 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, built in the 1950s, never been renovated. The kitchen, in Grover's words, sucked. And overall, the house is just it's too small. Ever since buying it, they've fantasized about building an addition. Their dream addition would include a new kitchen, a living room, bathroom, workshop area, 3 more bedrooms, and a 2-car garage. This would, of course, be a very ambitious DIY project for someone who, by his own admission, has never attempted construction before. Something you gotta know about Grover is Grover's a very thrifty guy, okay? If he can save money on labor costs, why wouldn't he? And honestly, quite frankly, he cannot afford to pay someone else to extend his house. But by God, he wants that house extended. Grover says that in his neighborhood, other 6-bedroom, 3,000 plus square foot homes were running $350 to $400K, $250K more than our own house is worth. The addition is costing us just $80,000. Quite simply, there is no way we could have afforded a house like this if we were to try to buy one. So Grover wants bigger house, but Grover cannot afford bigger house, whether that would be just to buy one or to pay someone to extend the current one. Grover cannot afford bigger house. But Grover's no fucking quitter, okay? Grover is gonna do something about this. So if you want to build a house, you can't just buy a bunch of lumber and start hot gluing stuff together and hope it works out. There are regulations, there are codes. And people who do this for a living obviously are very familiar with those codes and they know how to do things properly. Grover is not familiar, but the house is going to need to pass frequent inspections over the course of the construction for him to be allowed to continue. So he picks up a copy of the International Residential Code, he does some Googling, he reads some forums, he's pretty confident he can figure it out. The construction of the house is going to be especially complicated due to the fact that Grover and his family live in a swamp. The Great Dismal Swamp, I will remind you. Grover writes, the land back here is swampland, flooded half the year, and should never have been built on. Right, okay, let's build a DIY house on the land that never should have been built on in the first place. In fact, when he first bought the house, the idea of building an addition, they fantasized about it, but it truly was an unattainable fantasy. And that is because the nature of their septic system made it impossible to do that. However, in 2005, a big developer bought a bunch of land in Grover's neighborhood, was planning to build new, bigger homes on that land and connect them to the city sewer, which meant that Grover and the rest of the neighborhood residents were also going to get the opportunity to connect to the city sewer. We were very much looking forward to being able to reliably flush toilets a full 12 months out of the year, and even when it's raining. Oh my God, Grover, I'm so sorry you had to live like this. Having received excellent news from the sewer gods, Grover and his wife began officially planning the addition. He first drew out some floor plans in CAD, but he says, my wife was having a hard time picturing it, so I used my mad Photoshop skills to whip up some half-assed artist renditions of the planned addition. It looks nice, Grover. It looks nice, Grover. It looks really nice. Before construction can even begin, Grover spends $400 just on getting permits for everything. He says, because I have a septic field, I had to get a permit from the health department, which was surprisingly difficult. First, I had to prove I stayed 10 inches from the field. Second, the health department prohibited me from having closets. Health department, 2,000 square foot addition? Oh, sorry, you can't do that. You have closets. Me, what? Health department, yeah, sorry, that's illegal. Can't you wait until the sewer comes? Me, no, I want to start now. What the fuck? What if I take out the closets? Health department, oh, that's okay then, you're approved. Me, okay, thanks. Health department, just don't put any closets in until you have the sewer. So this is nonsensical on the surface. And Grover is making fun of the fact that it is nonsensical. Basically, the reason for this is that if the house is 6 bedrooms, the size of the septic field that he has to theoretically be able to support 2 occupants per bedroom, which it absolutely cannot. But if the new rooms he adds don't have closets, then they're technically not considered bedrooms. So having removed the closets from their floor plans to get a health department permit, now it's time to move on to shopping for materials. And in doing this, Grover and his wife immediately realize that they are gonna go way over the initial budget estimate. Grover has edited his original post to include the final cost of the house renovation, which was $85,000. But you can see the title of the post is still like $50,000. And he admits here that his original estimate was only $20,000 for the whole house addition, which was very optimistic because he soon realizes that realistically, the kitchen alone is going to be $18,000. Baby boy, what are you doing with this butt? Baby, what are you doing with all this butt? What do you think you are doing with all of this butt? My initial $20K estimate turned out to be comically low, and it was clear the addition would cost $60 to $80K, which was more than we can afford. So March 2005 was the start, and the end of our dreams. Or so it seemed. We didn't have $80K for the addition, nor did we have $80K in equity on the house, nor could we find anyone who would loan us $80K for a reasonable mortgage rate. What we ended up doing was taking out a $27K home equity loan, nearly all of the equity the housing boom had given us for free, which would be enough to frame, roof, and seal the addition. Then we'd get the house reappraised in hopes that our $27K had given us another $53K in equity so we could finish. December 17th, 2005, we broke ground. Oh, Grover, your financial choices stress me out. We're digging, trying to work it before it rains. Problem is, the water table back here is 6 inches below the surface, and even with sump pumps running, the water is just percolating up through the soft clay and turning the whole thing into a messy, muddy mess. My concrete guy told me it would be okay if we put down some pea gravel. So I go and buy a $400 truckload of pea gravel, and we put it down on the mud, stake off all the heights for concrete and lay down rebar, and the city comes out and fails it, tells me the ground is far too weak and the pea gravel is illegal and has to be removed. Also because of the problems, I would have to hire an engineer. So I hire an engineer and he comes out and tells me we have to dig 18 inches deeper, widen the trenches to 36 inches, and pour in number 57 stone and build up wood molds all the way around the concrete. I'm about in tears at this point. Grover finishes the foundation 2 weeks of hell later and $8,000 over budget. He says that he worked through Christmas, through rainstorms, so that his house may finally rise from the hostile muck of the swamp. He laid all of the plumbing for the extension himself and passed the plumbing inspection on the first try, so things were looking up after that. Then they began framing the house. We discovered that the 100-inch fiberglass tape measure that I had used to square off the foundation stretched about 3/4 of an inch and had fucked up our foundation pins, making the one wall of our house 1.5 inches shorter than the other, and overall screwing up my perfect plans. Poo-poo happens though! I bought a Sawzall and we worked around it, implying that he just shaved off 1/2 inch from the longer wall. Jeebus Christ. It is also worth noting here that poo-poo happens was not Grover's original choice of words. Something Awful had a filter where certain swear words would be changed to comical alternatives, not for the point of censorship. Something Awful is known as an infamous den of debauchery. They weren't scared of the word shit. They just thought it was funny to turn it into poo-poo. So, even though he doesn't always pass his inspections, Grover is doing his best to follow building codes. A problem that he encounters is that some of those codes have changed over the past couple of decades. So his original house has a foundation that is a certain height above the swamp ground, but nowadays he's required to build much higher than that. So the addition ends up being, it looks like about 1 foot higher than the original house. You can see that really well here in this picture where the new walls are going up about 1 foot higher than the old house. The worst part about framing was framing the walls of the cathedral ceiling. I came up with the rig in this photo where we literally nailed the pieces together, leaning at an angle against the balcony, and then used long push boards to raise it into place. Once upright, we would tack the push board down to keep the wall from falling, nail a temporary brace midway up, and finagle the sole plate over the anchor bolts using crowbars and hammers to knock the supporting blocks until they fell into place. It was a real pain in the rear end. Grover, you stress me out! Despite some questionable safety practices, Grover and his wife do survive the framing of the house without being maimed. At this point, we're almost out of money, but I had just enough to buy the windows. They arrived in early May, and we slowly started putting them in. First step was to install house wrap, which we did ourselves. Over a week, that was way too windy to be doing house wrap. The 2 large windows on the second floor proved very difficult. I came up with a plan to build a 2-tier scaffold. We would hoist the windows up from the ground to the first step, climb up, hoist it to the second, climb up, and lift it into place. Worked great on the picture window, which was the heavier of the 2, but the spring line being 1 inch taller was just so unwieldy and wouldn't go into place. We tried twice to get it in and failed. The second time, the lever action of the window damn near pushed my wife off the scaffold, which would have led directly to the window falling on top of her, and probably me quickly following. Arms and legs weak with strain and stress, we tied it down in defeat and pondered what to do next, when I heard hammering. It was near dark, but the Mexican crew down the road was hard at work.
Well, this story isn't racist, it's diverse.
I drove down and offered $50 for 2 guys to help.
Woohoo, boys.
The foreman came with me, and the 2 of us lifted it into place in about 30 seconds with almost no effort. And it's officially too late to go back on the choice of having 2 mismatched windows right next to each other. Ooh boy. Grover then finishes the bathroom plumbing, only to realize he's violated 3 separate IRC codes. Crap, says Grover, and he fixes it before the inspection. Thankfully, he and his wife did agree that it was too risky for them to try and do all of the siding on the house themselves without having the proper equipment and the proper kind of ladder, so he calls a contractor to install the siding, and hot damn, it really is starting to look like a house. Grover reports, now all the neighbors think we're finished, LOL. Meanwhile, people on the internet start to say that it looks like the house is screaming. Grover fails his first plumbing inspection. The city came out and failed me, said I had too many things on a single half-inch pipe. I protested, saying that the chance of us doing more than 2 things simultaneously is low, and the impact of turning on 3 or 4 things even lower. What, the toilet will fill up slower, and that I'd much rather have a half-inch pipe through an insulated space than a 3/4 inch pipe freezing in my attic, but they wouldn't budge. Apparently, I'm required to be able to water my garden and wash my car at the same time I'm running my dishwasher, taking a shower, and flushing the toilet. Despite his passionate protests, Grover does end up having to add another pipe that runs through the attic to accommodate possible larger water use. All that was left at this point was to rough in the HVAC, says Grover. First step was to get more money. This ended up being easier than I expected, as the bank happily bumped up the value of my house a great deal based on my word alone, and gave me another $50,000 home equity loan. So he's got the required loan. But there is another hurdle lurking for Grover. You see, unlike most building materials, HVAC materials are gate-kept. Most retailers will only sell them to licensed professionals, which Grover is not. So he looks into hiring a contractor to install it, but it's far too expensive. That's not an option. So he ends up scraping together all of the materials from like a variety of different places and websites. I don't understand it. Any idiot off the street can walk into any electrical or plumbing supply house, but the HVAC people only want to sell it to licensed HVAC contractors? What the fuck? After calling a dozen places, I found a sheet metal supplier who would sell me the sheet metal fittings, and a supplier in Florida who had cheap heat pumps, etc., etc. Grover heads on down to Lowe's one day and finds out that there's garage doors on sale for $180 when they're usually around up to $700? Hot drat, says Grover. I don't know why he says that. But he takes the doors home and installs them immediately. And what else? With all of his painstakingly acquired materials, Grover actually passes his first HVAC inspection. Yeah, I know, everyone makes fun of these images because they're ugly, but passed the inspection. Grover's wife installs insulation all over the entire extension. This story is told from Grover's perspective, but Grover's wife is just as much of a hero and protagonist of this story as he is. And for 2006, 2007, honestly, on the something awful forums, like, you would expect a lot more. Oh, the old wife demands expensive kitchen counters, am I right, boys? Say what you want about Grover and his hubris and his complete lack of fear of God or concussion, but he drinks his respect wife juice. He makes it clear throughout the whole process that she is doing just as much hard labor as he is. He says multiple times that they make a really good team. He enjoys working with her. Everybody appreciates Grover's wife, but most especially Grover. Okay, and that's how it should be. Time to get to the drywall, says Grover. His wife ends up convincing him to contract the drywall installation out, just because it would be extremely time-consuming and boring work. And he agrees that $3,000 in labor fees is worth getting it done in a week and not having to do it themselves. This is one of the photos that he posted with the drywall installation update, but you can really see here this like weird doorway they had to cut in the old house where you've got this really tall step up and then the hole goes almost up to the ceiling. We've run out of money again, Grover reports. We will have to wait until I get my tax refund. It is now December of 2006. The renovations have been underway for a whole year, which also means that we've caught up to the present day, and everything that Grover posts now will be real-time updates on the progress of his house. It is finally time to hook up to the city sewer. Grover calls a backhoe driver to dig a trench for their pipes, but shitty swamp that they live in, the trench collapses 30 minutes after the backhoe driver leaves, burying their unconnected pipes. So the backhoe guy has to come back the next day and redig the trench. Grover destroys 2 Sawzall blades, a hacksaw, 3 metal cutting blades, and a circular saw, trying to cut into the 50-year-old cast iron septic pipe under his house. He has to go out and buy an angle grinder, which he finally cuts it with, allowing it to, at long last, be connected to the city sewer. And we could flush toilets, Grover rejoices. Of course, The next day it rained, and the big trench collapsed and flooded, and the pipe floated up and broke. It's 3 days before Christmas, and I ended up having to go out waist deep in sewer water and mud with my arms up to my elbows trying to reconnect the pipes underwater, managed to do it and get it covered, and in a case of deja vu, had my backhoe driver out on Christmas Eve filling in the front ditch so that the pipes couldn't float up again. And now that he's hooked up to the city sewer, the health department no longer cares how many closets he has. In more good news, the kitchen cabinets and countertop arrive before Christmas, so while the family isn't quite able to fulfill their goal of cooking Christmas dinner 2006 in their new kitchen, they are able to do a lot of the prep work in it. At this point, Grover also posts some of the only, full wide shots of the entire front and back of the house. Man, this thing is ugly. Oh, it's such an ugly house. The plastic siding, obviously repulsive looking, but you know what? If you're on a budget and it functions, fine. But why do the windows have to be mismatched like that? Why is the door, right up against that garage door? Why did the garage doors need to be staggered like that? I guess they thought it would look better to have one of the garage doors protruding just slightly. It kind of just looks confusing, especially since the regular door is right up against the garage door like that. Why is it smushed like that? Why didn't you center it? Why not just center the other door a little bit better? This is also around the time that Grover posts this fan favorite Grover house image. Just the stockings hanging from this completely shitty looking unfinished staircase. The fact that there is insulation between the stairs. Grover, why is there insulation between all of the stairs except for that one? What is the reasoning for any of this in the mind of Grover? Why the insulation between all of the stairs except for one? Why are you celebrating Christmas with your family in this horrid looking unfinished house with exposed insulation instead of in the presumably functional half of the house that you haven't touched? On January 1st, 2007, Grover begins moving the appliances like the dishwasher, microwave, and stove into the new kitchen. Unfortunately, I'd gone by instructions for our old stove when I placed the outlet, and instead of having industry standard, this stove had a freaking main support beam right where I put the receptacle. I stared at it for a while, contemplated moving it down, and then just attacked the son of a bitch with the new angle grinder I'd bought for the sewer pipe. It's a really nice stove, but I cut the bitch anyhow. Doesn't seem to have hurt it. It was only half of an L-beam and didn't seem to be really doing much structurally, so I didn't sweat it. The stove and microwave are in. With that, they begin tiling the kitchen. This picture with the cake pan and the food everywhere. They are living in the middle of this construction zone, and it appears that they are living badly. They are living like squatters in the Grover house. January 15th, 2007, the backhoe guy showed up with no warning first thing yesterday morning to fill in the septic tank and regrade our backyard. Apparently he worked real late last night and fell asleep in the Walmart parking lot. Then came straight to our place. We busted our asses cleaning up the backyard and taking down our fence, moving the grill and lawnmower and everything else, only to find him fast asleep in his truck. He slept until 1, left for lunch, and returned right about dusk when he caved in the septic tank and then did a half-assed job of regrading the yard before quitting for the night, complaining about the mud. I had some words with him this morning when I was able to see the shitty job in daylight. I hope he makes it back before it rains, or it's going to be a fucking mud farm back there again. So, as stated at the beginning, Grover is an electrical engineer. And around this time, he mentions to the forum that around the time they broke ground on the house, so back in 2005, he started studying for his professional engineer license. He says, throughout this whole process, I had this faint hope of a plan B in the back of my head, that no matter what happened or what technicality the inspectors fail us on, I can always just wait until I got my PE license and stamp the bitch myself. He passes his exam, he gets that license, but to his credit, he never resorts to his plan B to sign off on his own subpar work. Bad news on the funding front. I'd projected my tax return would be just enough to fund the rest of the addition. I ended up with about $3,000 less than what I expected. This could be very slow going. He's also a little grumpy about spending a whole $1,000 on his new chandelier, but he does admit it looks nice. I am officially a sheet metal worker, says Grover. He had wanted to connect his whole HVAC system to the heat pump using ductboard, but then he found out that he can't penetrate garage walls with ductboard. That's illegal. That's against the codes. He has to use sheet metal to penetrate the garage walls. And so Grover must learn to form sheet metal using some tin snipes, a pair of pliers, and a scrap board. These are not metalworking tools, but Grover is proud of his handiwork nonetheless. March 17th, 2007. Grover spends the morning helping one of his neighbors get hooked up to the city sewer. Said neighbor is a contractor, and the two of them discuss the idea of maybe hooking up some of the other houses in the neighborhood to the city sewer for some extra cash. I don't know if I really want to do that, but I'm thinking about it. I sure could use some extra money right now. Gotta raise $4,000 to finish the addition. I have air conditioning, Grover announces to the internet. He did contract out the final part of the installation, but only because it is illegal for him to handle R22. Some commenters on the forum thread pointed out that it's a bit of a choice for Grover to choose an HVAC system that uses R22. I didn't know this before researching this video, but I learned that R22 is a chemical, it's a refrigerant that is used to cool homes, and it is terrible for the environment. It is so bad for the ozone layer. So much so that by 2007, when Grover was doing this renovation, there was already talk of it being banned. Like, people knew it was going to get banned soon, which some of the commenters pointed out to him. But this doesn't concern Grover. The ban is only going to be on manufacturing new systems that use it. Old ones that have already been installed are going to be fine, so as long as he starts stockpiling the atmosphere-eating chemicals now, it's going to be great. Grover works on the weather sealing around the garage. I wasn't able to do it the normal way, he explains, because apparently he installed the doors slightly wrong. But Grover cannot be stopped, okay? Grover will go onwards, regardless. He uses concrete siding to frame the garage doors and breaks another circular saw blade trying to cut it. Another fan favorite Grover House moment. I ruined a big patch of vinyl siding breaking in the grill last week. Was cooking cheap 70% lean burgers. Hey, 99 cents a pound. And the grill was too close to the wall when all the grease caught fire. I learned the hard way that the new siding I bought is apparently much less heat resilient than the older siding. Now I have a big section that's all melted and warped to hell that I have to replace. Unfortunately for all of us, Grover did not photograph his melted plastic siding. He didn't think to take a picture of it for us until after he had removed the damaged siding, and we just see this gap in the siding of the house in front of his barbecue. Grover is still out of money, but he and his wife are kind of chipping away at small details they can afford here and there, like putting knobs on the doors finally. And that's when they get the great news that Grover's dad has offered to give them the money to finish the staircase. Why the staircase specifically? I don't know, but he's given them money to finish their stairs. Guess he's feeling generous in his old age, lol. So hopefully we'll be making real progress soon. First things first though, I need to build a new workbench that we can use to build the stair pieces. Finished workbench. You can see the new radial arm saw table too, and my first project, not to mention a well-deserved beer. Like and subscribe if you'd crack open a cold one with Grover. I passed the electrical, plumbing, and mechanical final inspections today. Woohoo, says Grover. The electrical guy scolded me for not having ceiling fans installed and or the boxes blanked off, but passed me anyhow. The mechanical guy also failed me for the drain line P-trap only having 2 inches of clearance when the instructions required 3, and passed me on paper, said he'd trust me to fix it. I promised I would, and fully intended to comply, but the more I think about it, all that effort for 1 inch larger trap seems pretty silly. They begin painting the house. Grover posts a photo of the whole staircase, now visible in all its glory for the first time ever on the intrawebber. He appears to have taken some of the insulation out of the stairs, but there is still insulation in some of them. Grover! Grover, your mind. None of us can comprehend the mind of Grover. Also, why does finishing the stairs come after painting the house? The mind of Grover. It does sound, though, as if he was a bit intimidated by the process of completing the stairs. He says, the railing represents probably the most difficult and intricate construction of the entire project, and I'm a little apprehensive about it, because the tolerances are so tight. So I've done enough research on the web that I think I know how to do it. But I've had trouble finding real-world examples because the over-the-post railings like we want to do are supposedly the hardest and most expensive to do, so few stair builders do them, and certainly DIYers like me don't attempt, lol. These are Grover's reference pictures. This is Grover's Pinterest board for what he wants to achieve with the stairs. $930 worth of 16-inch trim and stair parts is a stressful half-hour drive. One commenter says, "Great job on everything. But damn, that trim is almost dragging on the ground." Grover replies, the MDF was very droopy, but was bearing across 2 seats and the gate, and seemed alright and pretty stable. The warehouse crew assured us the wood wouldn't break, but was worried about our car. When we were unloading, I cut the plastic wrap holding the bundle together and all the trim on the top came sliding out onto the ground. Was an oh shit moment when we both realized just how close we were to losing it all on the highway. Grover, you stress me. Somehow no one gets maimed in this story. But Grover, you stress me out. Says Grover. Grover wants 11-inch stair treads, but he can't find them in stock anywhere. They only have 11.25 inches and 11.5 inches. He ends up buying the 11.5-inch stairs at Home Depot, giving his stairs a half-inch nosing, which he thinks looks stupid and he doesn't like it, but he will get over it because that's the only thing they can find. Grover finds cutting and fitting the stair railing together to be extremely technically challenging, but our boy reports that he nails it. Honestly, the secret to attempting something like this is planning, and patience. Maybe— Okay, Grover, don't let it go to your head. He starts putting in the iron balusters and carpeting the living room floor. It takes Grover a little while to figure out how exactly to secure the balusters. He says that it takes 2 different construction adhesives and epoxy, but they finally stay in place, and the house is now ready for its final building inspection. We're out of money again, but within a few $100 and a few weekends of the finishing line now. November 19th, 2007. Had the final inspection today. It failed. They want this window to be tempered glass, $200 to replace, but easy to change out. And they say the overhang on the roof is too short in the back and that we have to replace every shingle along the edge of the roof to make it another 1.5 inches longer. Ah, says Grover. What? If there was any moral to this story, it's that Grover is not a quitter. He fixes those things, he finishes the stairs, the house is done and decorated for Christmas of 2007, almost exactly 2 years after the renovations started. Is the stairs, is that on purpose? Are they done painting? Yeah, it's a pattern. It goes all the way down. Well, is it done though? Will Grover House ever be done? And more importantly, will Grover House ever leave our minds? December 22nd, 2007, Grover makes his final post on the thread. I've been telling people for a long time that the addition is almost done, but it's still missing the last vital component. And 3 days ago, it was completed. We were going to wait until February with the tax refund, but just couldn't wait, and are now the proud owners of a 65-inch 1080p DLT HD TV. 2008! And in true Grover style, he got it on sale. Living room complete with the addition of a 65-inch 1080p HD TV and surround sound. You know, I'm not gonna lie, this doesn't scream finished house reveal. There's like not really any decor except for these like lonely looking speakers. There's some shit on the floor in the corner. I don't think Grover's a very good photographer. It's probably not doing his house any favors. The pot lights look like they would shine directly into the eyes of someone sitting on the couch. But you know what? Grover doesn't seem to have a problem with it. Oh man, are we enjoying it. Had our neighbors over for a big football party yesterday. The kids played in the old living room while the adults guzzled beer watching the game. And man, I'm glad I bought that TV when I did. Circuit City has already jacked the price back up. And that's it. That's it. That's Grover's last addition to the thread. He poofs into thin air. He's gone. The Grover House tale is completed. From an internet archaeology perspective, Grover House is frustrating. If I were able to make this video like in real time as it was happening, I imagine it would be a very different video. It would be structured more along the lines of like the Portland Polycule video or the Crokerverse videos, where part of the fun is watching the way that other people interact with it and start arguments with the OP. However, all criticism of Grover House has been completely eradicated from the original thread. The only comments that remain are the ones that are like absolutely worshipping Grover's godlike powers at renovation. It's actually quite comical to me how similar all of the comments that are left on that thread are. Every single one of them is just, Grover, you are the manliest man alive. Grover, you are a Greek god. Grover. Awesome, awesome thread and way cool house. Bravo, sir, bravo. As a future hopeful homeowner, you've inspired me to do it myself. Nice work, man. Now go pull the grill out of the shed and cook up a nice meal for your wife. Great job, man. You'd certainly make a killing flipping houses. I've always had the utmost respect for people who do this kind of stuff themselves. My dad was always like that too. Why hire some guy? Just get down in the dirt yourself and do it. Grover, this edition is awesome and makes me wish I knew how to use tools and do math and stuff. I can't even build a small table thing without ruining it from the start and tossing it in the garbage a few weeks later anyway. You are a god, and that's not nearly enough to compliment you. These are the kinds of comments that Grover wants to hear. Grover wanted to shut down anyone who was hating on his creative construction methods. Naturally, this made people go even crazier for it. This is something that's referred to as the Streisand effect. Basically, when a public figure makes it obvious that they don't want people to know certain information, they make efforts to hide it, they're just gonna wind up making it like way more popular than it otherwise would have been. We know that whole something awful threads soon sprung up just for the purpose of making fun of Grover and his house. The problem is that all of those threads seem to have been deleted over the years too. And I'm not quite certain if Grover had a hand in that or if it is just a tendency of 20-year-old forum threads to no longer exist. And I'm mildly frustrated because I feel like I'm hitting this wall where it feels like the first decade of Grover House's existence as a meme is just wiped off the internet. There was a resurgence in interest in it thanks to a 2017 Twitter thread and a 2023 Reddit post that also got pretty popular, people talking about it. But it feels like everything between those posts and 2006 when this happened is just, it's extremely murky, honestly. There are a few things that we do know about the response to Grover House. One is that the phrase, the joke load-bearing drywall became very linked with it. If someone is clowning on a bad renovation by calling it Grover House, another person will inevitably pop up and start making jokes about load-bearing drywall. Load-bearing drywall is not a feature of the original Grover House, or else you would have heard about that already in this video. The fact that that became a joke might originate from a misunderstanding of the way Grover explained the way that he had constructed some of the non-load-bearing walls. So people went, oh, haha, so the drywall is load-bearing. No, they weren't load-bearing walls. People were really jumping through some hoops to make fun of him at the time. And then this edit was made, which is, it's Osama bin Laden's complex. Listen, 2006 memes were different, but it's labeled like the Grover House, and one of the labels on there says load-bearing drywall. This is like one of the only old memes, old Grover House edits that we have. The Grover House Tumblr tag actually made me like snort laugh multiple times. It was good, but this is like the only vintage Grover House meme that we have. The reason that this meme was made might have something to do with this other post of Grover's, pre-Grover House post, that people unearthed when they started making fun of him for Grover House, which was his weird and ultimately painfully inaccurate list of predictions about the Iraq War, which he was obviously qualified to make given his military expertise. I don't know, I'm trying to connect the strings of this Grover House conspiracy board, but there's like 4 scraps of paper on it total. So this part of the video is short, sorry. So what else? What happened to the house? What happened to Grover? It's been like almost 20 years. It's been 19 years. Did we ever hear from them again? Well, not directly, no. But people have made a bit of a sport out of trying to find the house on Google Maps or in Flight Simulator. There are accounts of people spending just hours and hours going down every street in the general vicinity that Grover said he lived in, trying to find the house, and then eventually proudly posting their screenshots of it. Though thankfully so far everyone has been classy enough not to dox him. They're still spending 60 hours on Google Maps looking for this man's house, but it's still kind of weird, but you know, at least they didn't cross the line of telling people the address. One person local to the area reported driving by the house in 2021 and seeing Grover sitting out on his porch, even though it was 35 degrees and raining. That was only a few years ago, so I think it's pretty safe to say that the house still stands, and there's a good chance Grover still lives in it. He was hated, doubted, laughed at, but I dare say our hero Grover succeeded in the end. What's a couple failed inspections and a pea gravel debacle and becoming a meme in the long run? Grover House still lives, while most of the criticism of it seems to have been swallowed by the shifting sands of the internet in the past 20 years. Maybe Grover's still guzzling beer with his HDTV, living his best life. I don't know. But thank you so much for watching this video, my friends. I will see you in another one very soon. You're in a high-energy endeavor, Crazy Jake. You must eat a handful of Gorp every 30 minutes. No energy, no mileage. When your body adjusts, you can live on raisins and rainwater. Right now, you have the Sierras in front of you, and you need power, and your mind has to be right. And it's all connected with energy. Well, hello there, traveler. Why don't you sit down and have a satiating handful of Gorp? Today's tale is another Something Awful saga. Another goon failure so delicious, it's almost as irresistible as this mouth-watering Gorp. The year is 2015. Our protagonist this time is Something Awful user Muerte. I recently decided that I was unhappy at my job, so like any sane person, I put a 30-day notice and decided I would walk across America from LA to Daytona Beach, Florida. Part of my trip is for personal reasons. I want to find who I am as a person and what truly makes me happy in life. Another big reason of doing this trip is I want to raise awareness for mental health illness. I've received support from my entire family and friends, and even strangers that just happened to see my page shared on Facebook, and donated to my cause. So far, I've raised $2,300 in a little over 4 days. So his plan is to walk about 2,500 miles from LA to Daytona, covering about 15 to 20 miles per day, living in the wilderness and quote-unquote stealth camping for months, documenting it on social media to raise awareness for mental health illness. The trip is being funded by donations from social media followers, because I guess people giving you thousands of dollars to go hiking is donations if it's to raise awareness about mental health. What do you think led you down the road to being a failure in life? My depression and anxiety. Did you try drinking? That really helped me. Will he survive the journey? Will he take up substance abuse instead? Will he have a series of Gorp-fueled spiritual visions in the desert? Stay tuned to find out. Strange attempts to set up a tent. Extended director's cut will be on Patreon soon. I have many reasons for doing this trip. My entire life, I've never known what I wanted to do. I've never been passionate about anything. After working numerous jobs and quitting after a year or two of being bored or not satisfied with the work I was doing, I've come to a point in my life where I want to do something meaningful. There isn't a particular message I want to spread, but I want to encourage people who have struggled with any form of mental illness or attempted suicide to feel comfortable talking about it. Something that took me 7 years to do. He says that he's trying to set up a partnership with a mental health organization. Any of them will do, really, even the boring ones. He also says that when he was depressed, leaving his house, getting up and doing anything were incredibly difficult. So in his mind, he's inspiring others by showing them that you can get up and achieve something and live life and have an adventure. It's a nice narrative, I guess, but nobody really buys that he's doing this for other people. People ask him, well, if it's all about charity and helping others, then why not just volunteer? Why not raise money for a charity instead of raising money for you to go on a hike? You see what I mean? This whole thing smacks of white boy ego already. Would you expand on this a little? Are you expecting to have some kind of heat stroke epiphany about yourself and return home to a suddenly more fulfilling existence? I've never had time to think about what I want to do or what kind of job I want. I've always taken the highest paying job I can find and worked it to support the lifestyle I wanted at the time. I want to slow my life down a bit, stop working 60 to 70 hour weeks, and enjoy life a bit. If I don't figure everything out over the next few months, so be it. I'll still have experienced something very few people have, and I'll have a story to tell my children. I would much rather have a story to tell than saying I worked in a cubicle for 40 years. Very much like the Samadhi Village guy, he wants to free himself from societal expectations, disconnect, get back to nature, do something meaningful, become cool by having experiences. What does that really mean? I don't know, but it sounds good. It sounds inspiring, right? He'll probably get a bunch of social media followers and attention too, because that for sure always helps people discover the best versions of themselves, but I digress. So, the end point of his journey has to be Florida, because apparently he will be taking over his dad's business once he arrives in Florida. This is his planned route from LA to Florida. Now, I forgive you if you don't know much about American geography. You don't need to. However, Muerte's fellow Americans took one look at this map and said, oh my god, I think you're going to perish? Basically, it's a lot of highways. It's nothing but highways out there. And people who try to walk along these highways die a lot because they get hit by these huge transport trucks that have terrible visibility and don't expect to encounter pedestrians. It's insanely dangerous, and not just because of the trucks. The heat stroke will probably get you before the trucks do, to be honest. He's planning to do this during the hottest months in the hottest states. This is desert America. There is huge expanses where there's zero shade, there's no civilization. You are going to fry like an egg on the pavement out there. It's not even scenic. Like, you're telling me you want to die here? I'm from the Texas Panhandle, and Jesus Christ, you do not want to hike across it. We have some scenic canyons and shit, but people visit those specific canyons. Going straight across is fucking god-awful, unending miles at 110 degrees, a cruel and cloudless sky beating down on you while the wind blasts you at dozens of miles per hour on a good day. And yes, you can go weeks without seeing a substantial cloud. We couldn't handle permanent settlement out here until the fucking 1910s. Even driving across it in summer and getting out to piss or refuel is misery. There is also the problem of camping in this. When we tried camping in a Texan field, 4 police cars pulled up and told us to leave or the landowner would shoot us. Is all of that space owned by crazy fucks with itchy trigger fingers or something? People start urging him to take an alternative route. The American Discovery Trail, for example. It takes you through much more beautiful parts of the country in cooler climates. It is an established, safe trail for hiking and biking. People tell him, you know, listen man, struggling with your mental health, looking for a way out of your life desperately, that sucks. That's really hard. But you are planning to do something that is going to hurt you. You are planning to make it worse. So please consider doing something else. As someone who is in the same boat, sad brains and anxiety-wise, you should think on this, like, at least a year. Those ideas you have when you're looking for an alternative to a shotgun are almost universally bad. A 3,000-mile hike may well change you and gives you some good perspective, but at the end of the day, it's not going to fix you. Muerte says he understands that mental illness is something he's going to have to live with his entire life and not something that has to be fixed. He says, sitting behind a desk all day and driving a BMW, living in an overpriced apartment is not appealing to me anymore. Being out in nature and meeting people is what interests me at this point in my life. I have many reasons for going on this trip, but fixing my depression anxiety isn't, yeah, okay, but you're still doubling down. You're still very much doubling down. They're trying to give him real advice, and he is just laying on the platitudes and the stock inspirational phrases about getting out there and connecting to nature and finding out the layers. You peel back the layers of this onion, and it's just more Pinterest-inspiring quotes on sunset background forever. He assures everyone that this is an awesome idea, and he totally knows what he's doing. And also, he's 6'3" and in shape, so like, what could possibly go wrong? He's apparently taken a lot of inspiration from the story of someone called Hobo Nick. That's his personal icon.
Nick Kleckner has walked from one coast to the other, from Florida to California. But the man known as Hobo Nick is not doing this for any cause, attention, or glory. To him, it's an inner challenge.
I sort of needed to get away and have an outlet to, I guess, do a little bit of soul searching. And
the point is, he really romanticizes the whole walking across America narrative. And I kind of get it. It's an easy narrative to romanticize. Saying goodbye to your overpriced apartment in BMW and stepping outside the norms and doing something rebellious, doing something nobody else does. But crucially, the reality of what he is planning is frying like an egg on the side of a Texas highway. So, every city and state in the USA is full of white trash, dirty cops, crime, Applebee's, nouveau riche, crumbling infrastructure, shitty sports fans, sprawl, and furries. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Muerte posts some pictures of the gear he is packing. Most notable element of it being this, like, baby stroller bike attachment thing that he plans to use to carry everything. None of the regions you are traveling through have any bears. Is that huge fuck-off can of mace for use on people? I was thinking alligators maybe, but second eyelid and all. Since you are walking, I'm going to take a guess and say you are going to be tired of pushing/pulling that rickety cart after about a week. I'm sure you feel pressure to do the hike from the people who gave you money, so I'd recommend at least changing routes to the American Discovery Trail, or ideally attempt a portion of the AT or PCT. That way you can say you hiked something rather than giving up a week into your current highway death march you've got laid out. I don't have visions of it being a romantic journey. I know what's in store for me. I know I'll be starving and thirsty and hot and tired and get blisters and be in pain. I couldn't be more ready to go. I don't know, man. That kind of sounds like you're romanticizing it. While hiking the AT, PCT, whatever more scenic established trails would be great fun, I want to hike an unconventional route. Not to be a jerk, but you sound pretty ignorant and careless. What's the longest hike you've ever done? In response to this, he posts an old photo of some people it looks like in the 1800s, traveling in a horse cart, which I assume is meant to make the point that, like, if these old-timey idiot losers could do it, then surely he can with modern camping gear and internet. Muerte, did they not force you to play Oregon Trail in middle school? Do you not shiver at the sight of the cart the way some of us do? This isn't wild. You're not Reese Witherspoon, and there is no life-affirming epiphany coming your way as you walk through fucking Albuquerque. At this point, he finally changes his mind about the horrible highway death hike, and changes his plan so that his route will follow mostly along the American Discovery Trail, plus a little scoot down to Florida at the end there. You'll be dead before you get to Colorado. My bet would be Nevada, but western Utah might also kill him. My favorite part is where he instantly shifts from an I-40 death march to a trip up the American Discovery Trail without ever acknowledging that his original idea would have almost certainly killed him. Seriously, guys, I know my old plan meant certain death, but I made this one adjustment to it, and now I'm set to go. Anyone who's concerned is just not ready to truly live life. When asked about his food plans and whether he's bringing a camping stove, Muerte responds that he's not bringing a camping stove. Why would he possibly need that? He's going to pack quote-unquote dried food, which could mean so many things. He's just gonna fill up his bag with dried food and restock every time he hits a city. Who needs a stove? He says he doesn't even use a stove when he lives in a house. I've survived until the age of 26 and have never cooked a single thing on a stove. Actually, I have cooked macaroni before. Stop acting like a dipshit. I can pick up a stove at any point if I decide I want one. Now, I don't mean to be thread-shitting, but if that is how far your level of personal development has come in 26 years, then I'm sure you could think of a few ways to better yourself before jumping to the nuclear option. It's not about knowing how to cook. It's about I'm a very picky eater and have literally lived on pizzas, hamburgers, hot wings, and chips my entire life. I'm sure you think I'm exaggerating, but the people who know me would attest to this statement. You're just proving his point. I'm not proving his point at all. That is the only cooked food I eat. Everything else is dried. It seems everyone seems to have the impression that I think this is going to be a stroll in the park and I'm just going to have a smile on my face the entire time. I am doing this for a cause I believe in and I am really motivated about it. Will I get discouraged and want to quit? I'm sure I will, but I'm challenging myself. If other people can do it, so can I. Some of you are happy doing your daily grind of life. I've been doing that, and it's time to try something new. Each day I'm on that trail, no matter how bad, will be better than sitting in a cubicle answering emails, wasting my life behind a desk. I love this quote. I love that it was posted without any hint of shame. I love this thread. I love life. When asked what he will be doing for personal protection, besides the mace, Muerte reveals that he will be bringing a fake gun, which, quote-unquote, looks just like a real gun. And if he gets robbed anyway, he'll just get some new gear. Who cares? People get robbed every day. Still better than writing emails, am I right, gang? He is informed that carrying a fake gun is super illegal. It's still super illegal and will be treated like a real gun by law enforcement. And he says that's not true, even though it is true. It's true. Well, does he say that? Okay, what? Let's try and decipher what does he say. Where did you get this idea I will be searched? Also, where did you get your legal advice? I can tell you right now, it is incorrect. Is it illegal to draw it out in public? Yes, I'm sure. But if my life is in danger, I'll take a fine few days in the slammer. You're incorrect to tell me that it's illegal. Is it illegal? Yes. But I just won't get caught? What? The cops will totally understand, and the worst will happen, he gets fined. What? Obviously. Please don't take the fake gun. Take at most a small pocket knife after reading the knife laws for each state you will be moving through. And if you get attacked or robbed, just either run or give the person what they want. Don't carry much cash. The reason for this is simple. If you are walking long distances with a backpack in areas that aren't designated hiking trails, police are going to treat you like a homeless vagrant, because that is what you are. If you aren't familiar with how police in places like Arizona treat homeless vagrants, I strongly suggest you research it. If you are lucky, they will believe your story about actually being a privileged person raising money for the mentally ill enough to not rough you up or leave you in jail for too long. I hope you keep proof of that story handy. Hey OP, go to a goddamn pawn shop and buy a real gun. You can get a shitty Kel-Tec for like $150, you dumb pig fuck. Muerte's mental health starts to come under scrutiny at this point. Obviously, he's been open about having gone through mental health struggles in the past. People start to theorize that the reason why this plan of his is so self-destructive is because it's on purpose. Maybe he doesn't care if he dies or gets hurt, or this is even some kind of elaborate suicide attempt. OP, I'm gonna be brutally honest with you. I don't like telling people this, but I was in your shoes. In 2011, I was suicidally depressed, and just before I tried to kill myself, I was thinking in your exact same position. I wanted to quit my job, quit school, leave everything behind. I had absolutely no experience with hiking of any kind, and I wanted to just do it guns blazing because fuck it, it's my life and a free world, and I'll just do what I please. I thought it would give me perspective on the world at large, or at least bide my time until I found something to live for. My advice to you is to not do this at all, and to just leave it as a pipe dream. More important than soul searching is being stable, and your willingness to just walk into danger with a devil may cry attitude speaks volumes about the fact that you are not stable, mentally or emotionally. It's good to be positive, but it can lead to a method of thinking where you choose to ignore possibilities that could very well be life-threatening because you're trying to hand-wave it with everything will be fine. Here's what I think will happen to you, because it happened to me in the exact same way. Being alone, in peace, still disillusioned and jaded, did not magically make me better. All of that solitude only served to make me more miserable and depressed. If you do this, I believe that you will be worse off when you finish than when you start. The spiritual awakening journey is a nice concept, but if you go into it with that mindset, that you're putting off your troubles hoping they get solved along the way, you will end up even more screwed than before. It'll be jarring when you have to come back to it, and it'll make you feel totally like shit. You're probably going to ignore this post, like you have ignored many others that are telling you not to do this, but I just need to get this off my chest because I feel like our situations are so similar. Another really long, helpful post in this thread comes from a Something Awful user who says that he works as a guide. He hikes for a living as a guide. He says he spends 250 plus days out of the year hiking. So he, of course, has a ton of experience and can critique the gear choices, the plans, everything. You have to carry everything, which means everything needs to be extremely useful and necessary. You have a big Agnes tent. Can you set it up in the dark, in the wind, in the rain, in all three at once? Do you have a repair kit? Have you seam sealed it? You have a wide brim hat. Good. Ditch the umbrella. Nothing gets me more frightened than an unopened first aid kit. Open it, pull everything out, put it back in, and make sure you know where everything is. Your sleeping bag is too big and heavy for extended hiking. Lightweight small bags are expensive, but given the distance you're walking, it would be prudent. Do you have a liner for your bag? It will stop it smelling quite bad after a few weeks. Get rid of the camping towel, use a t-shirt. You don't need bath wipes, whatever the fuck they are. You don't need camp soap, just having it screams, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Morale is also something you're going to struggle with. Hiking is one of those things that sounds easy and fun in your mind, but rapidly changes once you start out. Have you ever been so incapacitated by giardia that you shit your tent because you can't physically move? Have you ever been so tired hiking that in between steps you actually fall asleep for a second? Have you ever sat in a tent in the wind and the rain howling outside, stuck by yourself miles away from the nearest human being, set up your stove to eat something warm, and found that you hadn't screwed the lid on the fuel bottle properly and now you have no fuel for the next 5 days? Have you ever laid in the fetal position in a sleeping bag, tears in your eyes, wishing you were anywhere but here? I have done all of those things. And while I have come out of the other side, glad I gained the experience. They were never transcendent events that changed who I was or any bullshit like that. They were just shitty, awful situations. Take some time, do a whole bunch of extended hikes in fun places, get yourself prepared mentally and physically, get your gear sorted out, and then attempt something like this. As it stands, you are being fucking stupid. In response to this good advice, both on the mental health front and the practical camping front, Moriarty disappears. He stops responding to the thread. He ignores all of this. The goons shrug and say, well, false alarm, everyone. You know, I guess we talked him out of it, but he's too ashamed to admit it. He's back to eating chicken nuggets in his luxury apartment. Don't be a jerk. This guy's a survivor. He knows how to cook mac and cheese. Oh, he sure is. Because it turns out he might have been scared off of Something Awful, but he is still posting on Facebook. He is still planning to do this. He just doesn't want the kind of reality checks that Something Awful users are going to provide. Although, he has stuck to the altered route. He is still planning to do American Discovery Trail plus scoot down to Florida. So that's good at least. Significantly less chance of dying that way. And he has named the project Walking Like Crazy and branded himself Crazy Jake. How exactly does this raise awareness of mental health? It's got crazy in the name, so now you are aware of mental health. You turds are so mean. I just gave $50 to his Kickstarter with the promise that I will receive, quote unquote, a random item from his trip. He's on the organ donor list, so the $50 mystery prize could be pretty good. I am certain that's not how that works. But it still made me laugh. Well, this certainly blew up. I'm closing this thread. Feel free to make a new one to watch me fail. You get banned for closing threads here. Come on, baby. Finish what you started. Post pictures of your adventure. Also how busted your feet are on day 3. Like I was saying, Facebook is a platform that is much more suited to him. It's filled with his friends and family who give him nothing but relentless positive feedback on everything he does. And if something awfully users, or in fact anyone critical, manages to make their way over there, he can just delete the comments. Continue to cultivate the illusion that this is a great plan and he's got everything figured out. Some of these supportive comments on his fundraiser read, "Best wishes on your journey. There are people who talk about doing something and those who do something about it. Thanks for being a doer. It is awesome that you are making a footprint for what you believe in. We look forward to hearing and reading about your journey, Crazy Jake. So proud of you. You are such an inspiration. Good luck on your hike and with your mission to raise awareness of mental health issues. Our 22-year-old son took his life because he had problems dealing with socializing. God bless and take care." Now I'm angry after reading the comments on that page. He's taking advantage of people who are struggling with the powerlessness of grief in the void left over after a loved one has died to fund his fucking absurd vacation. Fuck this guy. I hope his stroller breaks. Don't listen to the haters. I wish more folks with your income and access to parental wealth make the same responsible choice and die alone in the desert before they can procreate. No, but seriously, you are going to fucking die. This isn't a thread shit. You are going to die in the desert. Do you accept Visa? So at this point, the amount of people fantasizing about, ways he will die or get hurt it's a bit much. There are some line crossers. It gets to be just a little bit in bad taste. So the goons continue stealthily following Crazy Jake's Facebook page, which introduced me to the saying, "No one touch the poop," as in no one interfere with the thing. Otherwise, he might stop. So everyone just stop interacting with him. Just watch, okay? No one touch the poop. I love it. But alas, Crazy Jake changes his Facebook group to closed. Someone asks, so now that this is private, how does that affect the status of awareness of mental health? How is anyone going to become aware of mental health if he's only talking about it in a closed Facebook group? But fear not, okay? Something awful still has their spies inside the group. This is the makeover that he gives his baby stroller cart thing. It says, "Walking like crazy across America for mental health awareness. Follow me on Facebook. Hashtag I saw Crazy Jake." People are encouraged to post pictures of him and to report sightings of him on social media using the hashtag I saw Crazy Jake. Unfortunately, it's kind of a great name. I won't lie, Crazy Jake really does have a ring to it. He also shows off that he has purchased a harmonica for maximum quirky hobo vibes and some road maps. He should have packed what he could fit into a red bandana and tied it at the end of a stick. I've been inspired by the OP, so I'm going to hike across Canada to find myself. And by across Canada, I mean down to the Safeway. And by myself, I mean some stuff for lunch for the next few days. I plan on doing this because I'm sick of not having lunch and want to raise awareness for lunch and lunch-related things. Listen, don't attack the ADHD community like this. I'd bring a gun, but I'm Canadian and I'm not sure what that is. Listen though, lunch awareness is very important. Are you aware of lunch? Have you had lunch today? It is very important to cultivate an awareness of lunch. All I'm saying. It is finally time. Crazy Jake sets out on his journey, which starts with driving from where he lives in Arizona to his aunt's house in California. He plans to leave his car there and start out on the hike in another few days. In the meantime, he fuels up at Denny's. I'm gonna raise awareness for IBS by walking 400 miles and eating/shitting in a Denny's every day. Please don't do that. The goon stalking intensifies and they discover, it's so sad, they discover that he has been relentlessly tweeting Jimmy Kimmel and Ellen DeGeneres for weeks, trying to get them to pay attention to his harrowing journey. People are just trembling with anticipation of the beginning of the hike. They're checking the weather for the place and time he's planning to start. I'm guessing this trip ends 50% him getting arrested, then bailed out and flown to Florida by his parents. 20% serious injury, including breaks, disease, heat stroke, severe dehydration, undernourishment. 10% robbed to the point where he cannot continue. 10% just gives up. 7% stops updating social media and is lost forever. 0.001% is he actually walks to Daytona. But wait, we have intel from the Facebook. In 1 hour, I'll be headed to Point Reyes, California to start my own trip across America on the American Discovery Trail. My goal is to spread mental health awareness through the people I meet along the way and sharing their stories with all of you. What is that? You're gonna meet people on the trail and interview them about how mentally ill they are and then post it on... That's a plan. I know for me the hardest part of struggling with manic depression... I know for me the hardest part of struggling with manic depression for me That's a really good sentence. Was getting out of the house. I really hope to encourage and inspire those that struggle to get out, set a goal, and go after it, no matter how quote unquote crazy it may seem. I'm literally so inspired by now. I'm shivers down my spine with how inspired I am. The last thing I hope to show is the great country we live in. Oh, that's sure aged. It's people, places, and things. A grand tour, the nouns of America. Too often we look at the negative aspects of living in America, whether it be politicians, corruption, police brutality, racism, poverty, taxes, and so on the list goes. I want to share with you this amazing country we live in, and hopefully encourage and once again inspire people to get out and volunteer with their communities, something I have admittedly not done, but hope to do once I finish. Please share my page every once in a while to spread the word. We are only $575 away from the goal. I can't stand all the fucking comments on that page from people saying, he fought manic depression and won. I know it's just a euphemism, but it implies that anyone struggling with sad brains is a loser. Mental illness isn't a game or even a war to be fought and won. It can be an endless ordeal people face their whole life. I don't have insurance or a job, so my depression and anxiety are going untreated. So it kinda stings that this guy's attempt to raise awareness is actually making mentally ill people feel worse by implying that because I don't have all the benefits he does, I'm a loser. TLDR, fuck your walk. If you want to help someone, volunteer or use that $2,000 to buy some schmuck like me some Prozac. Day 1. He's walking. Oh goodness, he's officially walking. Crazy Jake, he's walking. This picture that he posts on the first day reveals a sign in the background that says camping by permit only, which leads people to theorize that by stealth camping, he just meant sneaking into campsites without the proper permits. I departed the Point Reyes hostel around 12:15. Soon thereafter, I reached the amazing coast and followed that for some time. Sorry, his handwriting is something. Some of the trails are uneven, and it's making it difficult with the cart. The front wheel cracked while ascending a difficult hill, and it has made the last 5 minutes or so extremely difficult. The landscape is wonderful, and I'm in great spirits. Although it is only 5:48, I am exhausted from pushing a cart with a broken wheel. Total miles today, 10. So yeah, day 1, and the cart has died. Hashtag I saw Crazy Jake's broken cart. Really though, this is the tragedy no one saw coming. RIP cart. Day 2. I woke up today knowing the cart was no longer a viable option. I tried to reach a road where I could perhaps signal a ranger to pick it up, but the cart became immovable. I saved as much as I could, but I will need to lighten my load again tomorrow. He abandoned the cart and some of what it was carrying in the middle of the park, which is extremely disrespectful to the park and to the park rangers who he expects to clean up after him. You're a child. I was able to hike through some amazing woods and prairie. I keep hearing the sounds of footsteps as I walk alongside me, although I've seen no one for miles. In a way, it is like I feel like someone is alongside me. We got a literary genius on our hands. Total miles today, 15.5. What kind of wildlife is he likely to run into / be mauled by out there anyway? Rabid raccoons? Plague prairie dogs? Don't forget about the plague prairie dogs. We learned about those here on Strange a while ago. Woodsy the owl if he keeps dumping crap all over the trail.
Don't pollute. Never be a dirty bird.
I hope that the original poster does not die. If he dies, I hope that his trash and waste do not damage the ecosystem. Plastic is very harmful to creatures if ingested. The American desert is an extraordinary biome. It must be conserved. His corpse will be an unexpected boon to the desert animals. The desert is inhospitable in the summertime. Food is hard to come by. The flesh will nourish the coyote or other scavengers of the carrion. This is a good thing. This is the natural cycle. Two great tastes that taste great together. Okay, you guys lost me a little bit. Quite exhausted. I am somewhere on the Molinas Ridge Trail, and it has been nothing but uphill. The topography map shows it should be a level elevation, but it's not. I just stopped to chat with some bikers, and they informed me it's nothing but uphill for some time. My left knee is aching quite a bit, but I'm trying to rest when I need it, and staying positive. Still in good spirits, even with the struggles. A few goons consult maps of the area to try and verify this claim that the maps say it should be flat. Clearly, Crazy Jake does not know how to read a topographic map, if he even has one, because all we've seen so far is road maps. Day 3. Is he still in that fucking park? He'll always be in that fucking park. I burst into tears when I reached the ranger station. It was a very long uphill hike through blinding fog. I would literally kill someone for IHOP or Waffle House right now. Breaking deranged man holds up pancake house with fake gun. Shouldn't we do something? He's actually gonna die? We're making fun of him, you know, to raise awareness. Ow. In his journal that day, Crazy Jake writes, "Today was an uphill climb all day. Started off with the Bolinas Ridge Trail, followed by the coastal trail over rolling hills and blinding fog. There wasn't much to see with all the fog, which made it feel like it would never end. Temperature was in the 40s. Eventually, I was below the fog and reached Pantol Ranger Station. I plan to take a rest today, here tomorrow. Total miles today, 10.5. Day 4, the rest day. Crazy Jake reports that he feels really bad and just getting up to go to the bathroom hurts. He says that all he has eaten in the past 3 days was some handfuls of raisins. I demand proof that that latest post is real. I refuse to believe it. It's real. LMAO, why just a handful of raisins? I seriously do not understand. You see, because he's a picky eater, I guess? This guy is fucked. Hiking across America. Raising awareness. When asked on Facebook why he doesn't just eat some food, he says it's because he feels bad. He feels like he's going to throw up. Baby's tummy hurts. Okay? If you're gonna hike all day, you need to eat whether or not it's appealing to you. One Facebook commenter writes, "Eat slow, small amounts, but do it consistently throughout the day. Drink room temperature water. Cold will make you throw up. Lots of bananas. A good multivitamin isn't a bad idea. Smart water is a great source of electrolytes." A lot of this reads as perfectly fine advice if you're sick at home. But he's planning on living in the wilderness for months. He's not... Smart water? Smart water is not going to save him. And then there's this guy. "You're in a high-energy endeavor, Crazy Jake. You must eat a handful of Gorp every 30 minutes. Maintain House Pro Packs for lunch and dinner. No energy, no mileage. Lesson learned." Ha. I'm yelling encouragement. Rest up, but get right. When your body adjusts, you can live on raisins and rainwater. Right now, you have the Sierras in front of you, and you need power, and your mind has to be right, and it's all connected with energy. Food, good food, not waffles. Ha! Ever see a marathon runner at Waffle House? Well, yes, of course, but they're marathon runners. It's a treat. Once you reach enlightenment, hashtag Crazy Jake Son, you will be able to survive on nothing more than raisins, rainwater, and the essence of the universe. What the fuck is a Gorp? Good old raisins and peanuts. Dude on Facebook is legit telling him to eat more raisins because that's exactly what he needs. He's gonna die unless he gets some Gorp. According to Crazy Jake's journals, he traveled about 35 miles in 3 days. According to Goon calculations of where he started versus where he is now, it's more like 20 to 25. Just a reminder that his original prediction was 20 miles a day. Dude couldn't even walk a marathon at 26.2 miles in 3 days. What takes some people 3 hours, he couldn't do in 3 days, despite planning to walk 3,000 miles. Good old raisins and peanuts, I say, while a man dies 25 feet from a popular and pleasant day hiking location. To be fair, they are making fun of him pretty relentlessly. Don't let all of these people clowning on him make you think that doing something like this is actually easy and he's just uniquely unfit. That's not true. It is hard. Marathons are known to be hard, and people train months for them. I don't think I would do any better than Crazy Jake would. The difference between me and Crazy Jake is that I would describe myself as an unfit, degenerate YouTuber. But you know what? At the very least, my struggles with lunch awareness have taught me to force myself to eat for the sake of my well-being, so maybe I would do better than him in that respect. Took a rest today at the Pantol Ranger Station. Campers stared at me, probably wondering why some guy was wrapped in a blanket atop the hill staring down on them. The station also has garbage cans, making it easier to lighten my pack even more. So he's just shoving his extra things in trash cans now. Someone says, "I hope the harmonica made the cut." Can't wait to hit the trail tomorrow and hopefully reach the Golden Gate Bridge. Total miles today, 0. Gorp is fucking gross. If you're doing a long hike, Snickers bars are where it's at. Please don't Gorp shame. Day 5. Crazy Jake, #gives up. Please read. Well, today is possibly one of the most disappointing days of my life. I woke up at 7 a.m., ready to hit the trail, and make an 8-mile trek to the Golden Gate Bridge. I walked down to the bathroom to freshen up, and I just felt off balance. I figured I had a bad night's sleep or something, and the next thing I know, the entire left side of my body went limp, and I fainted on the steps. Some hikers nearby saw me and said I looked awful, and helped to get me an Uber ride back to my aunt's. For the first time in 4 days, I was able to look at my body, and it isn't good. My hips are literally black and blue, and I'm constantly lightheaded. I have other issues that aren't as PG as well. Oh, I bet he's pooping so weird from all those raisins. After having time to think about it, once I lost my cart, my mission was kind of lost. No longer would people stop and talk to me or take interest in what I was doing. To them, I was just another hiker. Maybe it's best to take a more direct approach to helping people. I don't plan to stop hiking or in my goal of raising awareness and money for mental health. What the last 5 days have taught me is invaluable, and I'm going to start treating my body right, and I really want to take a little time off every year to do section hikes. Words can't describe how awful I feel right now. I'm going to start my own foundation that shows people who struggle the joys of camping and how it can refresh the human spirit. Oh, his spirit seems really refreshed right now. Please do not leave negative comments. I've had a very emotional and exhausting day as it is. Once again, I'm sorry for letting you all down. I'm not giving up though. Ew, it's genuinely kind of tragic. Oh, yikes. Forum 1, hopes and dreams 0. We did it, everyone. And that's how it ends. The goon who walked up a hill and came down in an Uber. It seems everyone seems to have the impression that I think it's going to be a stroll in the park. It turned out to literally be a walk in the park. Good job on not dying, OP. You know what? That is the silver lining. What a fucking turd. I'm impressed he managed to fail earlier than almost everyone's predictions. People specifically bring up the stories of guys who got significantly further than Crazy Jake with less than 2 legs. I want to know how Hobo Nick is taking this. Oh yes, of course, Crazy Jake's icon. His inspiration, well, he doesn't seem to be too bothered, to be honest. Everyone is so busy trying to show how cool they are. Here's my cool. Just sat in this corner for 2 hours meditating. The Gorp memes are flowing. I have so many thoughts and plans right now. One thing I need is someone who is willing to help me with nutrition. If you feel you know a lot and are willing to help me get into some kind of routine, please message me so we can discuss. Someone please feed this boy a vegetable. He needs it so bad. Sorry, haven't read this thread since it was posted. What's happening? Is the OP dead yet? We're all dead. Up next, Crazy Jake is still on his way to Florida. Driving. Eventually he's gonna get there because his engine has overheated in Arizona. Like I said, only 2,575 miles to go. Gonna be a long trip. Oh, Crazy Jake. Those posts/photos are from Death Valley, by the way. That's where his car is broken down. So all of the die in the desert votes are still in play. Remember back at the beginning, like at the very beginning, when he was still posting on something awful and he just had to drop that he lived in an overpriced apartment and drove a BMW? Well, the way that he presented that, it felt like it was made to lead people to believe that this was like a new, nice car. It's not. It's an old, used car, probably not a very well-maintained one. And apparently, you know, according to some car guys who chime in the thread, BMWs have infamously bad cooling systems. And a car like his was basically guaranteed to overheat if he was blasting the AC while driving through Death Valley, which is exactly what he was doing. Despite the fact that this should have been basic information that he knew about his shitty car. The burning question is, did he spray paint his new hashtag across the side of his car, or is he just some other forgettable motorist on the road? So he failed at walking. Now he's failing at driving. Clearly the next course is to take the mighty dirigible. So you're totally done walking? No, Matt. But I am headed to Florida. I'm confused? I thought you were taking a few days to rest? No, I'll message you later. Dealing with an overheated car in Death Valley right now. I missed something here. I thought you were walking? Why are you in a car? Oh my god, are the Facebook idiots turning on him? That's dark if the Facebook idiots are even turning on him. But please explain why you were driving a car and not walking. Once I lost my cart, the goal was lost. I want to reach people in a more effective way. And it just can't be done without a sign duct taped to a baby stroller that I'm dragging through the woods. It just can't, that's the only way to do it. That's the only way that I can do activism for mental health. So there's a scamming backstory? Let me explain. So there's a forum called Something Awful Mart where people post things for sale and you can buy them and you are fully responsible for what does or does not show up at your door if you try and buy something on here. The goons dig up a thread on there featuring a banned account that was using Crazy Jake's email address to receive payments, so it's him. Apparently he used to have a side hustle selling designer shoes and sunglasses on Something Awful Mart, and when he was exposed for selling knockoffs as the authentic thing, he basically doubled down and said, yeah, well, I think they're fake, but I think they look good, so you should pay my original asking price anyway. So people are starting to think that he might have a pattern of scamming people, or at the very least a pattern of convincing people on the internet to give him money for dubious reasons. It is speculation. It is me speculating, but I do think it's probable that the charity thing was always an angle to make money. You know, compare Crazy Jake to Hobo Nick. Hobo Nick had no cause. He was just doing this because he wanted to. But you don't really have a case to convince people to give you money for that. Hence, raising awareness for mental health illness, just in general. I start to get curious about what's going on with the almost $3,000 that he raised. Everyone will be getting their money back from the fundraiser, just an FYI. Not only do I feel it's the right thing, but so does whoever reported me. Thank you to everyone, though. I'll never forget what we accomplished. Did somebody touch the poop? It appears that somebody probably did touch the poop. Anyway, Crazy Jake gets his car fixed. The entire cooling system did indeed have to be replaced, as well as some miscellaneous other repairs. But you know, he's gonna pay it off. He's gonna go back to school. He's gonna start a foundation. He's got stuff planned. He's doing stuff. I do not plan on giving up my walk. I learned many things on my 5-day trip on what I did wrong and right. So he wants to learn and reattempt it at some point because it's still his dream. And that's cool because, you know, it's something that is possible to do and possible to train for. You know, there's no reason why he can't work towards doing that in the long run. And in this moment, I almost sort of find myself rooting for Crazy Jake to get it together and achieve his dream one day. And then, yeah, he posts a picture of a bunch of cash he just made working for his dad's business in Florida because he's just so fun to be around. $330, I bet you all feel silly for making fun of Crazy Jake now. He's a winner. Something Awful user Atomic Thumbs, who lives in the area that Crazy Jake was trying to hike, he attempts to retrace the route from his first day and locate the corpse of the cart. He's stocked up on Gorp, don't worry, so he doesn't die out there. He posts a bunch of photos, which are great, and I have probably been using them throughout this video already because I think they give us a great idea visually of what Crazy Jake was experiencing. However, he unfortunately does not locate the cart. Imagine if he had, that would have been such an insane twist at the end of this. But no, I love that people from the forum were dedicated enough that someone actually went out there and physically looked for the cart. Now that Crazy Jake's journey has come to an end, he has arrived in Florida. The cart is lost forever. It's done. No more loose ends. The thread is finally closed. It's been 10 years since then. Almost 11, I guess. Yeah, in 2026 it'll be 11 years. And nothing has been heard from him since. So we don't know. Is he still out there? Did he ever achieve his crazy dream? You know, my instinct, my bet would be on no, probably not. But who knows, really? Maybe he's out there right now, braving the elements with his Gorp and his fake gun against the world. That is the tale of Crazy Jake's walk across America, which is to say, having a bad hike in a park for 5 days. There's some genuine tragedy there. I think there are some genuine lessons, you know, about listening to your body, treating your body well, trying to make the best decisions for yourself and listening to advice even when you're going through it mentally. You know, I gotta say it, I am feeling rather aware. And I suppose I only have Crazy Jake to thank for that. So thank you, Crazy Jake. And thank you all for watching this video, for making it to the end of this tale with me. And I will see you in another one very soon. Hello friends, and welcome to another tale of debauchery with Strange. This one takes place on the Tumblr Am I the Asshole blog. Am I the Asshole is far better known as a subreddit. If you are unfamiliar, the concept of Am I the Asshole is that people will usually anonymously air their personal dramas, their confusing personal dramas, and allow the community to inform them whether they are the asshole in the situation. Tumblr has always enjoyed a good Am I the Asshole screenshot from Reddit. However, the advent of Tumblr polls not only created the worst cake known to man, but also provided a very helpful voting system for this kind of thing. So, Am I the Asshole is now also a Tumblr blog, and we can enjoy it in our native environment. I'm here today to tell you a story from Am I the Asshole Tumblr that went slightly viral at this point a couple of weeks ago, if we're being honest. This is the legend of the Portland polycule commune cult situation. Alright, we are now ready to begin. Get the Hungarian dance number 5. This is a specific personal request on the part of the writer of this post. One could even consider it canon. Am I the asshole if I call out my roommate's self-centered behavior? I live in a communal space where everybody except C shares freely. C got a good job through connections and is able to spend freely on themselves, spending little on household items, groceries, etc. They say they're broke every month, but I've seen their takeout containers in Amazon boxes, so maybe it's a spending problem? Worst of all, when we're low on food, C just disappears for a few hours and comes back instead of cooking with everyone. I've told C they're being selfish and should start considering other people, but it goes in one ear and out the other. I offered to help them budget, but they don't listen. They barely spend more than $400 of their $2,000 a month on groceries for the house. The rest just goes to their own lavish lifestyle while the rest of us suffer. I want them to pay their fair share. Am I the asshole for asking them to be fair? The mod of the Am I the Asshole blog then posted a screenshot of another ask this person had sent, providing a few more details. My roommate C works a privileged job making nearly $26K and always buys expensive clothing and food for themselves. C spends less than 20% of their income on food and supplies to share with the house, and when I called them on it, they just looked sad and didn't reflect on their behavior at all. Worst of all, when the kitchen is a mess and there's not enough food, they just leave for an hour without saying anything. I think they're buying fast food. The poll received 60.9% of votes in favor of this person being the asshole. You're kind of the asshole here. It's their money. They can do whatever they want with it. As long as they are in fact contributing a reasonable amount, 25% of their monthly income is still a decent portion to be given to the household. If somebody starts badgering me about what I'm spending my hard-earned money on, I'd also be pretty blasé about it. You're the asshole. You're way too controlling. It's borderline creepy. $26K is not a lot of money. They don't owe you anything. Did you really just use $2,000 a month and lavish lifestyle in the same sentence? Spindercaster then slid into the comments of this post to clarify some more details. C has the highest salary of the house and spends it mostly on their own stuff. They also eat communal meals, which, to be fair, they also usually contribute to. They pitch in when they can, there's no agreement on how much, but they also go shopping online and get Habit Burger 5 times a week, and they wouldn't be broke if they stopped doing that. We are supposedly an anti-capitalist household, but with their gross spending, it's pretty uneven. This living situation sounds totally insufferable. Absolutely love the update on this one. We're an anti-capitalist household, which means my roommates have to give me their money. Come on, man. 26K is fucking nothing, are you kidding me? Also, $400 a month on communal stuff is a lot already. Seems like none of you are budgeting effectively. How many of you live together anyway? $400 is reasonable. There's 10 people. How much does everyone else spend? Why the hell are they spending $400 to help feed 10 people when they barely eat with you? They shouldn't be spending any more than they use. And you're the asshole for insisting they spend more? For an anti-capitalist, you're sure obsessed with taking the fruits of someone else's labor. Landlord-type behavior, honestly. You sound like an entitled prick. I hope your roommate moves out so you stop sponging off them like a leech. Please God, I need someone in Portland to unmask this cult. I need C to see this and start shit, oh my god. The rest of us also chip in when we can. That's what should make it fair. 2 other people pay for supplies totaling $500. I've spent $5,000 on clothes and furniture for my other roommates. One other person barely gets by on donations and has to buy her own food due to an eating disorder. My parents gave me way more than $400 a month, and since I don't have a spending problem, I still have savings. Maybe C should learn from me and put away some money for later. Honestly, I wish C was buying natural supplements and yoga classes. They say they're suffering from joint pain and can't always do chores even though they're like 32. I told them to try yoga, but they just walked away. Are you a fucking troll? You have to be trolling. There's no way you're this stupid. Digging themselves a deeper grave. The absolute balls, gender neutral, on OP to ask this on their main and not on anonymous. Like, you are an asshole for all of this. A quick check to your blog shows you want to move out of this place anyway, so why do you still care about what your roommate is doing? You get money from your parents and you're complaining? Groceries, $4,000 a month. Supplies, $500 a month. Clothes and furniture, $5,000 a month. Someone help me budget, my commune is dying. Adding in, my parents give me an allowance, and have you tried yoga? Have pushed this into troll territory and is no longer believable. Sorry, OP. No, my parents don't give me an allowance. Those are my own savings. Okay, not Clear on how that's supposed to work? Want to vote you're the asshole twice. Back off and stop obsessing over your roommate's personal budget. You are not morally superior because your parents gave you a huge allowance, which allowed you to build up savings. Focus on yourself and let your roommate live their life. If you want to do communal living, then you need to all sit down and decide on a budget. But honestly, I think it might be better for everyone if you just do your own thing at this point. Jeezum Crow, stop adding information. You sound like the most insufferable tool and you will never not be the asshole. We don't pay rent because M's parents own the place. We live in Portland, not that it matters. We live in Portland, not that it matters, as if that's not some of the most vital information possible for this post. OP, if you're for real, you and your household need to read up on how to actually run an intentional community. It is frankly a very difficult and thankless task to organize that type of housing, and you are probably better off just being roommates with a written agreement for who pays what. Plus, all 10 would individually qualify for SNAP in my state, including C. Fuck you mean lavish? It's not a minimum wage job, as so many of you have assumed. They work 24 hours a week, a day a week, and it's mostly delivery work, so it's basically a desk job in their car. It's a nice car too. Plus they got a side gig so they can just keep buying things like $100 jackets and fancy weatherproof boots. They're not impoverished by any means, they're just self-centered. OP, do you live on Earth? Is C the only one of you with a job? This is bonkers. Yeah, every single edition is making you more and more the asshole LMAO. Oh, I just reread that and you said 24 hours a week, a day a week, as if that means anything. I work 40 hours a week, less than 2 days a week, but it doesn't mean I'm doing all of those hours at once. C is not working one singular day of the week, 24 hours straight. That's how I know you've never worked, or at least don't have a job if this is how you view their hours. This person is a fucking delivery driver and you're saying it's basically an office job? Are you fucking insane, LMAO? Well, they eat a lot of the food and they use way more of the Dr. Bronner's than most of us do. The winter gear doesn't have to be so expensive. I got mine at the thrift shop. You mean more of the food that they pay for? And soap? These insane group living situations always happen in Portland. For real, hearing that this is in Portland suddenly made everything make total sense. Privileged job. C is an Uber driver making $26K in fucking Portland. I'm going to scream. C works delivering oxygen tanks or whatever to seniors in the area. They got it through their aunt and uncle. I'm unemployed and living off food stamps and savings at the moment. It's hard to find a good job in this economy. You know they have to pay for gas, right? Are you fucking stupid? It's a 2015 Nissan Leaf, so it's not like they have to pay for gas. I want to hope this post is bait, or it bloomed from a seed of truth and the rest is rage fuel, because I have hope in my heart for mankind. And I want to believe that someone could not be this idiotic, callous, and stubborn when fighting a flame war against like 50 opponents in the replies. But I know it's real. OP is really this horrible. God is dead. Average Portland living situation, to be honest. Wow, you're a bitch, OP. A burger meal is about $12, which would be spent more wisely on cheaper, healthier food or supplies for the house. Factor in that C is doing this 5 times a week. That's enough to close the gap in our groceries. We do go to the food bank, but not often because M and C are the only ones with cars, M is busy with school, and C has decided that their car is personal property. Also, I'm usually asleep when the food bank is open. I feel like this is performance art. You're the asshole. You wouldn't be so poor if you didn't eat burger. If you were smart like me and had parental allowance you saved, instead of spending all your time working and buying things, you'd be able to spend more money on supporting me. I'm an anti-capitalist. The fact that OP is responding on their main is so fascinating, because otherwise this would have been so immediately disregarded as bait / an unrelated third party coming on and claiming to be OP, right? But like, we have tangible proof the asker and the replier are the same person. And unless they made a whole blog with history just to set up this one bit, this has to be in some way real. I'm not even tackling the ask itself because I think it's self-evident you're the asshole. Has decided their car is personal property. It literally is. You are a tar pit of a human being and C may very well be saving up their money in secret to get the hell away from you. Also, are you part of a cult? Because this sounds like a cult living situation almost. Bro, you can't even wake up for the food bank hours? You can't be that worried about food. Doesn't Portland have a pretty okay transit system? The MAX, that's the Portland transit system, is so fucking annoying and we have to walk like 12 minutes to even get there. It would be so much easier if C just let us borrow the car. I don't know why people keep saying this is a cult, it's literally not, or asking if we're dating. None of your business, LOL. 6 of us are in a rotating polycule, but not C. God forbid you walk 12 minutes to get somewhere. People are saying this is culty because you spend an insane amount of money on furniture and clothes for your roommates, and also you said that it's weird for C to act like their car is their own personal property. That isn't normal. C's allowed to have boundaries about who uses their car and when. Trying to undermine basic stuff like that is a massive red flag. If I were C, you and I would have had a physical altercation by now. You're the asshole big time. Also, most living situations don't require subscribing to a whole ideology that you must follow in every aspect of your life, lest you be judged / ostracized from the in-group. That's cult shit. I just found out that P, my March and July girlfriend, has been going on burger runs with C Honestly, I wish she had cheated instead. My head hurts. I hope you're happy. I'm sorry for this betrayal. Please tell us more. P and C go out together every weekend to quote-unquote charge the car, but they also go get burgers in secret. Sad face. This is a huge betrayal. Since I thought P and I were on the same page about equitable spending. P is the other one with a job, by the way. We are going to have a talk about this before we start dating again in March. Sad face. I would love to spend 24 hours as a fly on the wall in this household. I hope your March and July girlfriend goes on so many burger runs with C. I hope they have a burger-themed wedding even. Regardless of whether this is real or fake, it is top-tier Tumblr drama. Hell, being fake would probably add to that. Jesus fuck crab bucket. It's just burgers, my dude! My January and May girlfriend Kay just found this post. She's setting up her blankets on the couch. B and A are laughing at me. This is worse than the time our vacuum broke and we had to use a lint roller to clean up after our 12 cats! Sad face. Aw, you ruined it, man. Now it's not funny anymore. But it was incredibly funny while it lasted, so good job for that. But I just can't suspend my disbelief anymore. 12 cats? Get the fuck out of here. You don't have 12 cats. There's no way. I was snooping on their old posts and saw mention of hoarding being an issue here, so it is within the realm of possibility still, to be honest. I saw a post on their blog about 2 cats, so I assumed they really just have 2 cats and the rest is an elaborate troll. There's apparently a feral kitten problem on the house backyard. 12 cats doesn't seem far-fetched to me. I skimmed through 7 months of OP's blog and they seem pretty normal, living with roommates who are kinda shitty about trans men, maybe not great about COVID safety, but otherwise no mention of any of this rotating polycule 10-person no rent situation. There were no posts about Portland, but plenty about living in California, also having a job and doing things during the daytime. Also, they're at least 35. I don't get what kind of bit this is supposed to be. According to their own blog, half a year ago, OP had a job and was posting about getting takeout weekly, having allergic reactions to drinking lattes, and spending $200 on a single houseplant. But fuck C for buying some decent winter gear, right? The cognitive dissonance at play here is even greater than any of us could have imagined, if they aren't making up most of this stuff. To clarify though, I don't think there's anything wrong with getting takeout, being lactose intolerant, or considering spending $200 on a rare cultivar of a houseplant that you like. But if you do that stuff, you're also a hypocritical asshole for judging someone else for also spending their own money on things they like or they need for their work. LOL. Portlanders need to be sent to a lab for studying. Why do these people regularly live like this? New theory. After spending some time on OP's blog, I found out some details that do and don't add up. I now strongly suspect that OP is C, and made this post to make a point to their weird controlling roommates. For example, OP talks about having a job in the last few days on their blog, on wanting to move out, but other details line up, like weirdo roommates, hoarding cats. I'm a 44-year-old Portlander, and I can confirm this is a Portland thing. In my early 20s, I was in and out of bullshit living situations like this, but I at least contributed my own money, and got the fuck out when things got damn toxic. Honestly, if I didn't live in a 500 square foot studio, I'd be trying to find C and offering a couch to surf while disentangling from this nonsense. 12 minutes walk to the max too much? Cry harder. I made the 18-minute walk to the max daily with a broken leg. No one should live in Portland. I'm still on Beelzebufo's theory that OP is C, and they're trying to make a point to their roommates. The only extra supposition you'd have to make for it all to still click is that COP must have moved from California to Portland sometime between their last post about being in California and now, and didn't realize there weren't Habit Burgers in Portland. Because they're off and on, their blog is definitely active and has been for a while, and their personal posts on said blog line up roughly with this submission. As hilarious as that level of commitment to the bit would be, I 100% believe OP just is that way and is completely unaware, because again, I know a dozen people just like OP. Some of it definitely lines up, but some of it doesn't. If OP isn't C themselves pretending to be one of their roommates and they just forgot to click anon, then they would be lying either in the submission or on their blog about being unemployed, because they had tagged a post like a week ago with me at work, and would previously blog about having a job, no mention of parents giving them money or living on food stamps or whatever. Those discrepancies, the lack of Habit Burgers in Portland, and the tone of all the follow-ups makes more sense if you figure the submitter is C themselves and taking the piss on this horrendous housemate, and they just forgot to click on anon initially and then just ran with it afterwards. That's why all the follow-ups paint a comically uncharitable picture of someone that is so out of touch. It's not like that's not been done with Am I the Assholes before. OP's personal blog paint a picture of someone who is in their 30s because they remember 9/11, who at least used to live in California where they do have Habit Burgers, and now has a bunch of weird roommates and a shitty job. That doesn't exactly match OP's description as per their Am I the Asshole submission, but it does sound like C, if you assume C moved to Portland within the last year and a half or so anyway. Oh, it turns out they just keep that Habit Burger cup in their car because they miss California. Great cover in your ass. I thought Habit Burger was a made-up place. Gonna be real, y'all, I don't trust the submitter to know exactly which fast food chain their roommate is eating at, nor exactly how many times a week they do it. C grew up with money too, to be frank. That's probably why they hate sharing. They finally confessed it at the last house meeting, so I may be a privileged asshole here, but I'm not the only one. I know like 8 different people who used to steal their roommates' food and weed and claim it was actually leftist praxis because they don't believe in personal property. I believe this person exists. Anybody in this thread smoke weed? Tumblr user Stars and Shadows made a helpful "The Portland Seasonal Polycule No Rent 10 Housemate 12 Cat Cult?" infographic for casual readers of this post who do not want to scroll through 1,000 plus comments the way that I did. Basically trying to find out what the hell is going on here, who are all of the housemates / polycule members, and what are their relationships. Spinder's Catster had some even more helpful clarifications for us after that. Like I told that other person, A is the one with the most shoes, so she does the most cleaning. B is the one with the eating disorder, and she runs a bike club and does chores when asked. H comes and goes, mostly for group meals and to sleep on the guest couch. Q is our depression doula. She leads us in Hasana yoga during new moons, and T facilitates our ML reading group. W cooks, and the other W cleans up after her when C isn't home. It's really not that complicated. D is our full-time hairdresser, but can't do my hair today since they're in the doghouse for sucking up another spider. This all happened when C took the vacuum in to get fixed, and it works better than ever. I think C and the vacuum repair person are fucking. The depression doula is just like a regular doula, but for depression. She helps the depression leave the body. We do Hasana yoga and moon chanting together. Wait, you mean a literal doghouse? It's a heated doghouse. Hold on, I think we're up to too many people now, including the 2 girlfriends previously mentioned. And OP, isn't this 11? Spinder's Catster was helpful enough to tell us their monthly polycule schedule, which other Tumblr users on this post then of course went on to make many helpful infographics about. They also informed us we rotate bedrooms to keep it more equitable too. OMG, C just came home with groceries and told me to go fuck myself. Go fuck the vacuum lady, I said. 2 can play this game. Another detail posting to OP being C is that last night they posted a photo from the grocery store, looks like Trader Joe's, before commenting here that C came home with groceries. B is smashing dishes because the dishwasher is broken, and some people forgot their dishes in the sink. Now B is in the doghouse, so D has to move back inside on the couch. So I really hope K comes back to bed with me, or D will end up being in my bed, and that'll put us over the limit for 2024 if we start dating again in February. It's a leap year. This is a fucking disaster. Do any of you guys smoke weed? I think it could help in this situation. No, we don't smoke weed. Not sure what that has to do with anything. We get our honey from the MJ farmer and apiarist couple down the road. Should be plenty of whatever we need. The Dr. Bronner's bottle has 1/4 less since they came home. Proof. B and Q are crying. D is eating the nutritional yeast plain again, so I don't know what W and A are gonna use to flavor the stew tomorrow. Am I the problem? C is cooking one serving of pasta. How selfish of them. The person with the most shoes obviously brings the most dirt into the house, and is the most privileged in contact with the earth. That is why A does most of the dusting and vacuuming. How do you split up your chores? Alphabetically? Fascinated by the logic that the person with the most shoes brings the most dirt into the house? Is she wearing all the shoes at once? Does she have more than 2 feet? Are they wearing all the shoes at once? Are they a spider? Is that why you put someone in the doghouse for sucking up a spider? Is that why you care so much about anti-spider bigotry? Because you have a spider in your polycule? They live in Portland. There's no saving any of them. Ugh. B fell through the rotten deck during group calisthenics this morning. Now they're taking C's car to the hospital, but when I need it for food, it's a no-go. This house is clearly biased against me. Do you know you are a delightfully insane person? LMAO, this is fake as hell, but also I'm from Portland and I've seen realities that rival this. Tired and bored now, OP equals C, everyone sucks here for dragging it out so long. Eat each other. Sorry for not updating. B and A and K just got back from the hospital and turned the Wi-Fi back on. B is fine except for some scrapes and bruises. Anyway, rotating bedrooms isn't that unusual, and since we don't have too many personal belongings, and I bought all of us the same unigender cotton organic tracksuits, so they're interchangeable, it's hardly any effort at all, especially if you manage your time wisely. Okay, for sure this is not real. After the I bought all of us the same unigender organic cotton tracksuits comment, like that is just comically cult-like. Why is there a monthly polycule schedule? What benefit is there to having a schedule, as opposed to not having one? What would be the harm in doing away with the schedule? Who was the first person to go, you know what this polycule needs? Timetable logistics. And why did everyone else agree? S is the bassist of a touring punk band who sleeps with us in August. She and H both come and go. I think they're dating. T just tried to vacuum up the broken porcelain without sweeping first. She has no house skills. W and A are on strike tonight, and D won't replace the nutritional yeast since she's still mad about the doghouse, so I guess we're having spirulina banana smoothies and pumpkin omelets for dinner. We usually eat way better food than this. Please draw a bedroom diagram. Who sleeps where? Do the non-polycule members rotate rooms too? Where is the guest couch located? Are your cats included in the polycule bedroom schedule? What time does the polycule schedule roll over? Spinder's Catster then responded to this person personally by sending them this ask. The guest couch is in the repurposed breakfast nook between the pile of boxes and the Monstera. Why? You want to come over? We have room in our calendar from the 7th to the 19th, and we always want guests. Bring your own yoga mat, everything else is provided. Fascinating. I want so badly to say yes, partially to meet your cats. Our tracksuits are all black. We got them for our dog's funeral. R.I.P. Why is everyone sending me asks about blue hair? Kay and I have chartreuse hair to match the door of the bedroom we're sleeping in. Housemates woke me up with their throat singing again. Sad face. C doesn't live in a closet. They live in the 4th upstairs bedroom next to the Caterpillar reading room where Kay and I sleep. A and Q both have pixie cuts, so they have the Tinkerbell room most of the time. It just makes sense. No one lives in the laundry and the litter box room, not the closet either. We use the closet for solo scream meditation. Obviously. We rotate our polycule based on our birth charts, except for S, who was only here 1 month, so we have to make do with August. This house would be the perfect living situation if only C would chip in a little bit more. It's not like we're paying rent. It's not that hard to budget. Oh, and if D would get rid of her 25 boxes of records and broken turntable from 6 years ago when her dad died. The girls are pouring coffee on what is left of the ice cream. I am at my limit. Some of the most active members of this comment thread then started receiving asks like this from an anonymous Tumblr user. Hi, this is Kay from the Portland house. I can attest 100% that some of this is real and some is fake. The tracksuits and the clothes sharing are partially true. The record collection has quite a few tapes in it. Anything else you want me to clear up, just let me know. Alright, sure. I'll play. This makes you Kay, I assume, the Jan and May partner. How come none of the details on OP's blog line up with the post in terms of identity? Y'all really change your hair color based on what room you're staying in? How did your dog die? Why does it seem like exactly one person pays for groceries for 10 people? How many people in the house are vegan? Do you have to be a similar size to everyone else to join the polycule so you fit into the prescribed uniform? Do you guys have families that are worried about you? What's the name of the punk band S is in? And do they really tour for the same 11 months of every year? Does everyone hate C, or do you each have your own least favorite roommates? And really no one smokes weed? That part I think was the least believable. The mod of Am I the Asshole then reblogged this post with some of their own questions for Kay. What parts of the saga are fake specifically? Is Spinder's Catster, like, okay? Like, real talk, the way they're live blogging in the replies of the original ask has me a little bit concerned. How old is everybody involved? How did you meet? How is budgeting taken care of with the housemates? For those who work, does part/all of your paycheck get taken by a certain member? Or like, say, if you got your birthday check from a family member, are you allowed control over your own money? What do the parents who own the house think of all of this? OP is a mysterious one. I can't speak to that. Hair color or style to match the rooms we're in? Yeah. Our dog died of canine appendicitis. Everyone pays between 20 and 30% of their income on groceries and cleaning supplies, etc. for the house. T, Q, and D are vegan. None of us eat meat or smoke weed at home. M and W2 can't stand the smell of weed. And no, you don't have to be a certain size to join, it just makes clothes easier. Our families aren't worried, why do you ask? The punk band is called the Beta Blockers. They're a hardcore thrash band. They tour on a strict schedule, which is why we get along. C and I have an on-again, off-again love-hate relationship. We study together and play pickleball year-round. Wow, this is setting a really high bar for fake posting in 2024. I can only hope future Tumblr performance art can reach this level of impossible to discern plausibility and pure absurdity. And if by some infinitesimally small chance this isn't fake, you're on 9 kinds of bullshit, OP. Hope you can recover. Ugh, we finally came up with a house budget at our full moon meeting. Happy now? I am so scared of what the new house budget is. Someone knocked over the Monstera. Everyone says the cats did it, but it was on a 50-pound base, so I know they're lying. I bet T accidentally bumped it during our ecstatic cleaning this evening, and now she's going to play drums in her room so she can't even hear me knock. Nobody else cares. I have to clean this up all by myself, and of course, the vacuum is broken again. Not the $200 Monstera. Were you able to repot it? The new house budget. Food, $1,100. Cat food, $160. Emotional supplements, $550. Hot tub maintenance, $90. Vet visits, $100 to $300. Cleaning and hygiene supplies, $250. Beads, $60. Candles, $20. Utilities, $350. Carpet cleaner, $25. Home repairs and incidentals, $70 to $150. God damn it, I miss Whole Foods. This has to be a joke. $60 a month for beads?